a lot of people out there that are on Jahmyr Gibbs props.
Yeah, and Gibbsy's got 4 for 26. He's averaging 6 yards per carry, but it's a little skewed because he did have a 9-yard run.
Right.
But, yeah, I mean, I've loved what I saw. Ben Johnson's a really good OC. Do you guys think he's a head coach next year or the year after?
Depends on who gets fired.
Yeah. He'll definitely get looks. He'll get looks this offseason.
God, I'm trying to think of who's going to get canned, definitely. Chargers don't make the playoffs. That's over. And
Eberflus? I don't think he wants that job, but...
Oh, I wouldn't want it.
Well, it depends. How bad are you? Because you could have the first pick and the 5th pick. You know what I mean? They're going to have 2 really good draft picks if they continue to be this bad, which... Have you seen anything from the Bears that makes you think they're going to turn this thing around?
Oh, they're atrocious. No. That's why people actually like the Broncos, which is crazy to think.
Yeah, and I heard Joe O and them on BetQL Daily right here, BetQL Network, One Team, One Dream.
Yep.
They were talking about the Bears being... I'm sorry, the Bears. The Broncos is a survivor option. I couldn't do it.
I wouldn't be. That's too risky.
I kind of like the Bears in the game.
It was risky enough for me to take the Bengals.
I think the Bears
just to
might
say,
win.
I don't think the
I think the Bears might beat the Broncos, guys.
No, you come on. That if the Bengals defense looks like it did on Monday night,
I think the Bears might do it.
I think you're crazy.
They're gonna win a game.
They'll win a game,
and I'm really out.
The
on
Bengals started off 0-2 last year.
No, I want the
and
Broncos.
They went to the AFC Championship game.
I want the Broncos to just be the worst team in the league. I want that to end really
Me too.
badly. Yeah, I'm not there.
Now
I don't
that's
like
fine.
Sean Payton. You know, like.
Well, we know you go out of your way to discredit Sean Payton.
Can I ask a question?
You can ask a question.
That's my favorite thing to say.
I know it is, and that's my favorite way to answer.
Why does Sean Payton get a free pass for the
Here we go
Bounty
We
Gate?
did this bit already.
No, we haven't. I've
Yes.
never done the Bounty Gate bit with you guys.
Oh, I thought you were doing McCarthy again.
I'm not doing McCarthy versus Sean Payton.
Well, you will again
Greg
at some
Roman
point.
had to take the fall.
Club
All those
professional
guys
football
took the
coach.
fall. You're telling me that Sean Payton had nothing to do with that?
He knew what was up.
I mean, Sean Payton got suspended for an entire year.
He should have got suspended for more than that, Nick. He should have been... Middle Tennessee guys, I'll tell you,
It's
they really
coming down
they
the
really
wire here.
struggle to throw outside the numbers.
not-
the quarterback
it's not
just
good.
got murdered. Jesus, get up, kid.
His helmet is like in his nose.
It's backwards.
His
It's
helmet's
like
literally
flipped all the
inside
way.
of his
God.
nose.
Lord, doink.
Jeez.
Got his own teammate.
Nothing like
Just
some.
roughed him
Oh
up.
God, it's amazing though. As bad as like watching this Thursday night game is, watching Middle Tennessee and Western Kentucky football.
Yeah,
Ugh.
yeah. Packers football. Hey, at least we're not Middle Tennessee.
Yeah, that's
a good slogan. There it is. Big 4th down though for the boys.
Yeah, this is
Ball at midfield. This might be my last shot here.
No, it's
Although,
first and 10.
never mind. We gotta
It's first and 10.
Oh,
No, he's talking about.
Oh,
Middle
you're back down
Tennessee.
there. I'm losing track of
they're
that.
going for it all.
No,
Oh my God,
no.
he had him.
He had him.
He did. Well, Jordan Love looks like a better quarterback now after what you just saw from Middle Tennessee, huh?
Oh yeah, I'll take
yeah.
Jordan Love 10 times out of 10.
There
over
you go.
Slogan
That's
or whatever
better.
his name
Looks
is
like
down
Aaron
here.
Jones finally getting the rock.
He's getting a little bit.
Yeah, down 2 scores. Now it's time to establish the run. I love it.
Yeah.
Way to go, LaFleur.
You're silly.
All right, we got a couple minutes here. They're showing the moon as that third quarter winds down. Is there anything tomorrow in college football you like that's going to be just as awful to watch as Middle Tennessee, Western Kentucky?
Yeah.
Because I can't stand any of those games. Give me Saturday. None of this. Ugh.
So, still waiting, obviously, to see if Cam Rising's going to play for Utah. If he does, Utah is still going to be...
What are the chances he actually plays? I feel like it's next to nothing at this
I don't think
point.
very good. I think that's what that number's telling you.
It feels like
3.5.
gamesmanship.
It's 4 now.
Yeah, it's 4.
Yeah, I think he's out.
Yeah.
I think he's out, and I think we get Nate Johnson, who hasn't been very good. You know, Utah, since he's taken over, because he was the 3rd string over Barnes, and they're only averaging 19 points. They're not really able to push the ball down the field.
Yes! Yes!
Oh my
There
God.
you go.
Packers
Big
might
catch.
end up winning this game.
Big.
End of the third quarter, massive
Big catch.
from
Unreal,
Jaden
man.
Reed.
All right, well,
They're
Packers
down inside the 5.
Packers still alive, but you know, like Oregon State, their secondary got carved up last weekend against Cam Ward and Washington State. I think that says a lot about Cam Ward and where Washington State is. A lot better than we projected, but I don't think that Utah is going to be able to take advantage of Oregon State's secondary. And the one good thing about Oregon State's defense, they shut down the run. So if Utah is not able to average 4 or 5 yards per pop, and they also got a bunch of injuries in their running back room as well right now, their starting back's most likely going to miss this game. So I know Oregon State didn't look good offensively last week. I know DJ's been really bad the last 2 weeks, way too many turnovers. But I think they're going to be able to run the ball here, guys. They're averaging, right now 8th in the nation in yards per carry, 14th in total rushing yards, 242 on the ground, 39 carries last week. They have 2 really good backs. Damian Martinez, 432 rushing yards, 108 per game. And then they have Deshaun Fenwick. He's got 253 on 37 carries, averaging about 63 per game, 4 touchdowns already. I like Oregon State in this spot. At home especially, tough place to play. If this game's in Utah, I'm done betting Utah, or done betting against Utah at home. Did it with UCLA last week. Big mistake. But I think Oregon State is the right side. I do think that they bounce back. I'm still pretty high on them. I still really like that coaching staff. It was a bad loss. But I think, again, it says more like Washington State might be for real. And Cam Ward is really good. I think he's an NFL caliber starting quarterback.
And you know, the Palouse up in Pullman, Washington's a really, really hard place to play.
Yeah.
It's hard to get to.
And it's a night game on a Friday night.
Night game on a Friday. It's just one of those situations. So you play at Reser Stadium, and I think Utah is gonna struggle there as well. So yeah, I like the 4. Probably wouldn't take the minus 185 just because I don't like that juice.
Yeah.
We missed the number. You know, it was what, 2? 2.5.
Yeah, and if Cam Rising does play in this game, Oregon State will still be favored, but I think it dips to 1.5, maybe a little bit closer to pick.
Yeah.
And even if and I said this last week with UCLA, I kind of wanted Cam Rising to play just to back UCLA, because even if he does get out there, he tore that ACL in the bowl game, and what makes Cam Rising great is what he's able to do with his legs. It's the RPO game, how electric he is, and I think he's going to be limited. And if he's just a statue in the pocket and he doesn't have Keithy, yeah, Oregon State, again, it looked bad last week, but they did score 31 points. A lot of those came in the second half when they were chasing. But they're averaging 34 a game, 7 yards per play. And DJU struggled the last couple weeks, but the overall numbers, 828 yards, 8 touchdowns, 3 picks. But
What would you do with that total of 44.5?
I like the under.
You do?
Yeah, I feel like it correlates with really actually both teams, because Utah could easily win that game 14-7.
Yeah.
But I don't know how Utah's going to be able to move the ball if Rising doesn't go, because I don't think they're going to be able to take advantage of that weak secondary, and I don't know how much they're going to be able to do on the ground. So, love Oregon State, even at 3.5, even at 4. Don't hate the money line, but like you said, obviously you don't want to lay that kind of price. So I do like that one.
You can get a first quarter at 1/2. You can get first half at minus 2.5, which maybe that's a look.
Yeah, I like that one. And then I like Louisville. We'll talk about that one tomorrow because I kind of want to see where that number closes, and I want to take a look at the injury report. It's at 3.5 right now. I hope it goes back to 3, and I'm going to play the favorite there. Jeff Brom season.
All right, Packers knocking on the door. Fourth quarter about to start.
Oh, Jones.
Chance to close this thing down. We're back after this. It's BetMGM Tonight.
No!
Nick, Trista, and Ryan are taking a short break. Stay tuned because there's plenty more to come on BetMGM Tonight. Presented by BetMGM. Live from BetQL.
And stay in the game, but still, these games have been not fun to watch for the Patriots, with the exception of that one play where they blocked the field goal. That was really cool. Other than that, not a whole lot to take away from this Patriots game when it comes to the positive side of things. Meanwhile, what do we make of the Dolphins moving forward? I saw this line and it almost looked like a trap. Did you think that when you saw the Dolphins only 2.5-point favorites at the Patriots?
Yeah.
I thought it was a trap. I was like, oh, I bet all the wise guys are on the Patriots.
I thought the same thing. I just keep coming back to the fact, and I know this sounds like such a simpleton thing to say, the Patriots just aren't good. Mac Jones has been meh. He doesn't really have any weapons around him. Now, they have Bill Belichick, but I think it's time we quit giving Bill Belichick maybe the credit that he deserves, that he's earned, because we haven't seen it from the Patriots over the past few years. The defense will always be good. That's what Bill Belichick does, right? So these games might be closer than we anticipate, but there's nothing about the Patriots that is scary or they don't feel like they have a high ceiling to me. They're just kind of sitting there in a very difficult division. Patriots are now 0-2 for the first time since 2001, the second year of Bill Belichick's tenure. If they don't win, could he really be on the hot seat? I think he might be.
I think so too, because it's been a while. They've been giving him some grace, and some of these games, I think the final score looked like it was closer than it was, because they did, try to keep up and stay in the game, but still, these games have been not fun to watch for the Patriots, with the exception of that one play where they blocked the field goal. That was really cool. Other than that, not a whole lot to take away from this Patriots game when it comes to the positive side of things. Meanwhile, what do we make of the Dolphins moving forward? I saw this line and it almost looked like a trap. Did you think that when you saw the Dolphins only 2.5-point favorites at the Patriots?
Yeah.
Like, I
Oh, I
thought
sure
it was a
did.
trap. I was like, oh, I bet all the wise guys are on the Patriots.
I thought the same thing. I just keep coming back to the fact, and I know this sounds like such a simpleton thing to say, the Patriots just aren't good. Mac Jones has been meh. He doesn't really have any weapons around him. Now, they have Bill Belichick, but I think it's time we quit giving Bill Belichick maybe the credit that he deserves, that he's earned, because we haven't seen it from the Patriots over the past few years. The defense will always be good. That's what Bill Belichick does, right? So these games might be closer than we anticipate, but there's nothing about the Patriots that is scary or they don't feel like they have a high ceiling to me. They're just kind of sitting there in a very difficult division.
I swear, every guest we've had over the last couple of months has had an opinion on the NFC South. And what have they been saying? They've been saying the Falcons, Falcons, Falcons. I hear people reference Saints as a chalky pick. I guess technically that's correct because they are the favorite, but that number has come down so much, I don't even think that's accurate. And I can't find anyone saying I'm betting on the Saints. Like, I just haven't heard it. And my question is, are we failing to look elsewhere just because we decided, okay, the Bucs are bad, even though they do have that top end talent, they just don't have the depth, or you don't believe in the quarterback, head coach, whatever it is. I'm wondering if the Panthers can hang around. And they're 5-1 now. And I'm not saying to bet it now because I hate their start to the season. I mean, that's tough for a rookie quarterback to go to Atlanta to start things off. And then you get a home game against New Orleans, Seattle, Minnesota, Detroit, Miami. That's a brutal first 6 weeks. Then they get the bye week. And I think we all expect, and it's just common sense, that Bryce Young is going to be at his best in the second half of the season. How good? I don't know. There's limited weapons there, but the defense is still pretty strong. After that week 7 bye, it really opens up schedule-wise for them. They get Houston, Indy, Chicago, Tampa's in there twice, Tennessee. I think there's an opportunity, if there's nobody running away with it, where we look at that division middle of the year, if they're within a couple games where Carolina can kind of be in the mix and they're just being completely overlooked because they had one of the worst records last year. The quarterback play was so bad, but they still have a pretty good defense. And who knows, maybe Bryce Young is fantastic.
What about the Super Bowl? I think the first argument that I think of is it is very hard to repeat as Super Bowl champs. Do you think that is a strong enough one-sentence argument for you not to take the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl this year?
It's time for more BetMGM Tonight with Ryan, Trista, and Nick on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
I mean, Lions trying to run the ball as much as they can. Jahmyr Gibbs now 5 carries for 28 yards. David Montgomery 19 for 69. Nice. 2 touchdowns. Those 2 touchdowns came a long time ago. But even look at David Montgomery out in the pass game now. That's a couple of receptions for him.
20 yards.
2 for 20 now. Just had a 12-yard reception.
Yeah, I didn't play it, but remember I said a good look would maybe be the under 1.5 receptions.
Yeah. Good thing you didn't. Good thing you didn't.
Somebody out there's like, that big eyebrow freak on BetMGM Tonight told me that'd be a plus EV bet. Is Montgomery, though?
Well,
is good, guys.
The entire game plan has been David Montgomery running the football until just now. They haven't,
the guys.
He had, two targets. Those were his only targets for those last 2 receptions that he just had on this drive.
Man, I'll tell you, man.
What?
This feels all too familiar for me. Like 2008 all over again, where you see some flashes for love, but
set the scene for us. It's 2008. A young Ryan
2008. Yeah, see,
just sitting back.
Yeah,
you know,
I was still a big Favre guy, so my mistress team was the Jets.
Okay.
Started out nice, then they fell apart. But
so this is your second go around with this side piece team.
Yeah, unfortunately,
I didn't realize it.
Neither have ended well.
You didn't learn your lesson with this side piece the first time, huh?
I was like, Rodgers is different. He doesn't watch Tucker Carlson. No, but but
he might.
Like, Rodgers was great that year. I mean, he threw like 28 touchdown passes, 10 picks, over 4,000 yards. But every game, he would lead the Packers to what we would think would be like the game-winning drive, and then the defense would just lay an egg. I see some of that. Like Jordan Love, he does not quit battling. Also helps when the defense drops into prevent and kind of just like, He's like, hey, we got a 3-score lead. Do your thing, kid. But I need this first down for the Lions. I
Yeah.
need them to continue to bleed the clock. I want the under really bad.
I would hope that Sam Laporta would catch. Nope, Jahmyr Gibbs. Well, I could use the yards from him, but
Yeah.
I don't even think he's going to hit that though.
A lot of Gibbs.
What was the number on the? It was. I love doing this when I'm just sitting here looking. Oh, 57.5 for Jahmyr Gibbs, rushing and receiving.
Looks like he hit that.
Yeah,
Did he
he's
hit
got
that?
34 on the ground.
Oh,
and then
no,
he's
he
got
didn't.
11 on the.
Yeah.
So
So
that's
45. So we're
45,
still
yeah.
sweating this a little bit.
He's close. For the
He's
sickos,
getting at least opportunities here now.
biggest play of the year, some are saying. Western Kentucky throws short of the sticks, but of course they still pick up the first down because that's live.
Oh my God, Josh Reynolds, you freaking bum.
Yeah, tell him, T.
Freaking bum.
Laporta, come on.
No,
throw
it's
it to
Josh
Laporta.
Reynolds.
Oh, you're looking ahead. You're
I'm
gonna-
at the
Oh, I hate
NFL
when you
Junior.
guys
Stop
do that
spoiling
so
it
much.
for
I'm
us.
sorry.
What are you
Do not do
doing?
that.
Bum. Sorry.
It's like we were watching a show and you've already watched the final episode and you're telling us all the everything
He
that happens.
dies?
Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
So I was at dinner with somebody that is also watching Suits, but she's behind me because she has a life outside of whatever. And I'm like, oh, yeah, you remember when the show really went downhill when Mike goes to jail. She goes, oh, my God, Mike goes to jail?
Also, you may have spoiled it for somebody else. I don't know here.
Yeah, my grandpa used to do that.
Also,
all the time.
did Western Kentucky just score?
He'd be like, Ryan, let me tell you about this movie. It's great. It's called Scream. And you don't know who the killer is the whole time until at the end. And then you find out it's the boyfriend. It's Billy the whole time. I'm like, oh, thanks. I don't got to watch it now, bud. But he would always do that. And it wasn't even like a bit.
He just didn't even think about
And
it.
I couldn't believe it. The killer at the end, it's Stu. You know? And you're like, oh,
Just
thanks,
the worst people.
pal. Yeah.
What is the statute of limitations for spoiler alerts?
I don't know,
though?
because Suits is pretty old.
Yeah, it is.
You know?
But now it's gotten popular. See, now with streaming, shows are like getting reborn again.
Yeah, and also Hollywood's like out of ideas.
They have there's no writing.
And a
You
We're
got
writer
watching
nothing.
strike.
like Lethal Weapon, the series on CBS.
Is that really a thing?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, I do remember that. Yeah.
And Mel Gibson and Danny Glover weren't walking through that door.
No, they
you
weren't.
know?
They weren't. That's for sure.
It's like it's always like the same dudes too. Like the one guy, Tad Hamilton or whatever, Josh Duhamel. Like,
Oh, yeah.
he's in a new show like every
Yeah,
week.
he is. He keeps taking the jobs. He's like, "Yep, I'll take it."
It's like 3 Tree Hill, and he's in high school too. They're like, "Here, meet this new senior." And it's
7
Josh
Tree
Duhamel.
Hill.
He's 45. Oh, I gotta get home for social studies, babe.
Hello there, fellow
That'd be a fun
students.
SNL skit.
Yeah.
People just making fun of him for just being there.
Yeah.
Oh, God, they're just running the ball over and over again. That's what they do. They just
For the
run
love
ball.
of God, give Sam Laporta one more catch. That's it. Just one.
No.
Just one. Nope, he's
Damn
lining up and he's blocking again.
not gonna.
Well, Gibbs is helping me a little
Gibbs,
bit.
No, I'm just not gonna.
Just don't score anymore, Dan Campbell.
Looks like they're gonna try to kick a field goal here, unfortunately, and that's gonna blow our over unless he
Yep.
misses. Unless
See,
he
that's what I was
misses.
saying. That a field goal is going to be the difference in this total.
My brain doesn't work. I got a 46. Do I still have a shot at the under, or is this about to die? 27 plus
Wait, that's what I'm
17.
saying. We're a field goal away from ruining this.
Oh, no.
Nobody can score, basically.
We got to block this kick.
You'll have
they're
a push
going
if there's
for
a
it.
safety.
They're
Oh, this
going
is
for
great,
it.
actually.
Don't
Good
football
news.
Jesus me. I don't want no
I won't-
spoilers.
I
okay?
won't,
Thank
no.
you.
No.
I won't.
Don't ruin it.
Single back formation. This stop right here could be big. If you got Green Bay +3, if you got the under, you got a fighting chance. Jared Goff under center, he's shook. And
guess it-
they're just, he's just,
Because ain't no
They're
such
kicking
things
the
as
field.
halfway
They're
crooks.
kicking
Ain't
Yeah,
no
this is.
sunshine.
They're trying to get him to jump. So field goal time.
They're kicking the field goal.
Well, I guess at this point, since I need the Lions to get back on, and anybody else that's on Sam Laporta receptions, or Jahmyr Gibbs, which were heavily bet, I guess we're going to have to hope for a quick 3-and-out from the Packers like we had in the first half.
Yeah, I hope so.
I almost took Temple tonight. Forgot this game was actually taking place. Thought it was tomorrow. Good thing I didn't. They are down to Tulsa right now, 48-18.
Oh,
They
that's
closed
unfortunate.
They closed this 3-point dogs and
Yeah.
took money off before.
College football, some of those games are just rough watches.
Yeah.
They're just, well, impossible, let's be honest. You just can't watch them unless you're an alum in that team, and even then you're like, well, I'm turning this off.
Yeah, Middle Tennessee State, a bad choice.
Bet
tonight.
and forget. That's what I say for a lot of those games. Bet and forget.
Yeah, pretend it didn't even exist.
Yeah, that's it. Like, okay, if I hit, I hit. If it doesn't win, then, well, you know what? I didn't have to sit and watch it.
I'd love a missed field goal
Me
here.
too.
You know, I think we all can root for
Speak
that.
it. Speak it into existence.
Wide left, wide left, wide left, wide left. I don't know why I'm picking left, but I'm picking left.
Yeah, if you kicked at Clemson and I had $1,000 on him, he'd miss. I know that for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, is that how much? Wow.
You know, he's all the way on the right
Wow.
hash. I feel like he's going to just,
and
he's
you
gonna
still
hook this
made money
thing.
because of Oregon.
Yeah, all the money on the Ducks. Thank you. I should have made a lot more, though. Also, not the best NFL
Nope, right
Sunday
down the
for
middle.
me.
Damn it. And there goes the under, ladies and gentlemen. Goodbye. So we're rooting for Sam Laporta.
Man.
And we're rooting for more
And we're
Jahmyr
rooting
Gibbs.
for Josh, or Jordan Love as well, yards, and Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yeah,
as well.
I need the Lions to get back on offense. So I need a quick 3-and-out from the Packers, but a decent return. So there's a lot of field for the Lions to cover. Yeah, that's the plan here. This is how we're gonna go through this process.
Oh, man. The under was a bad choice.
Milk
kids.
was a bad choice.
And I'm looking at it right now. I actually had a 46.5. I don't even remember playing this.
What time did you place that bet?
12:14. Pretty early for me.
Oh, yeah, that is true. Usually it's
Yeah.
like 3 a.m.
I don't even remember that popping. But, hey, you know what? That sucks. Because I should have just stayed away. I had a weird feeling this game might go over.
It's just the problem is like the way this game went in the first half. Like the Packers have actually in the second half of this game, the Packers have played like a team that actually wants to win a football game, and really a team that if they'd played like this in the first half would be in this right now.
Also, Lions totals are very scary to play unders on because their offense is so potent. Last year, you were getting 54.5s. You were getting 56.5s. Didn't really matter. Like the Lions just were a scoring machine. You wondered whether their defense was going to be good enough to keep them at bay, to keep these totals at bay, which is why we saw 45 and not like a 54, which is probably what it should have been, actually, because 47 now with 8 minutes left to go.
Yep.
But no, sir. No. I will not bet Lions unders anymore. I will just stay away from the total.
Yep.
Not going to bet an over. Just going to stay away.
We're at the point where a quarter of the way through the season after this week. I can't believe we're already in week 4, Scott. We're already in week 4. Can't believe it. Now we're getting at least the sample size of some teams and certain things to stay away from. Unders on some teams, overs on others. Certain players, just stay away from the props.
It's a really great call on Romeo Doubs. Just a really, really good call.
Yeah.
7 receptions, 75 yards.
Yeah, I like his props every week. That's Jordan Love's guy. I mean, if you're going to do something with Watson, I do like the yards look. The touchdown look is always a good bet. I'm mad at myself for only throwing that in the octopus, the Jordan Love anytime touchdown.
Yeah.
Man.
What was that number?
8-1.
Oh, was it really?
At one point, I think it may have dipped after that, but
That's almost one of the ones where you throw it in that and just also bet it separately.
that's what BetMGM had on the same game parlay.
Yeah.
Number. Dang it.
Oh, wow.
Man.
We're getting a callback. The 30-yard field goal is nullified by penalty.
Wait a minute.
Unsportsmanlike conduct, 6 yards.
So they got to read. Wait, they're calling. There's 4th down again? No, that's on Quay Walker though, right?
Yes.
Oh, because he jumped over the...
Yeah, so I don't know what's happening. They can just
It's not
decline it.
automatic. Wait a minute, because that was.
Was it
4th
automatic?
That's not an automatic. I thought that's assessed on the kickoff.
Well, if it was 4th and yeah, I think it will be.
I think it's assessed on the kickoff.
Yeah, I think they're just going to accept the field goal. Yeah, they would just take the point. Well,
I don't know. It's 1st and goal
No,
now.
first and
and
goal.
Oh my God.
Is it just because of the jumping? I know they changed that rule, but I thought it was assessed on the kickoff.
All right, goal line.
All
No,
right,
this
well.
happened last weekend, too.
Goal line stand for the Dogs. Hopefully.
Sam Laporta, one more catch.
Something
Didn't
good?
this happen to the Vikings? This happened in the Vikings-Chargers
Give it to
game.
Laporta. God,
All right,
he's
so
just in there blocking,
got
run blocking for stupid David
Go
Montgomery.
away.
I'm so tired. They're going to run him in until he gets another touchdown.
The good thing is, I don't think they'll take the 3 here. I think it'll be 4-down territory, even with the 27-17 lead. Because what's going up 13 going to do for you? You know what I mean?
Well, they just weren't going to go for it. We're going to kick it.
Well, right, because it was 4th and goal, but they were like
Yeah.
15 yards out. Now it's 4th and goal, or if it is 4th and goal, they're only 3 yards out. So I think it's 4-down territory. Because at worst, you fail and then you push them. Then Green Bay's got to drive the length of the field down 2 scores, and you're eating clock. So under still alive somehow, kids.
Under still alive.
Like Eddie Vedder once said.
Please throw the ball to
That'd be
Laporta.
one hell of a-
Stop letting Laporta run block.
I'm telling you, it's going to be 4-down. There's no way they're going to chip shot it. Here
That
we
would
go,
actually be
3rd and
great.
goal. 2 more stops.
Be absolutely great. All right,
Darnell
Packers.
Savage firing up the crowd. Mima and Peepaw have been home for hours.
I need a
lot of
1-yard
Lions
reception
fans.
from Sam Laporta.
My buddy
And
that
that's
covers
it.
the team was tweeting. He's like, a lot of blue here. Haven't seen this many Lions fans ever. Well, that's because they're good and we're not, guy.
That's
That's
because
what he
Lions fans
said?
have been hiding for 20 years.
That's what he said?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
I mean, yeah. It was
Get
look at the
used to it.
season. I mean, of course, there's going to be more Lions fans
Entitled
coming.
Packer fans.
They
It's
haven't
insane.
changed. Again, they just don't know these Packers
Also
fans.
probably getting good prices on those tickets.
All this consistency.
Can't hate, you know? You want to pay me a couple dimes for some Packers Lambeau tickets. Gotcha.
I am tired of seeing
3rd
Sam
and
Laporta
goal.
block.
Halfback draw. Oh, my God, David
Stuff
Montgomery.
him. He's down
at
to the 1.
No, now they're going for it. It's going to be a quarterback sneak. Jared Goff?
No, it's
Question
going to be
mark?
Montgomery again. They're going to hand it right back off to David Montgomery. Just watch.
Give us Gibbs.
Give us Gibbs.
Now who they want? Gibbs.
Yeah. And Montgomery's still on the field. Nope, come on, swap him out. Damn it.
Oh, we need to stop here, Green Bay. Guys.
I would love this.
Guys, they're not going to do it. But if they do, under's still alive. If you got Green Bay +3 still alive. Green Bay teaser still alive. All the possibilities. We need
1
to stop,
yard.
though.
We've got 10 seconds left in the show.
Come on, Green Bay.
And 5 on the play clock.
And they run
David
it with
Montgomery in the end zone, and that's his third touchdown of the game. There you go. Well, we're back tomorrow. BetMGM tonight.
That's a wrap. Another show is in the books. We'll be right back here tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern for the next winning edition of BetMGM Tonight, live from BetQL.
That combined with the fact that Patrick Mahomes is 1-3 against Joe Burrow. I mean, that's
BetQL Network with me, Ryan Horvath.
Are you ready, sir? Start your engines. Let's go.
Astros money line versus the Marlins. Johnny Cueto, no thank you. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. How does this affect me personally?
Which is absolutely bonkers to me.
If you do the middle school math, is 117 yards per game that you gotta post each and every weekend.
I knew it. I knew it.
Who has the upper hand? Do we think it's going to be the offenses or do we think it's going to be the defenses?
How about Saturday's game? Let's just throw a random game out here.
Like, I don't want to put faith in NC State. There's a chance we'll lose outright. Who knows? Jinx is definitely not paying attention right now. He's just vibing to the music.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these books readjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM with Joe Ostrowski,
Ryan stuff is just, oh my God, I just want to vomit.
Aaron Hawksworth,
Woo! That's all I have to say to that.
and Ed Egros
We will do the work for you.
on the BetQL Network. Baseball is winning on the BetQL Network with Bet for the Cycle featuring Cody Decker
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
and handicapper Rob Brown.
Couldn't hit a baseball off a high school pitcher. That's why I played soccer.
Double plays, props, and parlays.
Not only Blue Jays run line here, Cody, I might tease it up to an alternate run line of -2.5.
Join the chaos every Saturday from noon to 4 Eastern.
Can you explain to me how these are the same odds? Can someone please explain to me how these are the same odds?
Exactly what I was
I've
gonna
looked at
say.
this over and over and over again.
On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
I have so many hot takes just off of this here.
Well, let them rip a little bit. What's like the first one?
It is going to be absolutely awesome.
Remove the 1 seed, remove the 2 seed. Who are they supposed to lose to?
You know what, Corpus, to dribble it out. You lost. It's over. Who does he think he is, Kobe Bryant? Like, what was that?
So I don't think I've ever seen an end game like that before. But that's literally like, I am watching this game and must bet money on it.
10?
15 and a half.
So, like, literally no one's playing.
Hey, you know who else is thinking about this stuff? Everyone else.
I'm fantasizing about Week 1 NFL Sunday. Check about weeknights here on the BetQL Network.
I don't disagree with you there.
BetMGM tonight. Join us for live sweats.
Oh!
Yes.
Let's go, Kansas State.
That was a big balls three.
You might as well just put the salt chamber thing up now.
Instant reaction.
This is an unbelievable thing for me to see. My favorite team, my true favorite team. Less mistress, more side piece.
And maybe a few regrettable decisions.
Oh, he's got bust written all over him. Gutekunst sucks. Jordan Addison ran a 5.3 40, and he's Trista's height. I'd take him.
You know what you shouldn't have done? Bet on the Wizards.
Yep. This is Ryan Horvath from BetMGM Tonight. Check out my new show, BetQL Tailgate Kickoff, on the BetQL Network every single Saturday this college football season from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern, as we get you set for kickoff each and every Saturday morning to hopefully help you become better prepared for your college football wagering. I will also chat with guests from all across the country, hit on the day's biggest storylines and angles. So join me every Saturday morning, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern, for the BetQL Tailgate Kickoff here on the BetQL Network with me, Ryan Horvath.
Now, from BetQL, it's time for the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins.
Dang it, he's talented. And let's be honest, I go for ambition, not look.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Don't kill the messenger, or the messenger will kill you.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM.
Let's get it on a Football Friday. It is a daily tip from BetQL presented by BetMGM. Good morning, everyone. I'm Michael Jenkins, live in the nation's capital. She is Chelsea Messenger in Nashville, Tennessee. Coming up in the next 3 hours, we've got all the football you can handle, beginning with last night's tussle between the Lions and the Packers at Lambeau Field. At 6:20, the latest from the playoff races in Major League Baseball and which teams are still alive for the postseason. Got some great races going down to the wire. Picks and leans for today's schedule comes your way at 6:40. Then we really get going during the 7 o'clock hour with our Pick 6 segment, and we'll hand out our favorite plays in both college football and the NFL. Finally, at 8 o'clock, we will delve into the prop market when we bring in Bobby Stanley Jr. from Pickwise, along with our best bets for the weekend at 8:45. Chelsea, I don't know where to start this morning because I'm watching the Ryder Cup, and the United States of America is getting its ass kicked already, number one. But you, my friend, are also opening up a can of whoop ass on all your bets this week because you're undefeated. So where do I go from here? You got to lead the way.
Well, I feel like we have to at least acknowledge the Ryder Cup just a little bit because it is on right now.
Yeah.
I wonder how many people woke up early just to watch it because I always underestimate how much people really love the Ryder Cup.
They do.
But the problem is USA is getting our butts kicked right
Oh, my
now.
God.
And I have no delight in saying this, but kind of told you so, right?
Oh, Chelsea.
You called me a communist yesterday for
Well,
suggesting
it's not over.
that Team Europe might have the better players, but sometimes somebody's got to be right.
Remember when you said the other day that you fully support the KGB? And I was like, that's taking it way too far, Chelsea. Or whatever it's called now. It's called something else now. It's not the KGB anymore. That's the old school name for the Russian underworld agents. But your point is well taken. Now, it's not over, but this is about as bad as it gets for a start when it comes to the Ryder Cup. It's embarrassing. And your husband, Jake, I don't know if you're listening. You're not listening. Tip of the cap, though, sir. Jake has not slept all night because he's been watching the Ryder Cup. I guess Blake is going to go unsupervised this afternoon when both of you guys are napping.
Yeah, it sounds like it. I was getting my nag on this morning, and I didn't think I needed to, but I had to dig deep and, really fight it out of myself because I woke up for work, and he wasn't in bed. I'm like, So I walked to get my coffee. He's watching the Ryder Cup. I'm like, sweetie, I know you love golf, but, somebody's got to watch Blake during the show because that's the other thing. He needs to at least make sure she's not waltzing in here during the show. So he needs to supervise her while she's sleeping. So I was like, go lay down in the bedroom. You can watch it on your phone. Is that the biggest nag move of all time? When I'm like, you can watch it on your phone.
You can
go
watch
to
it on
bed.
your phone. Go to bed. You want to watch it on the big screen. This is a big time match. I don't blame him. My God, how is he up all night? That is dedication. But if you love golf, I know Jake does. A lot of people love golf. This is super, super exciting. So I totally get it. I just can't believe we're off to such a bad start. And yeah, I say we. Talking about America here, all right? Yeah, that's what I'm talking. Let's go, all right? All you commies out there. Yeah, that's right. This is all of us. If you're not upset this morning, if you're not waking up with us, perturbed, upset that the red, white, and blue is getting its butt kicked, I don't know what to tell you, except you can take a one-way ticket out of here. That's what I'll tell you.
I think this is the one instance in which you can't say we. Like, we've had this conversation before. I don't think you say we when it pertains to your teams because you're not out there kicking a field goal, taking a tackle. But if it is Team USA, I think we are allowed to say we.
There's a couple times.
USA.
USA. Who is that again?
USA.
It's Biden, is it?
Oh, is it Biden?
I think so, yeah.
Is it President Biden? USA. It sounds like a drunk Tampa Bay Lightning player. Who was that?
Nikita Kucherov.
Yeah, it was Kucherov. Ironically.
He ain't from here.
Yeah, he's not from here. Isn't Kucherov Russian? I think he is.
I think so.
Oh.
It sounds like it.
Well, wouldn't that be something? The irony of a Russian saying that. Chelsea, your picks this week, absolute fire. When are you, be honest, when are you going to walk away from this show and start handing out your picks for a fee, and you say, that's it, I'm too hot, I got to walk away, it's time to make my own money on my own?
Well, it's been 4 days, so I'm not going to do it just yet. Maybe if we go undefeated for an entire month, but I do not believe that to be the case. And plus, like, cold streaks are definitely imminent. Like, I had one just before this, so I'm not getting too ahead of myself. But I really did like this play in Major League Baseball last night. It was a meaningful game. It was one of the best teams in baseball. It was a team with great splits against the opposing pitcher, and it was at a cheap price. The Orioles on the money line last night were minus 120 hosting the Red Sox. The Orioles have been cash money at home this season as favorites this year, and just in general. This is one of the best teams in baseball, and they clinched the AL East with a win last night. So it felt like a game that they were going to try to do their best to put their best pitchers out there, give their best effort, and they won it, although it was a sweat. Orioles won it 2-0. They are your new American League East champs.
Yeah, good for the O's. I had a 1-on-1 day. I feel like this is what I do. Either I have kind of a 500 week or I have a great week, but I'll take that. The way I describe my betting is stalk and strike. That's what I do. I stalk and strike. And right now, I'm just stalking. I'm just kind of hanging around before I strike, right? So I lost Twins on the run line hosting the A's. Give me a break, guys. The Twins lost outright 2-1, whatever. But I love Sam Laporta over 42.5 receiving yards against the Packers last night. He had 56, so that gives me a 1-on-1 night. As for the Dogster, nice job. Had the Hilltoppers, Western Kentucky, minus 6.5, hosting Middle Tennessee State. WKU wins 31-10. So for the week, this has been a really good week. Chelsea, you're 5-0-1. I'm 5-4-2. The Dogster is 2-1. The only other undefeated week for the show was back in January when I went 6-0 from January 23rd to January 27th. That seems like many moons ago, but Chelsea, you have a chance to do that this week. It is a daily tip from BetQL presented by BetMGM. Last night at Lambeau, the Lions just all over the Packers, 34-20. Lions laying 2.5 points, total set at 46, over hits easily. David Montgomery having a night for Detroit, carries the ball 32 times, rushes for 121 yards, 3 touchdowns, becomes the first Lion to rush for 100 yards and 3 scores at Lambeau Field since James Stewart did it 23 years ago. This game was not close. Lions on top, 27-3 at the half, their highest scoring half against Green Bay in the 188-game history between these two teams. The Lions have now beaten the Packers in 4 straight games dating back to last season, and Amon-Ra St. Brown with another strong game.
Goff, deep again, wide open, making the grab and taking it in is St. Brown. Amon-Ra St. Brown for 24 yards. So just like that, 35-24, Lambeau leaped right into the arms of some Lion fans.
Al Michaels with some enthusiasm on Amazon Prime. St. Brown, 5 catches, 56 yards, and a touchdown. And Chelsea, I was on the wrong side here. I like the Packers at home, but this was all Detroit.
Yeah, I was scratching my head because I felt like I was the only person that liked the Lions in this game. And I think a lot of it was we weren't sure what to think of Jordan Love, and he just couldn't get it going in the first half. And once again, the Packers were playing from behind. And at some point, you're not going to be able to string together, what was it, an 18-point comeback that they had against the Saints. And you've got to remember, that was a Saints team that did not even have Derek Carr in that game. He got hurt earlier in that contest. So for me, it was a real test of the Packers. Were they the real deal or not? And I feel like the answer is no. The kings of the NFC North are the Lions, clearly.
Yeah, they are. I just thought Lambeau at night, I loved what I saw out of Jordan Love last week. 18 points in the fourth quarter against the Saints, rallying them all the way back, but he could not get it going. And look, he was not sharp. There's no question about that. But really, I put this at the feet of the Packers defense because they just could not stop the Lions on the ground. Detroit ran for 211 yards as a team. And when you can impose your will on someone and say, you know what, this is what we're going to do, and you're not going to be able to stop us, you're going to win your games. And that's what Detroit did last night. They said, we're going to run the ball. We're going to keep feeding David Montgomery. And then they had that, 9-minute drive in the second half just to salt this one away where the Packers just could not stop them. So full credit to the Lions because normally, at least for me, when you think of the Lions, Jared Goff has been so good since coming over from L.A. and those receivers that they have. But this was a different Detroit team who really was physical. And you know Dan Campbell loved this outcome.
Oh, for sure. I feel like this was the pride of the Lions over the past couple seasons, was their offensive line. Everything starts in the trenches, but the question mark was they had a couple of guys who were actually injured on the offensive line. So I didn't see this output coming, but they certainly looked like the bigger, more physical team in the trenches. And that was very clear. And then when you have a quarterback who can make all the throws and the playmakers on the outside, it just really comes together as a complete team. Are we believers in the Lions just yet? I feel like I've been saying, we need to pump the brakes. We need to pump the brakes. When can we put them in the conversation of, I don't even want to say the best teams in the NFL, because I don't think they're on the Niners level yet. They're a good team. But at what point do they enter that top tier?
Oh, well, I know we love to do tiers on this show. They're not tier 1, okay? But tier 2? Tier 1. I don't know. I feel like they're close, but they're not there. They're not tier 1. Okay, tier 1 is reserved for Chiefs, Bills, Dolphins, whatever.
They beat the Chiefs.
Yeah. Would you say the Lions are better than the Chiefs?
No, but do you think that's some kind of bias showing through?
No.
I feel like I am inherently biased in saying, well, it's the Chiefs. They're still better than the Lions.
They are.
But the Lions beat the Chiefs. It feels like one of those conversations in college football, where they're like, well, this team beat that team outright. Yeah, but they're still higher in the college football playoff rankings.
Oh, my God.
I don't know. Do you think I have a mental block against the Lions?
Yes! It's week 1. The Chiefs were playing without Travis Kelce. It's week 1 in the NFL. The Chiefs are the defending Super Bowl champions. They have 2 rings, and you want to put the Lions in the Chiefs tier because the Lions won in week 1? I am absolutely not putting the Lions in the Chiefs tier. Are the Lions good? Sure. If they play again, who do you think wins that game late in the season? Kansas City.
I mean, I think so too. I'm not disagreeing with you. I am just saying that it feels like I am holding fast to the Chiefs and saying, well, they're the much better team, when I'm not sure if I have the ammo. At some point, I've got to, obviously they have the better track record, but I think in the NFL, you can't just say, well, this is a team that's done better all along. Eventually that team's going to lose. And I'll say this, at least the Lions are not in the AFC. We will not see the Lions square off with the Chiefs unless it is the Super Bowl. And I was just looking at the Lions schedule because my question was, when do we know if the Lions are truly for real? I'm trying to find the hardest game on their schedule. I guess they go to the Ravens on October 22nd. They play the Packers again, the Vikings. Their toughest game is not till December 30th on the road at the Cowboys. Jenks, have you seen their schedule? Like, it feels
It's not
like
the
we're
hardest
not gonna
schedule.
No.
We won't, but that's okay. The NFC is weak. The NFC compared to the AFC, it's not even close. The AFC is a meat grinder. And the NFC is, all right, this team's pretty good. The Niners, Eagles are the class of the NFC. And then there's a drop down in the AFC. There's just so much talent there. So, yeah, we may not know. They won't meet again. They're not going to meet again in the Super Bowl. The Lions are not going to the Super Bowl. I'll say that right now. They're not going to the Super Bowl. They're a good team. They're not going to the Super Bowl. They're not going to beat the Eagles. They're not going to do that. They're just not. They're 3-1 in a weak division, and they have a victory over Kansas City in week 1 without their most dangerous weapon. I'm not buying this argument at all.
I feel like that meme of Kevin James with his hands in his pockets, just like. Sure?
Am I crazy? Am I crazy supporting the defending Super Bowl champions? I feel like this is an easy argument to make. And the best quarterback on the planet.
I'm not saying they're better than the Chiefs. I'm saying that maybe we start thinking that the Lions could be sneaking into that tier.
No. I'm not. No, absolutely not. This is Detroit. Maybe. They're 3-1. They're 3-1 with a victory over Green Bay. Awesome. Yes, they beat the Chiefs in week 1. I will not take a one-game sample size like, hey, I think the Cards are better than the Cowboys because they won one game. It's the NFL. There are bad losses every year. And by the way, the Lions are good. It's not like they suck. They're good. There's no shame in losing to the Lions. Chelsea, it's too early. The Americans are losing. I got college football this weekend. You might be a communist. I don't know. Coming up next, the Orioles have done it. Division champions. We're talking baseball next in the Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM. Stay there.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. With Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetQL Network.
Play it up, Double D. All you crazy cats out there, how you doing? Good morning. Ooh, it's the Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM. Whoa, I just killed my vibe. I don't know what happened there. Up. All right. Double D said, Oh, we're starting again? Hey, sorry about that, guys. Some technical difficulties there. Thanks for coming with us here on a Friday morning, taking a journey with us. Double D, get in here right now. You're in trouble, sir. What is going on? What the hell is happening there in Chicago? I'll call it right now. You're too busy watching the Ryder Cup and you hit the wrong button. Did I call it or what?
No, you're absolutely wrong. My computer froze.
Oh, okay. Well,
it wasn't his fault.
Oh, man. I was looking to assign blame this morning. I'm blaming Chelsea, blaming Double D. I'm just going to start doling out the punishment this morning for no real reason.
It's a Friday, Jenks. What are you doing?
What am I doing?
Normally you're in a great mood and nothing can bother you.
I'm good.
You're so looking forward to your martini after the show. You're like, oh yeah, Chelsea just insulted me to my face. But whatever, it's a Friday on the Daily Tip.
I'm gonna flip. You notice I'm wearing orange today. That's not a coincidence. All right, I didn't just
You wore
reach in the
orange
closet.
yesterday too.
Yes, I did. That's 2 days in a row. Go.
First off, we all know why the bad mojo's out. And I'll put out a little tease. Okay. Someone might be feigning his alma mater today. I'm just putting it out there that is bad juju.
No, it's not. He's already done it this year. He faded him against Wyoming.
I'm nervous.
Wasn't
Very
that a
nervous
winner?
about Kansas. Very nervous, I have to say. Even as 16.5, 17-point favorite, I'm nervous. I'm very nervous. Double D, you think it's a bad move? Bad juju?
Bad juju.
That's an emotional hedge. It's an emotional hedge.
I fade my own team all the time.
Wow. And look what happens. Did you see what happens
happened when I actually played my teams? I played both of my teams last week and went 0-2 against terrible matchup teams. NC State literally almost lost to Virginia, one of the worst teams in college football. So I don't think I'm doing anything. I think NC State's the problem and not me.
Oh, wow. I think that's
They're the ones on the field.
Just threw the alma mater right under the bus and then backed up over it.
They deserve it. They almost lost to Virginia, David. You understand that. Virginia is not a good team. NC State, 9.5-point favorites. It took them missing a field goal. That got called back because of a penalty. They got another try, and then they made that one for us to win over one of the worst teams in college football. So, pardon me while I dump on my team, because they deserve it.
Don't they play tonight? Don't they play Louisville tonight?
Yeah, we'll probably lose that one too. Can't wait.
I see everybody and their dog on Louisville. I might just have to take it out of spite, Chelsea. I gotta flip it.
I wouldn't fault you.
I'm all over Louisville as well.
Are you? All right. Man, this college football talk get me excited. We do have to talk some baseball, believe it or not. We will get to college football. We got our Pick 6 segment coming up. We're talking NFL, talking college. I need the United States. You know what it is, Chelsea, before we get to baseball? It's the United States. That's what's stuck in my craw this morning. I woke up feeling like maybe I'll just look out the window and I'll see a bald eagle swooping by. And I live in the nation's capital. Maybe a guy will just perch himself right there on my deck and say, hey, morning, buddy. You're in America. I almost started singing Lee Greenwood this morning. And I fire up the computer, turn on the TV like your husband, and I see the United States getting pantsed by the Europeans. I think that's what put me in a bad mood this morning.
Maybe, and it should, because this was not supposed to be so lopsided.
No.
To be clear, I am not rooting for Team Europe. I am just saying, when these prices opened, Team Europe was 2-1 to win it. It felt like way too long of odds for an incredibly talented team. So I know that everybody wants to be on Team USA, but it is a tough matchup going against Team Europe. So if we lose, which All right, now how am I supposed to talk about Team USA losing? Who is this, John Philip Sousa?
Well done, Double D.
Clearly.
Just when I counted him out, he totally redeemed himself. Well done, buddy.
Just saying it's an even matchup. Like, we should be betting Team Europe. Most of you guys were like, oh, it's America. We're going to win easily. Not so fast, my friend. I feel like Lee Corso would be putting on the mascot head of Team Europe. Like, what would their mascot be? Team Europe. Like a baguette or something?
Here is a promo for BetQL. She might live in Tennessee, but when it comes to betting and where she leans, Chelsea Messenger is a communist. It's the Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM. That's what I would say. Chelsea, let's talk some baseball here, because we will get into golf, we will get into football. The Baltimore Orioles. I'm so happy for the O's. They shut out the Red Sox last night, 2-0. Orioles minus 125 on the money line. Your total set at 7 and a hook. Dean Kramer, 5 1/3 innings of shutout baseball, allows just 2 hits, strikes out 8. Anthony Santander, 28th home run of the season. And God bless the O's. They win the American League East for the first time since 2014. They win 100 games for only the 6th time in franchise history. First time since 1980. And just 2 years after losing 110 games in a season. What a turnaround in Charm City. And even better, the Iron Man, Cal Ripken Jr. in attendance to watch it all go down. You were on this bet. What a season it has been for the O's.
And it feels like a season where every single week we have had to knock on people's windows and say, hey, it's time to start respecting the Baltimore Orioles. They're very good. They are leading the AL East, because it felt like even halfway through the season, weren't we getting huge plus money on the O's to win the AL East? I believe around All-Star break, it was at least 3-1 for the O's to win the American League East. And you saw it reflected in the daily prices of the Orioles. There's just no respect there. Despite a team that's, winning 100 games a season, they are not getting the prices reflected in that in the marketplace. Like, if it was the same matchup and it was the Braves here facing the Red Sox, like, the Braves would have been like, minus 160 or something. So I think that is a bettor's dream. When you have a great team that's also not getting the respect in the market, that's the team you really want to hammer. And they've been one of the most profitable teams to bet on in all of baseball for the course of the season.
Yeah, I'm mad at myself yesterday because I love the Braves on the money line at minus 140. Taking on the Cubs, I was fading Marcus Stroman. I was right, didn't play it, whatever. But to your broader point, when you can get value on a really good team, I never want to say it's an auto bet, but you almost have to. And we've talked about this all season long. If you can get the Orioles at a good price, seriously, just take it.
Yeah, even when they're underdogs. Because you look at every single split, it feels like the Orioles are winning games. So it makes it easy on us as handicappers, because no matter what situation you're taking the Orioles, there's always ammo behind it because they are so good. And I also said this, it doesn't seem to matter what the output is from their starting pitcher. Their offense is so good. But last night was very much a low-scoring affair. I didn't see that one coming, but it felt like a playoff environment. And that's the other angle that I think that you should take away from these games moving forward. If these are very meaningful games, it feels like the under is very much in play, because these teams are going to be using their best relievers. Every out is going to feel very important, and these games are going to play a little bit closer to the vest. So that was my read on this one. The O's, they deserve all the credit in the world. And also, when you look at these big games, consider the under.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that. Now, a crazy thing happened last night at Citi Field. The Marlins currently lead the Mets 2-1 in the 9th inning, but that game was suspended because of weather. Marlins minus 135 on the money line, total set at 7.5. Miami was trailing in the 9th, 1-0. They get run-scoring hits from Jazz Chisholm Jr. and Yuri Gurriel. So a huge comeback for Miami. And then play gets suspended after a 3-hour and 17-minute rain delay. So here's what's going to go down. They will play this game on Monday if necessary. But as it stands right now, Marlins have a half-game lead for the final wild card spot in the National League. And since the Cubs lost to the Braves, that means the Padres are still alive. But Miami was this is close from winning this game. Incredible comeback, and now they have to sort of wait and see. But full credit to them, even though the game's not over, for getting some clutch hits when they needed it.
Yes, and if you're the Marlins, you've got to feel like your luck is not going in
Yeah.
your favor right now. Although the Marlins were one of those teams that started off the first half of the season really hot, and then it felt like they were not winning the games that they should be winning. So when it comes down to one game, like, you can only look in the mirror and point at yourself. Like, there are other games that you probably should have won, as opposed to making it come down to this. And maybe it doesn't, because we don't know. It could not even be a factor going into the postseason. But I'm rooting for some of those games. Aren't those the best games? Like the tiebreaker games that they have to add to the schedule. They're like, one game, winner takes all, because you never have that urgency, it feels like, in most baseball games. Even in the World Series, it's a 7-game series. And we saw it like with a couple of the wild card games, I think starting in 2020, where we had these 1-game winner-take-all series that decide who moves on to the postseason. Like, remember that one between, who was it, the Dodgers and the Giants? Or was it the Dodgers and the Padres? Do you remember what I'm talking about? It was like a 1-game series.
I don't. I would love to think my way through it and say yes. I have a terrible memory. So I'm sure you're correct because you're a baseball gal. I'm just a guy. But I'm sure you're correct, but I don't remember that particular game.
But it makes it exciting. It is not the best showcase of, like,
No
who's
question.
a better team. But it is fun. So we'll see. We are in for a wild ride to the finish when it comes to some of these divisional races. I know it's football season. I know it's a tough sell saying, we'll still care about baseball. But listen, there is plenty of drama going on, especially in the American League West. So if you want some drama and you want some entertainment throughout the week, just turn to baseball. We've got you covered.
Absolutely right about that. Okay, let's get to the Braves quickly. They beat down the Cubs 5-3. Braves minus 140 on the money line. Should have taken that. Total set at 9.5. The under hits. Matt Olson leading the way. 54th home run of the season. Tops in all of baseball. Austin Riley, 3 for 4. 2 runs scored. Braves clinch home field advantage throughout the playoffs. They win for the 6th time in 7 games. They can also match a franchise record for wins in a season if they can sweep the Nats, and that is very possible. Cubs, they still have some work to do. Flailing a little bit. They trail the Marlins by a half game in the NL wildcard race, and they have a critical 3-game set with the Brewers coming up. So we know Atlanta is Atlanta is Atlanta. The Cubs, they got to push through here.
Yeah, I think it would be really disappointing if they did not make the postseason. But going against the Braves, like, this is probably the matchup that you don't want to have late in the schedule because it is one of the best offenses in all of baseball. Jenks, I'm going to tell you something that I saw on Twitter yesterday that made me kind of mad.
Okay.
And you tell me if it's warranted. Because I think both of these are good players, but I think there is one clear-cut candidate for MVP in the National League. And I think that is Ronald Acuna Jr. There was an article from the LA Times, which that is playing a role here. If you are the LA Times, you're probably going to rally for an LA player. But it was saying Mookie Betts should be the MVP.
Oh, come on.
Mookie Betts is a great player. He's had a great season. But I still feel like Ronald Acuna Jr., what he has done this season, whether it's the stolen bases, whether it's the leadoff home runs, and also the X factor, that he's getting the Braves off to such hot starts. The Braves are the best first 5 team in all of baseball for a reason. And do you know how much easier it is on the starting pitcher if you have these big leads and these big cushions to work with? I just feel like it's Ronald Acuna Jr. every day for me.
Oh, my God. It's not close. It's not a debate. He's a 40-70 guy. 40-70 on the best team in baseball. That's bonkers. That's bananas. That's insane. That's otherworldly. We've never seen that before. But, of course, I'm going to make an argument for Mookie Betts. Mookie Betts is awesome. But he is not the MVP. It is Ronald Acuna Jr. And frankly, I don't think it's even a debate.
No, and this made me a little sad because it came from Bill Plaschke, who I remember growing up, and you watch Around the Horn and all those shows on ESPN. You're like, wow, I want to do that someday. And then he's out here spouting these takes. I'm like, come on, man. I was rooting for you. Now I can't.
Come on, bro.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
So, yeah, that would hurt.
I used to love you.
I like him.
What happened to you, bro? We used to be tight. I used to read you. Now I don't follow you anymore. That's like me and Rick Riley. For a while, I thought Rick Riley was pretty good at what he did, and then he just
Spill the tea, sis.
Oh, he just became really weird. He had that weird stint on ESPN where he was always looking for clout, and he was always making the same jokes on Twitter, kind of being creepy with
about
girls.
Kate Upton being hot? Like, we
constantly,
know.
it was just weird. I'm like, I don't know what happened to you, man, but you like fell off a cliff at some point. Now I have no idea what he's doing. Coming up next here on the show, we're going to talk today's slate in Major League Baseball, and you want to hear every single word Chelsea has to say because she's been red hot. That is next on the Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM. Start with that.
Chelsea and
and I'm probably going to go broke betting on this team. The Patriots have played 2 top 5, top 6 teams, and they're getting crushed. They didn't cover either game, off to an 0-2 start, and I'm not going to overcomplicate it. It's a desperate Patriots team against Zach Wilson. It's Bill Belichick against Zach Wilson. And what we've seen, it's the same old Zach Wilson. We find out yesterday from the Jets. Now they're already bad offensive line. Now Dwayne Brown is going to be out there starting left tackle. They didn't give Breece Hall the ball last week, and he's getting upset now. I know the Jets have some talent on defense, but I'm laying less than a field goal. Belichick against Wilson in a desperate spot. I think New England figures it out. They win by at least a field goal. I'm laying the 2.5, Jason, with the Patriots.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. No one brings the wow factor like the BetQL Network.
When did that happen?
Today.
And instantly, the crowd goes wild.
We celebrate the women of wagertainment.
Welcome back to BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM.
Ooh, I did the right strategy there. Set you up for just complimenting me.
You know what? I get that.
Never miss a minute of the action. Download the BetQL app to take us anywhere you go and watch all of the shows on Twitch TV/BetQL. Presented by the Kings of Sportsbooks. BetMGM. Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. With Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetQL Network.
Welcome back. Great to have you with us on a Friday. The Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by our good friends at BetMGM, King of Parlays. Go ahead. You deserve it. It's Friday. Payday for a lot of people. Put in a parlay right now. Why not? Double D's already done it. Guaranteed. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Chelsea, I did the dumbest thing yesterday, and we will get to today's slate in Major League Baseball in just moments. I went to get my allergy shots yesterday. I'm finally back on maintenance, thank God, because I'm allergic to everything. And when the lovely Catherine moved in last November, God, can't believe it's almost been a year now. And she had her cat, Bijou. I'm highly allergic to cats, but these allergy shots have helped now, so it's really not a big deal at all. But I went in, I get my allergy shot. Before I get my shot, because I have the bladder of a child, need to go to the restroom. No big deal. They've got a big set of keys. And you know, when you go to a doctor's office, they always attach the keys to like the biggest placard ever. Like it's got this huge women's or woman outline attached to the keys. Like, hey, don't take these keys away. And so I say, hey, do you mind if I just use this, run down the hall, go to the restroom? They said, no problem. I put those keys in my pocket, never put them back. I got home, reached down, I'm like, what the hell is in my left pocket? It feels like I've got a plaque in there. And I reach down, I'm like, and I pull out the shape of a woman, a large outline. And I'm like, Michael, did you really take these keys home? So, even though I got all my errands done yesterday, I'm going to be a good person. I'm not due back for a month, but I'm not going to show up in a month and be like, here you go. So I got to go back down to the allergy office today. It's not too far from here, and then return these keys because I didn't realize that I had an 8x10 piece of plastic in my pocket like an idiot.
I don't understand how guys have this this feeling where you don't feel it in your pocket.
Yeah.
Like, I don't get it, because what my husband does is he forgets that there are things in his pockets, and then he puts his clothes in the washer. And then there's golf balls, there are golf tees. Occasionally there'll be his wallet. I'm like, sweetie, you didn't feel this in your back pocket? He's like, no. I guess it's because you guys don't have to wear tight pants. I don't think you wear tight pants, do you? Like, I guess some guys do, but you probably don't feel it as much as women. If we even have a bobby pin in our pocket,
bobby pin.
We feel it. It is tattooed to our leg because we have to wear such tight clothes. It sucks.
No, I don't wear tight pants. I mean, I don't wear these loose-fitting, crazy big jeans, but I just didn't notice. I just did not. And I'm so, as soon as I got home, I'm like, what in the... And then Catherine got home yesterday, and she was cackling. She's like, you didn't notice this in your pocket? I'm like, I know. So stupid. I feel so dumb. So that's the only thing I have to do today, is take those keys back, be a good person, be like, here you go. Sorry, they've been gone for 24 hours. Because I don't think they don't know where those keys went. And they've got one of those security keys on them where you have to swipe it and it goes beep, and then you get in the door. So it's a whole thing. I'll get it back, but it wasn't my best moment yesterday. That's all.
You don't want to use this power to your advantage?
I thought about it.
Snooping around the office? Like, yes, call me doctor. And it's going to be true this time. And you're just buzzing your way through the office.
Yeah.
Wonder where this will get me. Have you ever had a key where you have access to a bunch of stuff? Like, I remember when I was not a kid, but like a teenager, and I had like the big set of keys for the pool that I was working at.
Okay.
And you just feel so powerful. You don't feel like a janitor just yet, because I think when you're older, you're like, okay, I don't need to have this many keys. But when you're younger, like, oh my God, these keys open so many doors. I could go to the men's bathroom and snoop around, because at that point, like, it felt very taboo. You're like, oh God, I've never even been in there. I wonder what it looks like. So that's how I felt.
That's a good feeling. It's a good feeling.
Too much power.
Especially when you don't take advantage of it. That's the best part. I mean, you take advantage of maybe being able to see things you shouldn't be able to see. But you just know that nobody's going to know. I'm not going to do anything. But I know if I ever need to, I can slide in here at whatever point I want. I had that at my old job, and I had access to a different part of the building that I wasn't supposed to have access to. And I'll tell you what I would do is there were times my schedule was so crazy, I was so exhausted, and I would go to the second half of the building and I would find a cubicle, and I would lay up against the cubicle and take like a 20-minute nap is what I would do. Because some days I would work super early in the morning. The next day I'm live at 1 a.m. And I was like, I just need somewhere where I can close my eyes for about 15, 20 minutes, get my energy up, and then go. So I wouldn't disturb anything, but it's not like I could lay down at my desk or anything. I didn't want to seem lazy. I always got my work done, but I was like, I just need a quick respite. So that's what I would do, sneakily.
It seems like you were being overworked. No? Like, if you have to go in the cubicles and take a 20-minute nap, it feels like you should probably be slowing down. Well, I can't sleep at my desk. What do you want me to do? I don't know. Maybe get some sleep?
I worked a lot, and my schedule was not consistent. That was the problem. It was always like, hey, Jenkins, we need you out at Wizards practice tomorrow at 8 a.m., or, hey, you're going live, you're anchoring tomorrow night at 1 a.m. It was kind of all over the place, or maybe my days would be split during the week, or it was kind of crazy. So there were times I just had to sneak one in. Chelsea, let's sneak in some bets today in Major League Baseball, where you have been absolutely fire this week. Astros at the Diamondbacks. Diamondbacks minus 135 on the money line. Astros plus 110. Total set at 8.5. JP France going for Houston. Zach Gallen going for Arizona. I will defer to you, the baseball gal. Where are you going?
Initially, you see the name Zach Gallen, and you probably think, okay, this is why the Diamondbacks are favored here. It's a team that needs to win games. But you look at his game log, he's been giving up some runs. Gave up 4 to the Giants, gave up 6 to the Mets, gave up 5 to the Orioles, and that's just in the last 5 starts. 6 to the Dodgers, too, if you go back to his 6 starts previous from this one. And I think that's the danger factor here for backing Zach Gallen, because guess who he gets? The Houston Astros, who have the best batting average as a team of any team in all of baseball over the last month. And oh, by the way, these games are especially meaningful for the Astros as well, who are fighting tooth and nail in the American League West standings, whether it's for the wild card or whether it's for that division crown. So I feel like I would take a look at some plus money here. Plus 110 on the Astros, one of the better teams in baseball. I feel like that's the play.
I think you're probably right. I lean Diamondbacks here just because I'm not sold on JP France. He's been pretty good recently, but also, sometimes numbers are misleading. He's gotten to face the Royals twice. They don't hit anything, and even then he's given up 7 runs in his last 9 1/3 innings. But I get what you're saying. At the end of the day, when you can get value in a team like Houston, hard to turn away from that. So I would lean Diamondbacks, but I'm with you on the value play with the Houston Astros, especially with them playing for something. And then again, so is Arizona as well. Going to be fascinating to see what happens here in the final week of the season. Let's go to Seattle once again. Oh, it's a Mariners game. Rangers at the Mariners. Mariners minus 125 on the money line. Rangers plus 105. Total set at 7.5, Chelsea. What's going to happen in this one?
Well, when I first looked, my impression was, okay, I'll take the better offense with the more veteran pitcher. But Nathan Eovaldi just faced the Mariners and did not do well. I believe he gave up 5 earned runs. Same goes for Brian Wu. We had this exact same matchup where both these pitchers did not fare very well. So if you think that the starting pitcher matchup is a wash, wouldn't you take the better offense here? Yeah. And Jinx, this scares me. I like 2 plays that are plus money today. And I don't want to ruin my track record. But here's the thing. Doesn't it feel like the knock on Seattle is that their offense just isn't very predictable and dependable? I feel like the Rangers are still the better offense here. Like maybe Nathan Eovaldi gives up runs again like he did last time around. And the other sabotage factor is he has not been going deep in games. But sometimes when you face the same team back to back, you don't always get the same result. Like I think I would lean towards him probably giving up some runs here. But still, I think I would trust Texas a little bit more here just because Seattle, I have questions about their offense.
I do too, but I kind of like the over here. I don't know if I'm going to play it. It's set pretty low, set at 7.5. And you mentioned Nathan Eovaldi. Here's the thing. When you immediately look at his split, you say, oh, his road split is 2.88. That's amazing. But remember, he's been injured for much of the second half of the season. He has made 1 road start since the All-Star break. That is it. And again, this is the same pitching matchup we saw 5 days ago. Rangers won 9-8. Eovaldi gave up 5 runs in 5 innings. Brian Wu was even worse. You never know what to expect when it comes to these lineups, but I like over 7.5 here.
Well, you could do the Michael Jenkins special. What's the juice on over 7?
Ooh, I need to check that out. I'm not sure. I believe 7.5 is -110. So, yeah, you could put this down to 7, hit the juice on the over. I kind of like that as well. I need to take a look at that, find out what that number is. That's probably the right play.
I think that's probably the best play here. But the sabotage factor is this is not a normal run-of-the-mill regular season game. This is a very meaningful game. And we had this conversation at the top of the show. When these games are especially meaningful, each side is going to use their best relievers, which makes me feel like, maybe that's the sabotage factor. And that's why this number is set so low. Because I had the same question about the Red Sox-Orioles game last night. Total was set really low. I think it was 7. And I thought, okay, Chris Sale just gave up a bunch of runs to the Orioles. Why is this number so low? So maybe it's because there's playoff implications. And then the other question I have is, do you put Nathan Eovaldi in the category of veteran pitchers like Justin Verlander? We had this scenario the other day, I think, where Justin Verlander has not been pitching well. But when it comes to meaningful games, it feels like he turns it on. Nathan Eovaldi's pitched in a World Series. Yeah. Do we think that is the sabotage factor for the over here?
Maybe, but I just haven't seen enough in the second half of the season to make me believe in him. If we're talking about tiers, I know we love tiers on this show, Eovaldi, you can maybe put in the second tier, but I don't put him in the same tier as Verlander. Yes, they both have that postseason experience, but as far as guys I trust, I wouldn't put him on the same level.
Yeah, even though Justin Verlander's getting old. I keep saying that, but he keeps, proving me wrong. So, maybe I'm wrong there. Would you pick a side in this game? Because, I lean towards the Rangers, but again, another plus money play. I'm not liking my reasoning today.
You can get over 7. If you shop around -136, that might be the one. Take a look at that. Coming up next year on the show. Oh, it's a Football Friday, and we're going to hand out our favorite picks of the weekend. Pick 6 coming your way in hour 2. She's Chelsea. I'm Jinx. Come on, USA. What are we doing overseas? Stay with us here on the Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
Now, from BetQL, it's time for the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins.
Dang it, he's talented. And let's be honest, I go for ambition, not luck.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Don't kill the messenger, or the messenger will kill you.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM.
Happy Football Friday here on the Daily Tip, as we will be handing out a ton of picks over the next hour of the show, starting with our favorite NFL picks in this segment. Then we go to the college ranks and give you our best plays in college football. Then at 7:40, we're talking a little Ryder Cup. We're going to talk a little golf, and it may be a little depressing because right now, Team USA getting that booty smacked by Team Europe. If Team USA continues to lose, Jenks will even want to watch this?
No, not at all. I'll just go all in on college football this weekend. Little NFL. Gonna watch Texas tomorrow, and I will check my phone. And if by some chance there is a miracle taking place, then I will say, maybe I'll jump into the Ryder Cup. But I'm not trying to spend 2 or 3 hours over the weekend watching the United States suck it up and not get close. No, I'm not doing that.
Oh, this isn't helping. Like, we're still not winning. Like, this is what you play when we're winning.
I don't know. Didn't you pick the Europeans? At the top of the show, weren't you saying, I told you so? I believe you said that.
I did, because I told you so that they were a viable opponent. Like, the odds didn't bear it out. Like, they opened 2-1. God, this music is loud. I feel like somebody's following me with a tuba. It's like you're trying to say something. Like, remember you're doing hits at, like, high school football games, and it's like the band is just marching and playing. You're like, and number 22 has 3.7 yards per carry. And somebody hits you in the face with a cymbal. Cheerleaders doing flips all over you. That's what it feels like right now for me. So, David, can we turn that music down? You getting the hit?
Jeez.
He turns it up.
Well done, Double D. Oh.
You get what I'm saying? Like,
yes.
It's hard to focus when there's just like the big band just playing. And it's like, da, 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 da. I don't know. I wasn't ready for that.
Oh, Chelsea, come on. It's a Friday morning. Maybe we'll just come up with a better song. Maybe it's the song choice. Maybe that's what it is.
No, it's not.
Just music in general?
No, it's just the big band music. You know, the fact that it's like the crashing cymbals. Did you ever have a genre of music that your parents like hated? Like whenever I played rock music that was just like constant guitars, my mom's like, get that crap off. I can't even think straight. And now I'm realizing that I am turning into my mom.
Gangster rap for sure. In the 80s when that became a thing, I mean, people forget now, but the FBI was investigating it. There were hearings in Congress about how dangerous this music was. It was a big deal. And of course, as a high school kid, what do I want to listen to? NWA, Eazy-E, the DOC, all these old school rap groups. And of course, I understand how I sound like the whitest guy on the planet talking about this, but that's what you do in high school, right? You're hearing this for the first time. You're like, oh my God, what is this? It's so controversial. It's salacious. And you're like, I want to listen to this. That's what high school kids do. So of course, when that was becoming a thing, my parents were not thrilled about that. Ice-T, another guy. I know you see him on Car Shield now. And you're like, you mean the nice guy that wants to make sure that my car is taken care of? He's solving crimes on Law and Order SVU. Yes, but at one time, he was releasing songs like Cop Killer. So just a different time, people evolve. But yeah, at that time, my parents were, and I'm from a small town in Texas, like Bible Belt. So there was talk of whether MTV should be banned in my town because of the images on the screen. I know I'm really dating myself here, but yeah, my parents had a real issue with that.
It's wild how that long ago, or it's not even that long ago, and things were so different. Like, I went to a Christian school through elementary, And I remember they didn't even have school dances because they thought it was like anti-religious.
Oh, yeah.
And I would watch the movie Footloose and I'm like, God, that would never happen. Like, this is so old school when literally the school I was going to did not allow dancing.
Yeah.
So we've come a long way. Now you see like moms in crop tops and like nobody cares if you're even wearing any clothes. I go to the gym, everybody's just in sports bras and I'm like, you're sweating all over the equipment. Like, can you wipe that down, please? Anyways, rant over. It's time to talk a little football because nobody wants to hear me nagging everybody every second of this show. So let's do it. Let's do a little pick six.
Pick six.
All right, Jenks. I gave you grief for this one because you are going to London for your first pick.
When you think of the National Football League, there are two teams that immediately come to mind. Falcons and the Jags, of course, playing overseas, where in 2023 the Europeans beat the United States golf team to a pulp in the Ryder Cup. So disappointing. Guys, I'm not going to watch this game. It's early in London on Sunday. Yeah, Jags -3 is the call. It's time to buy low on the Jags. Aren't the Jags, let's forget about intense handicapping for a second. Aren't the Jags 3 points better than the Falcons? Do I sound like a Jag here? Do I sound like some casual bettor who is not doing his proper research? The thing about the Falcons is this. Double D is a Falcons fan, and he hates Desmond Ridder. So I need the Falcons to lose for Double D so they can get a better quarterback in the draft. I love my guy Bijan, but the Falcons are so one-dimensional. They focus on the run. You shut down the run, they can't pass. I don't know what it is about London, but you can look it up. They love the Jags. This will be a home field advantage for the Jaguars, as crazy as that sounds. The Jags have won 3 straight in London. This is their lane. Jags -3 hosting the Falcons.
Hope you're ready to set your alarm for the early game. But you're absolutely right. It feels like whenever there's an NFL game overseas, Roger Goodell's like, hey, Jacksonville, this is you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
right.
You're up, buddy. Because they're always over there. It feels like it's their second home. All right, so if you want to watch that one, an early start on Sunday with a kickoff at 9:30 a.m. Eastern from London.
Pick six. Pick six.
All right, it's time to get a divisional dog barking on the board here for us. Let's go Ravens +3 at the Browns. This is the spot where the Ravens really thrive. I was waiting for this line to go up to 3. It did, so now I'm going to take it. Since 2018, Baltimore, a blistering 18-5 against the spread as underdogs, and they've already won a game in this exact scenario. 3-point dogs in a divisional contest beat the Bengals outright, 27-24. Also, this is a low total game. My first instinct was to play the under, but this one's dropped 3 points to around 40.5. So if points are already at a premium, I will take the field goal with the Ravens, who appear to be at least a little healthier for this matchup. Last game, they had 5 starters out, but I believe they get 4 starters back at practice this week, including 2 major pieces on that offensive line. Ronnie Stanley, one of the best pass protectors in the entire game of football, and their center returns for this one. And then finally, I feel like we are not going to see this again. Justin Tucker missing a field goal last game, it ain't happening again. I think it is an extremely good asset when you have a great field goal kicker in a field goal spread game. So I'll take the Ravens getting the 3 against the Browns.
Oh, I like that quite a bit. I will look at the under as well in that game. But Chelsea, good luck to you. It is a 1 o'clock Eastern kickoff in Cleveland on Sunday.
Pick six. Pick six.
Turn that up, Double D. Yeah, it gets me in the mood for NFL football. On a cold Sunday in Buffalo, Bills fans Jimmy Watson and Elaine Barton had been dating for 3.5 years and decided to continue consummating their relationship in a porta potty outside of Highmark Stadium. Oh, I'm going Bills -2.5 against the Dolphins. Oh, I hear you. Ooh, Miami scored 70 last week. It's not a one-week season, guys. Bills' defense is no joke. Yeah, the Dolphins' offense is great. They beat up on the Broncos. Who cares? Miami is currently the it team in the NFL. Look at this line. Isn't Vegas begging you, pleading you, please, please bet on the Dolphins, please? This is a game the Bills will win. You're getting the spread below the key number of 3, which I absolutely love. Classic pros versus Joes game, Chelsea. At least for 1 week, I'm trying to be a pro. The Dolphins are the talk of the NFL. They won't be after this weekend. Bills -2.5 in Buffalo.
It feels like there's always this play on the board where it feels like it is a very obvious play on the underdog, but usually, over my course of time doing this, it feels like when you see a fishy line, you need to be aware of it. And even if you're not playing this one, I'm not sure if I'd play the Dolphins. Like, it looks too easy. And usually, if it's too easy, it usually is. So let's, if you want to watch that one, 1 p.m. start on Sunday between Miami and Buffalo.
Pick six. Pick six.
Pick six.
Pick six. All right, next up for me, I'm going to address a game that is a matchup that sends my stomach into knots. Certain teams just have that mental effect on you. And I think this is the case when the Titans are squaring off with Cincinnati in Nashville this weekend. Did you know that Ryan Tannehill had to go to therapy after losing to the Bengals in the AFC divisional round of the playoffs when he threw 3 interceptions and cost the Titans the game? Yeah, he did. Do you think he's looking forward to this game? No. I feel like this game provides a big mental challenge for a Titans team that's already struggling bad on the offensive line. They're paying Andre Dillard a ton of money to be blocking on the offensive line, but instead they're having to recruit tight ends to help him block. He was an absolute turnstile last week against Myles Garrett. But the other issue is the Titans have been giving up the most passing yards to any opposing quarterback of any team in the NFL. Last year, gave up the most passing yards per game of any team. I don't think that's going to go well against Joe Burrow. Even if he's hurt, this is not a great matchup for the Titans. I'll go Bengals -2.5.
Chelsea, I'm sorry that you're picking against your team. I still hope they win. Cincy and Tennessee get after it. 1 o'clock Eastern on Sunday in Nashville.
Pick six. Pick six.
Guys, Bucks +3.5 at the Saints. I can't believe I'm betting on Tampa Bay, but here we are. Saints will be without Derek Carr week to week with that AC shoulder sprain. Your guy, Chelsea, Jameis Winston at quarterback for New Orleans, and I don't trust him. Now, the sabotage factor is Jameis won't be in Florida, which means he can focus and not steal seafood from Publix. He will be in New Orleans. That's where he needs to be. But this Saints offense is not good enough with Jameis to be favored by this many points. Total set at 40.5. Low total. Close game. Even though I cannot stand Baker Mayfield because he went to that terrible school in Norman, Oklahoma, I will happily take more than a field goal with the surprising Bucks. Tampa Bay +3.5 against the Saints.
Yeah, divisional dogs, always a good look, especially if the spread is more than a field goal. If you want to watch it, it's a 1 Eastern kickoff on Sunday in the Big Easy.
Pick six. Pick six.
All right, let's talk about the game between 2 of the worst teams in football. The 0-3 Broncos match up with the 0-3 Bears. And so the question is, which bad team is worse? Well, the answer, my friends, it's always the Bears. The Bears are the worst team. Yes, the Broncos just gave up 70 to the Dolphins, but this is the exact opposite matchup. The Dolphins, the #1 offense in the NFL by far. Bears bottom 5, and some of their stats actually padded by some garbage time touchdowns. So yes, the Broncos are 0-3, but 2 of those losses were by 2 points and 1 point. Maybe they're not quite as bad as some of these metrics and some of these narratives are pointing. So you look at the Bears, they've lost every single game by at least 10 points. I'll take the Broncos on the road here, -3.5, but I don't feel great about it, Jenks.
Well, you are a braver person than I am. I mean, I like the pick. I definitely think it's the right side, and you make a great case for it. It's just, for me, dog, I'm trying to stay away from the Bears at all costs. I have no idea what to expect. Broncos too.
What do you mean?
I'm just saying, like, anything.
Gotcha.
Like, I don't know what to expect of this team. When you're talking about 2 0-3 teams, like, I think the Broncos are the right side, but anything involving the Bears, especially it's over the key number, I don't know. These are some bad football teams. You are very gutsy. I think it's the right side, though, because the Broncos, certainly on paper, have to be the better team, right?
I just feel like the overreaction is going to be pretty bad for a team that just gave up 70. Like, wouldn't everybody and their mom say, okay, you got to fade that team? Same with playing the Dolphins this week. Do you know how many people are going to be taking the Dolphins? Just
Everyone.
saying, this is the team that scored 70 points. And you know what? Maybe they still win, but seems very trappy. Vegas usually knows, and so I'm going to bank on that. So I'm with you on the Bills. Up next here on the Daily Tip, it's time to give out our college picks. Which teams caught our eyes? That's next. The Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
Normally, we are in great moods on Fridays because it's a Friday, and we got all our football picks. In a couple of minutes, we'll give you our college football plays for the weekend, I should say. But it feels a little grimmer on this Friday morning because the U.S. is getting spanked by Team Europe in the Ryder Cup.
True.
Jenks, I just saw this tweet that said, who had the worst start, the Americans in the Ryder Cup or TCU in the national championship?
Oh.
That feels mean.
Good. I don't like TCU. Good. Glad to see it. Well, TCU made me happy. This does not make me happy. So, I don't know. I think it's this. You're just representing, if you're TCU, you're just representing TCU. You don't have the weight of a country on your shoulders. You don't have the entire country watching. I mean, maybe you do if you're a college football fan, but you know what I'm saying? This is America. The United States versus Europe. So I would say, considering the gravity of what the Americans are supposed to represent here, which is golf in the United States, I mean, especially when you look at the odds. If you want to look at it from an odds perspective, we knew TCU was going to lose, right? They were what? 2 touchdown underdogs. Weren't the Americans a favorites going into this?
Yes. They've been favorites the entire time. And I think it just makes it worse because this is a rivalry matchup, you know, Team USA, Team Europe. And you always want the rivalry games to be close. Like, aren't rivalries so much better when it's evenly matched? Like, nobody wants to see an Iron Bowl where Alabama's up 69-0 over Auburn.
Nice.
Or, you know, you guys have, isn't Oklahoma your biggest rival?
Yes. I hate those inbreds.
Yeah, that's coming up soon.
Yeah, it is next week. I'm worried about this being a letdown spot for Texas. I will not talk college football. Well, we're all talking college football in this segment, so
you gotta.
Yeah. Jalen Daniels scares me. This is a classic look-ahead spot for Texas. So I'm very worried. Next week it is Oklahoma, potentially 5-0 versus 5-0. Huge game. I don't need the horns looking ahead. This has been the best, most enjoyable season I have had in I don't know how long. Do you know how many times I've watched Texas versus Alabama highlights every week? Multiple times. It's been awesome. It's been a great run. I don't want it to end. And I'm thinking about not cutting my hair until Texas loses.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that might be a thing.
Sounds dangerous.
It'll be worth it. Look, what else am I going to do? I got nothing else to do. I don't have kids. It's the fall. It's getting cooler outside. I got nothing going on.
Hold on. What if they run the table?
Then let's go.
But then you can't cut it all next summer because you're not going to cut it till they lose again.
Okay, I can cut it at the end of the season.
All right.
That's true. Otherwise, I'm looking like Joe Dirt on the show. And then I get a call, and it's like, hey, Jenks, this has been a nice bit, but it's time for you to get a haircut.
You're going to look like Aaron Rodgers when he was in Green Bay, and he looked like Nicolas Cage. Like, God.
I was told that when I was at NBC one time. I let my hair grow out a little bit. And it wasn't that long, but my hair can get super poofy pretty easily. And I remember my boss called me. This is such an old school broadcasting thing to say. And the thing is that this was for a pilot. This was not even on air. And my boss called me and was like, hey, don't shoot the messenger here, but when you taped the pilot the other day, it was actually for a gambling show, and you were standing in front of the monitor. Just the higher ups at NBC, one of them did mention Michael needs a haircut. I was like, oh, okay, I'll get a haircut. So that happens. But it's different radio. It's a different time too. But I'm very seriously thinking no cut until Texas loses. Let's keep it going, and then if they run the table, which I don't think is going to happen, possibility, then I'll cut it at the end of the year.
Well, I'll root for that because if you look worse, maybe I'll look better. I'll root for that.
I mean, you already look better. I mean, you'll look a lot better because when I come in here with this mangy head of hair, it's not going to be great. Also, in the morning, it takes a long time to style my hair. In the morning, I just have to throw it back because I don't have time to style it. I got to get here in studio. It's going to be pretty gross, I got to tell you.
All right. Well, maybe we'll see. But Texas does have a tricky one this week as we get into our picks for this weekend slate in college football.
Pick six. Pick six.
Who is this? Is this Oregon State? Oh, Double D. Here's the thing. I did like Oregon State -3, and I was going to lay the juice, but I took a second look because I put in the research on this show, unless it's the Jags game. And I like the under, 45. I'm playing it up, laying the juice -121. If you don't like it, you know what? Just like the Swifties, I don't care. Look, the Utes are not going to be able to move the ball here because once again, you keep hearing, oh, is Cam Rising going to play? Cam Rising going to play? Cam Rising is working out with the team. He will not play. It is Nate Johnson, and Nate Johnson is a significant step down from Cam Rising. That Utah defense is no joke. They are very, very good. So they should be able to slow down Oregon State and DJ Uiagalelei. Big name, can throw the ball, but Oregon State actually likes to run the football, and that's what the Utes want to do because they don't want Nate Johnson taking too many chances. I'm going under 45 in Corvallis, -121. This game is tonight. I think it's the right side. Under 45, Utah and Oregon State.
Yeah, it's going to be a squad play. Plus, there is rain in the forecast tonight in Corvallis. Both of these teams want to do the same thing. Like you said, two teams with similar profiles. You look at Utah, they have been incredible against the run, top 5 against the run of any defense in college football, and also a top 5 defense on third downs. So it feels like yards and first downs will be hard to come by against this vaunted Utah defense. That defensive line had 7 sacks against UCLA last week. Utah started the season 4-0, which also there is a fishy line alert in this one. Anytime you see a team that is ranked higher but is the underdog, a little flag should go off in your head because Utah 4-0, ranked 10th, but yet they're underdogs to 19th ranked Oregon State. So that's why I'm looking at the under here. I feel like the line's a little fishy. But on the offensive side of the ball, Utah kind of has struggled as well. You mentioned the absence of Cam Rising. Well, even against a bad Baylor team, only scored 20 points. Against Weber State, only 31. So it just feels like this is a game that's going to be low scoring, a lot of running the football. So we'll hit the under 45 with you and play that alternate total. If you do want to watch this game, it's tonight in Corvallis with a kickoff set for 9 Eastern.
Pick six. Pick six.
Let me settle in here. This is for you, Double D, you big old bear. Oh, I like Penn State -27 at Northwestern. Guys, Northwestern is terrible. They are such a bad football team. Nittany Lions might be in a letdown spot. Is it really a letdown spot when you host Iowa and you're favored by 14 and you blank them? The last time we saw Northwestern face a ranked opponent, they went on the road to Duke, lost by 24. Penn State is at a different level. The Nittany Lions were able to do whatever they want on offense. The trends bear that out. Also, in their last 11 games overall, Penn State is 10-0-1 against the number. Also, I don't know if this was a joke, it probably was. It was James Franklin is not playing any music at practice this week to get Penn State ready for the crowd in Evanston because it's going to be so quiet. There is no home field advantage for this bad Northwestern squad. This feels like a 42-7 game. It could get ugly, and Penn State needs the style points. Nittany Lions -27 at Northwestern. Lock it in.
Yeah, James Franklin does two things extremely well. He recruits and he covers numbers. You mentioned it, 10-0-1 against the spread in their last 11 games. My goodness, is Penn State a betting wagon? I feel like this is the case again. Usually a solid angle in college football is fading the worst teams in college football. I think that's the case here with Northwestern. And especially when you have a Penn State team that just beat Iowa 31-0. The defense is good too. Do you really see Northwestern putting up some points here? I certainly don't. So I'm with you on Penn State here, laying the big number. I don't think it matters, especially when you have a dynamic offense like Penn State does. That's what you need when you need a team to cover a big number. Drew Deal, And Double D has been singing his praises all season long. So I'm with you on Penn State. Let's take them minus 27 over Northwestern. If you want to watch the predicted beatdown, noon start Saturday between the Wildcats and the Nittany Lions.
Pick six.
Oh, what is this crappy song? Let's listen to this nonsense. We are a basketball school. We shouldn't play football. We play good basketball. We don't play. All right. Here's the thing. Texas laying 17 against Kansas. Guys, no. Call me a homer. I have called Texas. I've laid the points. I played against Texas over the past couple weeks. So let's make it 3 straight, betting either for or against the spread when it comes to the Horns. This is a classic look-ahead spot for Texas, right? They're coming off Big 12 conference play opener against Baylor, smash that terrible Bears team. Now they get Oklahoma next week. We're potentially talking about a top 10 matchup between 2 5-0 teams, and Kansas is coming to Austin. Kansas can play. Jalen Daniels is a very good quarterback. There's a reason why Kansas is ranked in the top 25. They're undefeated. So the Longhorns are a very good football team. I watched a lot of Texas football. They are legit. Are they 17 points better than Kansas? Well, they might be, Double D, if you fire that up. I'll tell you what, I might switch it up. Bevo's got something on the grill. What is that? Is it Jayhawk? That's my favorite bird to eat. Jayhawk, dove, and duck. Those are my top 3 birds. Jayhawk is at the top of the list. You know what? Forget about it. Lay it with Texas. We're going into the Red River Shootout undefeated. I like the Jayhawks plus points. I like Jayhawks.
I was going to say, Jenks, be strong, brother. I know the fight song is that intoxicating siren that, makes you do things that maybe you shouldn't. But yes, I do think Kansas is the right side in this one, especially when you're getting all those points and you have that big rivalry matchup looming next weekend. If you want to watch it, Texas and Kansas lock horns in Austin, 3:30 Eastern on Saturday, excuse me.
Pick six.
All right, so we were just talking about the necessities for covering a big number and a big spread. You need a great offense. I think that's certainly the case when you look at Washington. The number 7 Huskies laying 20 points on the road at Arizona. Yes, it is a laughable line, but it still feels like you're kind of getting a bargain on this team that's one of the best offenses in all of football. Don't we feel like this line would be higher if it was like USC? But guess who is neck and neck with Caleb Williams in the Heisman odds? That is Michael Penix Jr. This guy has been unstoppable so far this season on the offensive side of the ball. 16 touchdowns, only 2 interceptions, and averaging 409 yards per game. Washington 3-1 against the spread this year and 3-0 against the spread when laying a number less than 30. I feel like this is going to be a beatdown, and also Arizona's had some turnover problems with their quarterback in 2 games versus Power 5 schools, combined 3 touchdowns to 4 interceptions. I think Washington is going to have their way with Arizona. So let's continue the Heisman campaign for Michael Penix Jr. Let's lay -20 with Washington at Arizona.
Oh, man. I love this pick. I don't know if I'll play it, but I'm going to be on all of these. When you talk about your secret picks, then secret picks. Yeah, I'm on Washington too. I love Washington. Washington scares the bejesus out of me. They look awesome this season. They have been rolling everyone. Arizona's not a good team. Chelsea, this is a great pick. I love our college football picks this week.
I get a little nervous when I'm laying some big numbers. Like, do you ever look down at the card and you're like, oh, God, I'm taking 2 huge favorites. Could I be any more of a square here?
Sometimes the square side's the right side. You know what I mean?
I feel like you can only lay big numbers with teams if they have a really high-powered offense. Like, that's why I won't talk anybody off of laying big numbers with teams like USC, even Oregon. Like, I think there were some questions regarding that big spread against Colorado, but Bo Nix and that offense, man, are they good. So I just feel like that is the only case that you can actually make a case for laying a big spread in college football. But, like, look at Texas.
Yeah.
I don't know. Guess
Well,
it's situational.
It is situational, and sometimes, whether it's a trend or not, the eye test will tell the story. And when you look at Washington, I think the eye test tells you the story, which is until a team is able to slow them down, just keep riding that train.
Yeah, I think that's the case as well. And hopefully it is, because my money will be on the Huskies this weekend in college football. All right, we've got to address the elephant overseas, the Ryder Cup. Feels like Team USA is already in a huge hole. Can they crawl out of it for an epic comeback overseas? We'll talk golf next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
Good morning. It feels like an all sports kind of week. We know we are knee deep in football season, but also we've had some huge news in the NBA with Damian Lillard going to the Milwaukee Bucks. And also we've got some big golf stuff going on as we have the Ryder Cup currently taking place overseas in Rome. But the bad news is Team USA is currently getting skunked. This started earlier. I guess it would be during the nighttime for us. Obviously, it's overseas. The timing is a little different. But what happened was the first session did not go well for the Americans. We got swept. So now it's on to the afternoon four balls, which Team Europe has a 4-0 match lead. It's kind of confusing with some of these points, but what needs to happen is the Team Europe still needs 14.5 points to win. So it's not over yet. It just hasn't been the best start for Team USA. But, you know, we've seen big comebacks before. Jenks, are you still holding out hope that Team USA can put things together in the afternoon session?
No, I'm not, Chelsea.
Oh.
It's over. It's over.
Where's your American spirit, Jenks?
I have American spirit. There should be a bald eagle perched right here on my shoulder with God Bless the USA playing in the background. America the Beautiful. Someone reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I don't care. I'm an American. But right now, we are sucking it up in a big way. Listen, the Americans have not won overseas in, 30 years? Since like 1993 when Raymond Floyd was on the team. I bet you don't even know who Raymond Floyd is, which is not a knock against your sports knowledge. I'm just saying it was so long ago. Right now, the Europeans are minus 450 to win the Ryder Cup. Double D, this is starting to get on my nerves.
It's just hard to have patriotism right now when we're getting swept.
Yeah.
We don't have a single point in the Ryder Cup right now. But, you know, maybe we can sweep the afternoon session. As of now, we have 4 matches going on in the 4-ball session. Right now, 3 of those are tied. Like, obviously, it's very early on. I don't think Rory McIlroy, Matt Fitzpatrick, Morikawa, and Xander Schauffele. It's only through 1. So, we've got a ways to go. But, it's not over yet. I would imagine if you look at the odds, Team Europe is huge favorites right now. But, there's been big comebacks before, right? Think of the American, the Revolutionary War? I felt like we were behind in that one, too, right? Let's test our historical knowledge.
Oh, I'm terrible.
One would think that the Americans were big underdogs there, too, right?
Yes. But also, how long ago was that? How many hundreds of years ago was that? A long time.
1700s?
Yes.
I don't know the year.
I'm terrible. I'd be like 1982. I remember when it happened. It was crazy. Wow, what a time that was. I was just a kid. This is the first time ever, Chelsea, the first time ever Team Europe has had a first session sweep in the Ryder Cup. So if you're looking at history, the Europeans made history here by doing something that has never been done. I mean, I hope we rally. Don't get me wrong. I'll fire up the Americans. I want us to win. But do I think we're going to win? No. And when we talked to Cam Rogers yesterday, he made a very good point. Listen, it's very difficult to win on foreign soil because this is an environment unlike anything in golf, which is part of the appeal. But man, we're sucking right now.
Well, if you look at the odds, the sports books, they agree. Team Europe minus 450 to win the Ryder Cup. Team USA plus 450. Or if you want to take the draw, it's 14 2-1. But let's just think of this. Take the Americans out of it. Take Team Europe out of it. Do you see any value in taking Team USA right now? Like I said, it's not over. Team Europe still needs to score 14 points. And there's still plenty of matchups to be had. And Team USA still has some very good golfers. It's not eliciting much faith from me in Team USA because some of these shots have not been great either. Like I'm scrolling through some of the highlights or lowlights, I should say.
Yeah.
A lot of bad shots from the Americans in the opening round. Like maybe things get better, but like I'm not going to take Team Europe minus 450. Like the value has been all gone. And like I was the one person on the show, saying, okay, Europe at underdog odds. Like it feels like that's the play. But now the tables have turned. Can you make a case at this price, which is the biggest point here, for Team USA at plus 450?
No. I want to. All right, let me
no hope.
Let me change my mindset here. Yes, we can do this. Remember the War of 1812? Do you know what I know about this war? Whatever Matt just typed in the chat, that's what I know about this war. The English, they burned down D.C. We still came back to win it. We did that. If we did that in an actual war, we could do this overseas in a war on the course. Course. We are the United States of America, men. When you put on the red, white, and blue, these colors don't run. You ever heard that? They don't. And we don't run from being down to a bunch of punk Europeans that think they've got us in a corner because they're playing in Rome. Who cares? Guys, you've got the talent. You were the favorites going in. Let's make a comeback for the ages, okay? Let's make a comeback where when historians talk about great wars won by the Americans, they say, War of 1812, the 2023 Ryder Cup, when we came from behind and smashed those Europeans, including John Rahm and his sweaty bare back, which I'm tired of looking at on the big screen here in this studio. This is a 4K TV, and it's a little gross. So put on some Lee Greenwood, let loose the bald eagles, swoop on down, perch and watch history being made in Roma, where the United States of America, thanks to me personally and the will of all great Americans, which is all of us, make a comeback for the ages. God bless America, and let's go.
Jenks, we have an update. Team Europe just took the lead on 2 holes.
Shoot.
So
the
have
good news is,
Robert.
The good news is we haven't led a single match the entire day.
Oh.
Zero.
We have never had a lead in any of the 8 matches that have been contested so far.
God,
Not
what are we supposed to be rooting for? Like right now, I'm trying to find something to hang my hat on and say, well, at least we have this going for us. But you're right. We have led 0 matches. And that's still the case because I was mentioning these 2 matchups that now Team Europe is 1 up on. Robert McIntyre, Justin Rose, 1 up on Max Homa and Will Clark. And also Rory and Matt Fitzpatrick, now 1 up on Colin Morikawa and Xander Schauffele. But those are still very early on. This is through 2 and 3 holes. So like Jenks, we know better than this. We know better than in betting to celebrate a win or lament a loss before the game is over. Like, we know better than this. So, like, I'm not ready to call it.
I am. Well, no, after my speech, I guess I have to be on your side
This is
here.
a roller coaster.
Well, listen, I gave this grandiose speech hoping it might inspire the Americans from here in the nation's capital. And what happened? Bill immediately gave an update, and rightfully so, saying they're not responding. So, listen, you know, when you've been supporting a team for a long time, supporting a country for a long time, even if you've had success, sometimes a voice just doesn't resonate. That's why a new head coach has to be brought in. So, Chelsea, maybe what I need to do is a new motivational speaker needs to be brought in. So maybe I need to pass the baton to you, and then you can motivate these guys, because I have tried and it's not working.
I'm not here to motivate anybody. I feel like I've made that very clear during my tenure on this show. I am the negative voice that, counters your very positive one. But just from a logic standpoint, we see this all the time in sports where people leave the premises. They say, oh, this game's over. Remember in the NBA Finals when the Miami Heat were down? I forget what even the series lead was. But all of those fans left at halftime. And they missed one of the greatest shots in NBA history when I believe it was Ray Allen that made a corner three that was one of the best plays that I have seen. And if they would have just held some faith in the Miami Heat, they could have witnessed it. But instead, they decided to hit the clubs early. So, Jenks, here is my call to action for you.
Oh.
Do not leave early. Stay till the end. You might see something great. Because we do have some other formats left. I think this is interesting, but also a little confusing because there are so many different formats that are in the Ryder Cup. So Saturday morning, it's going to be foursomes. Saturday afternoon, it's going to go back to 4-ball. And then if it comes down to it, we have Sunday singles. But right now, it feels like we won't even have to bother watching on Sunday. Maybe that's the silver lining. It's all right, well, the Ryder Cup's not going to be competing with football. Guess we can just
take that's
our balls
something.
And go home.
Well, then what do? We focus on another American pastime, which is college football and the NFL. I'm watching Jordan Spieth live, and he has missed the green. Looks like the Europeans are on the green, and this ball is rolling right back into the fairway. Every time I look at the TV, it's another gut punch, Chelsea. I was so fired up for a while. I felt like I gave my best effort there, and then the wind sucked right out of me. Man, this is a depressing segment, got to tell you.
Isn't that the worst feeling is when you have a bet on something, you go in the other room and you come back and the other team's scoring a touchdown? That happened to me with the Titans game. I was trying to fold laundry, and every single time I would walk back in the frame, it's and it's a 67-yard touchdown reception. It's oh my God, I'm going to break this TV.
Well, I don't blame you. I'm about to break. If this TV were mine, I might break it, but this belongs to the company, and then Raj would have to fix it. We can't have that.
He'd have to get to soldering and fixing it.
He's done a lot of soldering.
He loves soldering.
He does. He does.
All right, maybe things will go better for us here at the Daily Tip when we bring on AJ Przinsky to talk divisional races in Major League Baseball that are coming down to the wire next on the Daily Tip after the break.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
Now, from BetQL, it's time for the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins.
Dang it, he's talented. And let's be honest, I go for ambition, not luck.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Don't kill the messenger, or the messenger will kill you.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM.
Here we go. It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM on a Friday. Great to have you along with us. Coming up in the next hour, we preview the final week of the regular season to Major League Baseball by bringing in our guy, AJ Przinsky from Foul Territory TV. At 8:20, you got to stick around for Bobby Stanley Jr., known as Prop Holiday. He will hand out his favorite prop bets on this Football Friday. And if you want to feel like the smartest person in the room, I urge you to stick around, because at 8:45, the Doctor will appear and give us his favorite plays of the weekend. Chelsea, did you see, before we get to AJ, this call from Angel Hernandez last night against Bryce Harper? Oh, my God. Bryce Harper lost his mind. And you know what? As well he should have. Check swing, I mean, barely a check swing. Of course, Angel Hernandez calls him out. Bryce loses it, then tosses his helmet into the stands. Fortunately, some 10-year-old Phillies fan ended up with it. But I hate these umpires. I mean, it's always the same two guys, Angel Hernandez and then Joe West. Angel Hernandez, Joe West. But Angel Hernandez now, I hate these guys that are insistent upon drawing attention to themselves and who make terrible calls. Even after the game, Bryce was like, you're going to get this every few games with this guy. He's going to make a terrible call, draw attention to himself. It just drives me nuts. And this in particular is a really bad call.
I just feel like if you are not doing well at your job, it should be similar to playing in the big leagues, that you should get demoted. And it feels kind of harsh. And I'll say this, like, umpires are humans too. They're going to make mistakes just like the players. I have learned that lesson the hard way. Jenks, I've told you the story about how I was complaining about the umpire, and then the umpire's wife was sitting right in front of me, and she turned around and chewed me out and said, he's got a 98 score. I was like, well, clearly he missed that one. That's the 2 points that he missed. So I get it. They're humans. It's tough to get every single call right, but it's just another point in the favor towards robo-umps, in the automated strike zone.
I guess you're right. He has 2010 vision. Wow, not today, ma'am. Not today. Let's bring in AJ Przinsky and get his take. You know him as host on Foul Territory TV, two-time All-Star World Series champion with the Chicago White Sox. AJ, good morning to you. Thanks for being with us. Am I being too harsh on Angel Hernandez, or am I sort of just preaching to the choir here?
You are not being hard enough on Angel Hernandez at this point. That call last night, I mean, here's the thing, Bryce. The swing or not, that's not really the point. It's just more the reaction afterwards and how this continues to happen. Kind of, you said Joe West. Well, Joe West is retired, so we don't have to worry about him anymore. There's a couple other guys that constantly do these things, and those are the ones you're just like, what is happening? And as soon as you see him, listen, every time you went into a series as a player and you saw Angel Hernandez or some other guys, you were like, oh gosh, something is going to in this series. And we know someone's getting ejected, whether it's a manager, whether it's a player. It was automatic. And if you look at it, that's the way it still is. And I feel bad. Listen, I don't feel bad for Bryce. Bryce makes so much money. But I love the fact that he threw his helmet into the stands and a kid caught it and then he signed the helmet. He put on a great show, but it shouldn't be about that. It should be about Bryce being on the field and being able to showcase what he does, which is play baseball really well. But, man, there's a point where I wonder if, and I'm going to say this, I don't think I'd be in trouble with this, but, if players all banded together and they said, okay, so-and-so did enough bad calls, right? And we know they're bad, but we're just not going to pay the fines for them ejecting us. But in Major League Baseball, do something. We're not fine. Every player was like, okay, it's Angel Hernandez because he's the example from last night. The call was wrong. We knew it was wrong. It was a bad check swing strike call. Every player that gets ejected from Angel Hernandez is like, no, I'm not playing the fine until you guys do something about this. Maybe MLB would do something. I don't know about sending them down to the minor leagues, but I don't know. Make them more. Players are accountable. Managers are accountable. We lose our jobs. We get sent down. We lose our contracts, whatever it is. umpires are there for life, and that's one of the things that's worrisome is that these guys get there, and once they're there, they have all the power and can stay there forever.
Right. And what stinks the most is that it's taking away from other great storylines in baseball. There are so many exciting things happening where you don't want this to be the headline. So last night we saw the Orioles clinching the AL East. It feels like a team that's been undervalued all season long, but there is a difference between winning games in the regular season and having the veteran postseason experience that can really help you in the postseason. Like, it feels like that is the biggest, I wouldn't say problem, but maybe hole in the Orioles this postseason. Do you think this Orioles team is still good enough to make some waves in the postseason despite having all of these young players?
Yes, absolutely, they're good enough. They're good enough to win the American League, that's for sure. I think the American League is wide open, as wide open as it's ever been. There's no Yankees, there's no Red Sox down because their starting pitching is so beat up. The Astros aren't what the Astros used to be because Framber has been Framber. I think this is wide open, and I think if the Orioles, well, they're in, but if they can just get through the first series, I think they can not only get to the World Series but win it.
We're talking with AJ Przinsky, host on Foul Territory TV, two-time All-Star and World Series champion with the Chicago White Sox. AJ, I wanted to ask you about the American League wildcard race and the AL West. I mean, one of these very good teams is going to get left out. Who do you think? I mean, who knows at this point? It's going to go down to the very end, but which team do you think might be on the outside looking in?
Wait, can you repeat that? I'm sorry, you guys cut out. I'm outside and I'm at my son's tournament, so I'm outside. It cut off. I heard AL West and who's getting in.
We're right there at the end when you're talking about the American League playoff race, and you got the Rangers, Astros, Mariners, all right there. Which team do you think maybe ends up on the outside looking in because you've got some really good teams competing for that final wild card spot?
Well, did you guys see the Mariners game last night? I know you guys were up early, but did you see the end of the Mariners game last night?
Yeah.
Oh, J.P. Crawford, stud, right?
Unreal.
I mean, imagine that. Your season's on the line, and what do? You hit a ball with 2 outs after having the bases loaded, no outs. You get that hit to win the game. Then you sign the camera. That was unbelievable, right? So, sadly, though, I still think the Mariners are going to get out because the Astros, okay, they're going to play the Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks are going to clinch their spot. Either the Cubs loss or them winning one game. And the Mariners still have 3 games with the Rangers, and the Rangers are still fighting for the division. So, I just think the Mariners are going to come up short, and why? They just got off to such a terrible start. They just didn't swing the bats, and it's a shame because I think if the Mariners get in, they can do damage with Gilbert and Luis Castillo and Miller and just Kirby. I mean, that is a good pitching rotation and a great bullpen. So it's a shame, but I think they're going to come up short because they didn't get off to a good enough start. They always say you can't win or lose a playoff spot in April. Or you can't win a playoff spot in April, but you sure can lose it. And the Mariners are looking like they might have lost it then.
Yeah, I don't think anybody is rooting for the Astros except for Astros fans because it just feels like they're always in it. Like, I'm ready for something new. I'm ready to root for the Mariners, and especially the way that the Mariners lost to the Astros last season in the postseason, where it was Yordan Alvarez hitting that home run at the last minute. I think it was the 9th inning that sent the Mariners packing. But the other discussion that I'm seeing lately is people trying to throw out some hot takes on the National League MVP. I feel like there is no case to be made for anybody besides Ronald Acuna Jr. The season he is having is historic, and that is not an opinion. That is a fact. Do you think there's a case for Mookie Betts there to steal the MVP away from Ronald Acuna Jr.?
There's a case. Listen, I was fortunate enough to play with Mookie Betts in Boston when he first got called up. And he's an unbelievable player, an unbelievable person, right? I was also fortunate enough to be around Ronald Acuna when he was just a young pup when I was with the Braves. And he was like a 17-year-old minor league guy that just came over. And you're like, who the hell is this kid? And listen, 40-70 has never been done. It's kind of like last year with Ohtani. Ohtani was going to win the MVP every year until somebody has a historic year. What did Aaron Judge do last year? He went out and hit 62 home runs, had a historic year, won the MVP. In any other year, Mookie Betts is the MVP going away. But because Ronald Acuna is 40-70 and it's never been done, he's on the best team in baseball. He hits leadoff. He plays an unbelievable Gold Glove right field. He's the MVP. Sorry, Mookie, I love you. You've had an unbelievable season, but guess what? You're going to finish second this year, and it's a shame because, in any other year, you'd have another trophy on your case.
AJ, when you look at the National League, what team has the best chance to maybe upend the Braves because they just look so dominant right now? Maybe it's easy to say the Dodgers, but the Phillies are kind of on the same path they were last year where they're getting hot at the right time. Who do you think maybe matches up best against Atlanta?
Well, Atlanta's starting pitching so beat up. If they don't get Fried back, it opens it up even more. But for me, it's Philadelphia. They're not afraid of the Dodgers. They're not afraid of the Braves. They took them out last year, right? They took the Braves out and went on to the World Series. So for me, with Nola and Wheeler finding it right now, Ranger Suarez, if he's their third guy, that lineup, having to go to Citizens Bank Park and play games, I think Philly is the most dangerous team, not named Dodgers or Braves. And I think the Brewers aren't that far behind because of their starting pitching and because of the way they catch the ball in the back end of their bullpen. But if I had to bet my life on a team that could beat those teams and go to the World Series, not named Dodgers and Braves, it would be Phillies. Because, again, they're not afraid of these teams. This is a veteran team that's already done it, and they believe, hey, we're meant to go back to the World Series and maybe win it.
All right, so I'll ask you a betting type question because I feel like you should have good insight into this. When we see these games that are extremely meaningful at the end of the season, we here on the show have kind of made a case for saying, okay, unders in these games may be the play because you're having teams throw their best relievers. It feels like a playoff environment. Do you think that's the case when we have these regular season games that really mean so much? Do they play tighter to the vest, or does it really not matter?
It depends on what the matchups are, though. Because if you look at certain teams, right? Let's say I'm trying to think who's playing who. Oh, so the Diamondbacks are playing the Astros, right? They have to win, so they're going to be playing it like it's Game 7 because they have to win. But then in the Rangers Mariners, right? Those games matter. Every out matters. But then you're going to get one playoff team. Like I have tomorrow on Fox, I have to do the Red Sox and the Orioles. Well, they're going to play it like, okay, who can we get in? Who do we need to see? So the under might not be the right play because they might be using relievers in situations they're not used to using them, playing players that they're not used to playing in situations because guess what? These games don't matter. The Orioles already clinched the East. The Red Sox have been out of it since for a month and a half now. So these teams are just playing out the string. So I think the under is not a bad play, but as a former player and as someone that has to do this for BetMGM, I hate playing the under because it feels like a negative bet to me, and I always want to try to be positive for the teams.
It's a pitcher bet. You're rooting for the pitchers.
Yeah, but there's other pitchers bets. You can bet strikeouts. You can bet under hits and stuff like that. So I don't know. I always try to bet positive, but I get it. I get you guys are negative. It's cool.
What? Come on.
Not wrong.
This is for you, Chelsea. I mean, this is your lane.
I'm rooting for pitchers. My husband was a pitcher, so I root for good pitching. I feel bad when pitchers give up huge outings. Like when Lance Lynn gives up to 6 spot. Like I don't like watching that. I think he's supposed to pitch today for the Dodgers. And I know he gets a pretty easy matchup. What about his strikeout prop today? I think he is pitching. It feels like when he's not going against those it's probably pretty high, but it feels to me that Lance Lynn is a guy when he's not facing those lineups like, the Braves and the Rangers, it feels like the strikeouts are usually there.
Well, I got to look who the Dodgers play. I forget who the Dodgers finish with this weekend, but it doesn't matter.
They're
Listen, Lance
playing
usually
the
gets
Giants.
The
Giants.
Giants strike out, I think, more than anybody except the Twins in baseball. So I don't know what his
Oh.
Wow. Well, he got bumped.
Got kicked out.
All right, he got kicked out. Man, just when I was just trying to incite you guys to kind of go at each other a little bit, and then boom, kicked out. All right.
Oh,
man, you know what?
Tough call.
You know who I blame?
Surrendered.
Team Europe is who I blame. That's who I blame. The Europeans. Are we leading in anything, Bill? Do you have an update for us?
No,
you said we took our first lead.
One match.
We lead one match.
One match.
Awesome.
Then maybe even
So you're
now,
saying
actually.
there's a chance.
You're saying there's a chance. Oh, God. I need to turn this off. I swear to God. If
Justin
I see
Thomas and Jordan Spieth. Looks like they're one up.
All right.
Yeah, Thomas actually hit the clutch putt that gave them the hole to put them one up. So we were all killing Justin Thomas for being in the Ryder Cup. He's the only one doing anything this morning.
Yeah, how ironic
He hit
is that?
one putt.
Well,
one more than anybody else
I was
hit.
just going to say the same thing. That's one more than we've seen, Chelsea. Come on. By the way, the odds have changed to BetMGM if you want to bet on the Ryder Cup. The Europeans now minus 500, up from minus 450. The great United States of America plus 550, if you're curious about that. So we'll keep you updated throughout the show. But Chelsea, once again, just not looking good.
No, it's not. But, we made a putt. Justin Thomas made a putt. So we got something brewing. Although I'm saying that we're 2 down in another matchup.
Awesome. I'll tell you who's got something brewing. Bobby Stanley Jr. You know him as Prop Holiday. He's going to hand out his favorite prop bets on the gridiron this weekend. That is on the Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM. Stay right there on a Football Friday. We're coming back.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. With Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetQL Network.
Welcome back on a Friday, Football Friday. Good morning to you. Live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Ooh, nice job, Double D. Coming up in just a couple minutes. Nothing like a good prop bet during football season, and we got just the man to help us make us some money. Bobby Stanley Jr., you know him as Prop Holiday, will be along in just moments. Chelsea, since we have been talking about the United States in the Ryder Cup, here's a great U.S. story. President Biden's dog, Commander, he is now bitten his 11th Secret Service agent since being in the White House. And I love, like, whatever, it's a dog, everyone's fine. But my favorite part of this whole story is the spin. Like, I don't really care. I think it's funny because no one got injured. But the official statement said, hey, we're working on this. Living in the White House is a stressful environment. Like Commander sitting in the Oval Office making decisions. Should we send arms to the Ukraine? Commander, what do you think? He says he has to think about it. Commander is stressed out from all of the decisions being made in the White House. But they're working on it, Chelsea.
It's so funny to me that this is such a big story. Like, do we not have other things going on? I was watching the news the other day against my will when I was getting my hair done. And this was a top story on the national news. And I'm like, can they not train this dog? Do we not have the resources at the White House to get the best of the best in there? Or, I don't know, like a muzzle, or just like don't put the dog around people. Like, just give him a big pasture to roam in. Like, what is he doing?
His name's Commander. What else did you expect? This guy's an animal. I love it.
It's the second dog that they've had to banish because Major, I believe, also
First
had
one
to
died,
head out.
right?
No. They just had to move him along because he was biting Secret Service agents. This is the second one that they've had. So.
Major got sent back to Delaware. He did not die. He got sent back to Delaware.
With friends.
With friends.
Although that's kind of like being sent to the farm, isn't it?
Yeah. He's hanging out with his puppy
it
friends.
Sounds sinister.
Commander.
But, at what point do you just get a goldfish? That's all I'm saying.
Oh, I'll tell you what. The gridlock in Congress has Commander stressed out. The government's about to shut down, and Commander is projecting and taking out his anger on the Secret Service. That's what it's like being in the Oval Office, Chelsea.
Is our government?
Underdog is here.
Oh, my God.
And then Underdog just bites somebody on the leg. And like, we were rooting for you, Underdog, until you bit somebody. I don't know anything about current affairs. Did you say our government was shutting down? Should I be worried?
Yes. Well, they've sent out a notice to all federal workers that because Congress has not passed a resolution to increase the budgetary contract or whatever needs to be in place to make sure everyone gets paid, the government is on the verge of shutting down. Yes, that's about to happen.
Yeah, you were saying all of that and you already lost me. I was like, God, I don't want to hear about this.
Well,
can we not just talk about football? We live in a bubble. A bubble that we don't have to talk about the government or Taylor Swift until now. Jenks, you're part of the problem.
Well, I've got something you are going to want to listen to, Chelsea, because BetMGM is now live in Kentucky, baby. That's right. I'm talking to all my Kentuckians out there. You can download the app today and wager on your favorite sports anywhere in the state. Discover exclusive features that help you pick the perfect parlay. BetMGM, the king of parlays. Check out the latest boosted odds specials. Take advantage of the fan-friendly daily and weekly promotions, and you can bet with confidence on the BetMGM app. Easy-to-use technology. It makes placing a bet fast and convenient. We are pumped to be live in the Bluegrass State. Also, pumped to bring in Bobby Stanley Jr., a.k.a. Prop Holiday, host of the Prop Show on the Believe Network, also player prop analyst for PicksWise, does a great job for us each and every week. Good morning, Bobby. You were going to tell me something right before we went on. What? I got to know.
I have, I wear a couple different hats. I work for a couple different companies, and one of them wanted me to do an article about Travis Kelce. Player props related to Travis Kelce. as it relates to Taylor Swift, and I said, you know what, I don't think that's my style. I don't think I'm feeding into the Swifties. So I kind of went the other way on that. But that's where the world is these days. We need Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift prop articles, and I'm gonna stick to just my bets.
I'd buy you a drink right now. I'd buy you a drink right now just for making that decision. Bravo, sir. Bravo.
But here's the thing. Like, Travis Kelce is a good player. Taylor Swift did not put him on the map. But that is the trend that we're seeing on TikTok. So, like, this is the conundrum that I'm facing. Is Travis Kelce anytime touchdown was a wagon last year and the year before. Like, can you even make a case for Travis Kelce anytime touchdown anymore? Or do you think the books will be juicing this play even more because they know people will be betting on this just because of Taylor Swift?
No, they're definitely gonna juice everything. They're gonna juice every prop they can. And I think that's kind of the point. Are we in territory where you just fade any Kelce props because the public's going to be so heavily involved in this? They already are. I mean, if you look at a Christian McCaffrey touchdown line, it's like minus 320. Is Kelce going to get to that? No, but it may get to the minus 150, minus 200. And I would never on my worst day touch a minus 200 touchdown prop. So I'm curious. I'm curious if we're just in fade Kelce, not because we don't agree with him, not because we don't like him, because his lines will just be untouchable.
Oh, man, there's no question about that. I say just juice it up and let the Swifties take the L. I said that yesterday. Minus 1,000 anytime touchdown. Let them bet it. Just let them do it. They won't care. They'll do it no matter what. Had a girl tell me on Instagram yesterday, I bought my first Kelce jersey. I'm like, okay, well, I got a bet for you. What are some bets that you like this week, Bobby? What do you got?
Some cold, hard bets. No ulterior motive.
That's right.
I love Dameon Pierce, running back for the Houston Texans, over 47.5 rushing yards. Now, Pierce isn't the guy that we saw last year, but Houston isn't moving away from him. In fact, they've increased his workload the last 2 weeks. He's seen 15 and 14 carries in weeks 2 and 3. Now, they're playing the Steelers this week, and they are 3-point underdogs at home coming off a win. Steelers are ranked 29th in opponent rushing yards per attempt. Let's take a look at his other opponents for the first 3 weeks. The Jags, the Ravens, the Colts. All three of these teams rank top 13 in opponent rushing yards per attempt. So he gets a really matchup. Now I look at Pierce, who should see in that 14 to 16 carry range, if not more. The Steelers offensively, they're not likely to pull away. I don't see this being a blowout scenario where Houston has to abandon the run. Pittsburgh offensively isn't really built like that. And Stroud is gaining buzz. Obviously, he's gaining Offensive Rookie of the Year buzz. He won Offensive Rookie of the Month for September. But now you're not going to see those stacked boxes that Dameon Pierce is used to seeing. They're going to have to drop some more in coverage because Stroud's picking people apart. As far as this line, 47.5, if he has 14 to 16 carries, I think he needs to average like 3.8, 3.7 yards per carry, completely manageable. And this line, he hit nearly 70% of games last year. So I'm rolling with Pierce to finally have his first big game of the season against the Steelers defense.
Okay, so in the prop world, it's not just the player and the targets and whatever. Sometimes it depends on the defense. And usually there is one game on the slate where the matchup is very, very tantalizing. Say a team is giving up like the most yards in the league to like opposing tight ends or something. Is there a matchup this weekend that just based on the matchup alone, you got to play that player?
Anyone from the Broncos and Bears game, because these two teams are the worst defenses in the league. If you're just looking for high scoring, I mean, you can go the Miami Bills game seems very, very interesting. I like Dalton Kincaid, the rookie tight end. That seems like it's going to be a back and forth game. And then, yeah, all seriousness, Broncos, Bears, these teams are bad. These defenses are worst in second half scoring, worst in first half scoring, yards per game, rushes per game. Now, obviously last week, Denver's numbers are going to be skewed. They gave up 70 points. They quit in the second half. Let's be honest with ourselves. But that's a game you may want to target some obscure players to maybe get in the end zone for how bad these two teams are. Those matchups stand out. But this one in particular with Pierce and the Texans, against the Steelers, it's very, very hard to keep a player down for so long, especially running back like Pierce. He was a rookie last year. He's got fresh legs. I think we finally get a matchup where he explodes, and 47.5. It's a number I like. I try to make this more about numbers than anything else.
Bobby, what's another game that you like here? I'm looking at props at the same time while you're talking, so I'm trying to listen to you and also looking at these because I love hearing what you have to say. I want to bet them while you're doing it. What's another player that you like this week? Maybe not someone who is a big name, but that you've been focusing on.
Tajay Spears, rookie running back for the Tennessee Titans. His over-under line is set at 19.5. Now, there's not a big sample size when you're running these numbers on guys. There's not a big sample size on a rookie who's played 3 games. But he's averaging 5.5 yards per carry. Realistically, this is 4 carries for Spears. He's had in 2 straight games, and he's seen over 50% of the snaps in 2 of his 3 games. So we're projecting a little bit on a rookie, but I love it. I mean, 19.5. For a guy that's as explosive as him, he could realistically get this in 2 carries. I look at Derrick Henry. Has not looked the same this season. I think his line is 66.5. It's the lowest we've seen a Derrick Henry line in 3 or 4 years. He's battling turf toe, which not a big injury. It's not going to keep him out of games, but it may be more of a reason that we see Spears go from 4 to 5 carries to maybe 7 to 8. So I like Spears over 19.5. Now, the Cincinnati defense, who they're playing this week, on paper, it looked like the Bengals shut down the Rams. In reality, it really was just McVay getting away from the run. He completely abandoned the run. So did he shut them down? No, not really. They just didn't run the ball. Now, I would say the Bengals against the Ravens and the Browns, they gave up 4.8 and 5.1 yards per carry through the first 2 weeks. And then that Rams game kind of skews their numbers completely. So I like Spears in a slightly bigger role, helping Derrick Henry out in a game that Tennessee, they need to win. They're at home. They're getting the Bengals on a short week. Bengals are giving up the rush. Spears over 19.5. If you're feeling frisky, which I usually am on weekends with my bets, 50-plus yards and alt line for Spears is plus 1,100, plus 1,125 to be honest. He had 49 yards in week 2. So he's 1 yard away from this, and they're giving us 11-1. I'm going to roll with Spears, obviously over the 19.5, but if we want to play some alt lines, 50 plus at 11-1 is insane value on a guy that thinks they have a slightly bigger workload this week.
Well, and also people forget that Derrick Henry really isn't the third down back for Tennessee. They usually go with a change of pace back, and lately it has been Spears. Let's talk about your Rams. We know you're a Rams fan, and usually you give us a very sharp Rams player prop. So who do you think a guy to target this week is for the Rams when matching up against the Colts with what I'd say is a pretty healthy total of 45.5. Like, it's not sky high, but one of the higher totals on the board this week.
Rams are underdogs. I think they're 1.5 point underdogs. If you look on the money line, they're minus 110. So a lot of analysts I see are taking the Rams this week. You know, McVay gets back to running the ball a little bit better with Kyron Williams. Apparently they're in the Jonathan Taylor sweepstakes. They've been acquiring along with 5 or 6 other teams. I know you want to play for my Rams. How about I play against my Rams? I like the edge. I like the edge. His name is Samson Ebukam. He's an outside linebacker for the Colts. He's a former Ram. Now, the Rams lost their left tackle, Alaric Jackson, on Monday Night Football. They're sliding Joe Noteboom from right guard over to left tackle on short notice. And I think Stafford's going to get crushed, if we're being completely honest. So I like Ebukam to get a sack or half a sack at plus 130. I've seen that you could shop it around. He's a very good edge rusher. He has 8 pressures through 3 weeks. He has 2 sacks through 3 weeks. He's getting a fresh left tackle who's not that good at left tackle. That's why they moved him to right guard. And Stafford is not really known to be the guy moving around the pocket. So I will fade my Rams in the player prop aspect. Go Samson Ebukam to get a sack at plus 130. This is available on most books.
He is Bobby Stanley Jr., known as Prop Holiday, host of the Prop Show on the Believe Network, and player prop analyst for Pickswise as well. Bobby, great stuff as usual, and keep fighting the good fight. There is no reason to place a bet on Travis Kelce just because Tay-Tay might be around.
You're damn right, Jenks. Guys,
that's what I'm talking about. Good man. All right, have a good weekend, bud. Thank you. That's what I need. Now there's 2 of us. At first, there was me. Actually, there was one set of footprints in the sand, and it was Bobby carrying me. He was helping me out in fighting the Swifties.
Another Jesus reference this week.
Yeah,
Feels
I'm
like
telling
we're
you.
very religious.
We
You might
have
as well
been.
be Joel Osteen.
Oh, I've gotten that reference before. You wouldn't be the first, Chelsea. You wouldn't be the
It's
first.
not a good one.
It's not great. I mean, I'm not going to lie. And, you know, if I grow my hair like I was talking about, it's super curly because the older I get, the curlier and more kinkier it gets. Then I'll really have that kind of curly thing up top. Maybe I'll do a segment each week where I preach and I use Bible verses to make actual bets and wagers on this show. That could be a thing.
Well, then maybe you'll have a private plane that you say, well, the Lord has blessed me. And also, I've taken a lot of money from the congregation.
Yes, I just pulled all of this cash out of the wall. Amazing how that works. Coming up here in 5 minutes, we cover it all here on the show. And coming up next, everyone looking for a winning week. Best bets are next on the Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network. Get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
Oh, yeah. It is the Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM. Hope you're having a great Friday. Oh, yeah. Now it's time to get excited. Chelsea, you made a great point just before we came on, which is we should also have a segment sponsored by some sort of booze. I mean, God knows, I'll promote anybody. What is that, Everclear? Yeah, throwing a little low-grade alcohol in that slushy? I'll do it. I'll drink it. That would be perfect for us, especially on a Friday. A little afternoon day drinking. You're a mom? That's what Bobby was saying? Or AJ was saying? Who was saying that? Well, if you're going to do a little drinking, do a little day drinking as a parent?
Yeah, to quote the great Johnny Manziel, win or lose, we booze. That should be the show motto for our bets. Win or lose, we booze.
Let me tell you something. I don't know if you saw this, but I know you watched that Johnny Manziel documentary, and that was a little specious where he talked about getting his life back together and maybe laying off the booze while also holding a beer. In College Station, I believe, yesterday, he just opened a new bar in College Station that he is running. So there we go. The guy who is getting it together has opened a bar where he went to school. It's not trending well for him, but I guess that's kind of his brand now.
It does feel like a smart business decision, though. Like, that's his lane. Like, what's he going to open? Like Johnny Manziel's kale smoothie stand? Like, no. His people are the people who like to party. He does not have to go to this bar and drink himself, even though it would be very tempting. But I think it's a smart move. It feels like it's very much in his demographic.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I will say one thing is that if you are a college football legend like he is in College Station, then that's the one place where you can open a bar, open a restaurant. You can always go back, and no matter what, you're always going to have a built-in fan base. No matter what, you'll always be a GOAT there. So maybe it's a smart business decision, Chelsea. I just don't know. Coming up next on BetQL Daily, Frank Schwab and the crew will talk NFL sports betting because you know Frank from Yahoo Sports. They'll get you set for a football Friday. If you missed our chat with Bobby Stanley Jr., otherwise known as Prop Holiday, you have to hear his favorite bets in the NFL this weekend. Download and subscribe to our pod, The Daily Tip, wherever you get your podcasts. We break every segment down in little bite-sized pieces for us so you can listen to the show on the go. Chelsea, you have had a fantastic week. Let's keep it going and find out who has our faith today.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea. Let me scroll up here to make sure I get this right. You are 5-0-1 this week. Give us some winners.
Yes, hopefully it doesn't all come crashing down this weekend. But even if it does, I'm fading my favorite team. So even if I lose, maybe there's a win in there somewhere, at least sentimentally speaking. But the play that I'm going with today has been the matchup nightmare for my Tennessee Titans. Opposing quarterbacks facing the Titans this year are 3-0 to the over on their passing props. This week, the Titans get Joe Burrow and the Bengals, and his passing prop is sitting right around 264.5. And I know Joe Burrow has not had some high outputs when it comes to his passing yards yet, but he hasn't faced the Titans secondary. We know he's a little banged up, but still, the Titans have given up this number to every single quarterback this season. Gave up over 300 to Derek Carr, gave up over 300 to Justin Herbert, and Deshaun Watson last week. He hit this number and eclipsed his passing yard prop by over 60 yards. So it feels like this is too low of a number for a guy who hit this number last year against the Titans and also had 348 passing yards in that terrible game for my Titans in the postseason, where the Titans were the number 1 seed and the Bengals sent us home packing. So this is the time for Joe Burrow to shine, is because the Titans defense is so bad in the middle of the field. Last season, they gave up the most passing yards to opposing quarterbacks of any defense in the NFL. That trend should continue on Sunday. So let's take Joe Burrow of the Cincinnati Bengals over his passing yardage prop of 264.5 for -115 against my Titans.
All right, betting on Joey B. I'm going to the college ranks tonight. Number 10 Utah and number 19 Oregon State. I'm going under 45, playing it up from 44 in a hook, laying the juice -21 because I can. Cam Rising will not play for Utah. He will not. It's going to be Nate Johnson again. You hear the reports of Cam Rising working out with the team. That is true. He will not start in this game. We know Utah has one of the best defenses in the entire country. And when it comes to the Beavers, you think of DJ Uiagalelei, very good quarterback transfer from Clemson, obviously. But the Beavers like to run the ball. And that is what Utah wants to do as well. They don't want Nate Johnson tossing the ball around. The money is headed towards the under. I think that's what we see tonight in Corvallis. Utah at Oregon State, under 45, -121.
I like that one quite a bit, and I will be secretly betting that one as well. Now it's time to hear from the third member of our Best Bets crew, the Magic 8 Ball.
Let us gaze upon the glorious Magic 8 Ball. Shall it fade or tail these noble betters?
All right, 8 Ball. Do we like our plays today? Starting with mine, Joe Burrow over 264.5 pass yards against the Titans. Cannot predict now. All right, well, you got 10 seconds. 8 Ball says, yes, definitely.
Oh.
Clearly.
Okay. All right, let's make it 2 for 2.
All right, so how about the under 45 in Utah and Oregon State squaring off tonight? 8 Ball says, give me an answer. He says, yes, sure, sweet, to the point.
Chelsea, I have a feeling we're all going to have a winning week. Let's keep it going. If you want to check out the 8 Ball and each and every show on the BetQL Network, it's really easy to do. Just go to twitch.tv/BetQL and stream all the fine shows on the network. Chelsea, what else are you on?
All right, going to be on Penn State, land the big number over Northwestern, taking the Nittany Lions -27. You need an explosive offense in order to cover a big number, and you need a team that's really bad, who's probably not going to score any points. This fits the bill here. A great angle in college football, fading bad at college football teams. Listen, Penn State blanked Iowa 31-0. Do we really think Northwestern is going to score in this game? I think there's a good chance they don't even score. Plus, Penn State's offense got a huge upgrade this year with quarterback Drew Aller. I think this one is very lopsided. So I'll take Penn State, land the big number. It looks like we're getting 26.5 now. I will take that.
Well, what can I say except I am on the exact same play. I love it when we have a squad play. Penn State 10-0-1 against the spread in their last 11 games overall. I'll take 26 on a hook. I'll take 27. The Nittany Lions roll in Evanston. All right, you know what it is. It's Football Friday, and that means Double D has already locked in his Degen parlay. Double D, let's do it.
It's time to get crazy with Double D's College Football Degen Parlay.
All right, we're going to make this quick. I got Kentucky on the money line. Syracuse +6.5 against Clemson. Colorado +21.5 versus USC. LSU -2.5 versus Ole Miss. Georgia Southern -6.5 versus Coastal Carolina. And Washington -18.5 versus Arizona. Total odds come out to be about 45-1, a little bit more than that. $25 bet wins you $1,139.04.
Oh, I'll take the 4 cents, my friend. Woo, whatever it takes, Double D. Nice job on that. Let's hope it comes home. You've been really close. Didn't you win a baseball parlay yesterday?
I did win a baseball parlay. Nice little $150 in my pocket.
Oh, burning a hole in his pocket. That's what I like to hear, Double D. Let's do your BetQL 5-star best bet. Donkster 2-1 this week. You got to do yourself a favor. Download the BetQL app. You get all the articles, the information, the metrics, everything you need to help you place your bets. Download the BetQL app. Okay, Donkster, get in here. You've worn me out this week. Now you've got a helmet. You got your headphones on. You think you're a pro? Go ahead and give us your plays.
Good morning, everyone. My name is the Chalk Donkey. I'm the co-host of a
No. All right. No. Just give us the bets.
Okay, Dad. Rams money line over the Colts. Nevada at Fresno State. Fresno State minus 25.5. I'm so excited about the weekend. I'm gonna buy my first NFL jersey. It's Travis Kelce.
Oh no, Donkster.
Boo.
No. Boo. No.
No,
We're not
you may
doing
not.
that. Oh
I
God.
thought he was a Commanders fan.
That's what I thought.
Commanders jersey?
Donkster, don't fall into this Taylor Swift trap. Even you? I thought we were on the Commanders together. Just another reason why we can't have normal father-son weekends. Let's find out what's coming up next on BetQL Daily. And we bring in our guy, Joe Ostrowski. Joe, good morning to you. What's happening?
Oh, no. I like the Rams. Should I be worried? It's
No.
been a good week for them?
No. 2-1. Nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
You're fine.
All right, good. Football Friday, Frank Schwab, as you just mentioned, coming on the show. We'll go over all this. All the football going on, of course, last night a little bit. We'll start off there. Texas, is it a look ahead? Are you concerned at all?
Yes, very concerned. I made a pick on the show. I like Kansas plus the points. Very concerned. Jalen Daniels is very, very good. I'm actually concerned about this game quite a bit. That's a good point.
Okay. Not to win, just the number?
I kind of. I mean, we haven't been this good in a long time. I'm nervous about everything. You know, I'm kind of a wreck right now. The United States is losing. I got to have something.
Oh, God. Don't get us started on the Ryder Cup. We're passing the baton to you. You have to talk about that for 3 hours, the Ryder Cup. Good luck,
Football
sir.
Friday.
Sounds
Football
depressing.
Friday, Chelsea. I'm good.
They're going to avoid it altogether.
What do we care more about in this country? You tell me. Football?
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Thank you, Joe O. That's going to do it for this edition of the Daily Tip for BetQL, presented by BetMGM. For Chelsea Messenger, Bill Rowland, Matt Pisani, David Double D Dykstra, and the Chalk Donkey. I'm Michael Jenkins. Have a fantastic weekend. Stay fit and humble.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app. And get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch on your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM with Joe Ostrowski.
Lion stuff is just, oh my God, I just want to vomit.
Aaron Hawksworth.
Woo! That's all I have to say to that.
And Ed Egros.
We will do the work for you.
On the BetQL Network. Baseball is winning on the BetQL Network with Bet for the Cycle featuring Cody Decker.
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
And handicapper Rob Brown.
Couldn't hit a baseball off a high school pitcher. That's why I played soccer.
Double plays, props, and parlays.
Not only Blue Jays run line here, Cody, I might tease it up to an alternate run line of -2.5.
Join the chaos every Saturday from noon to 4 Eastern.
Can you explain to me how these are the same odds? Can someone please explain to me how these are the same odds?
Exactly what I was
I've looked at this over and over and over again.
On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
I have so many hot takes just off of this here.
Well, let them rip a little bit. What's like the first one?
It is going to be absolutely awesome.
Remove the 1 seed, remove the 2 seed. Who are they supposed to lose to?
You know what? Carver's can dribble it out. You lost. It's over. Who does he think he is? Kobe Bryant's? Like, what was that?
So I don't think I've ever seen an end game like that before. But that's literally like, I am watching this game and must bet money on it.
10?
15 and a half.
So, like, literally no one's playing.
Hey, you know who else is thinking about this stuff? Everyone else.
I'm fantasizing about Week 1 NFL Sunday. Check about weeknights here on the BetQL Network.
I don't disagree with you there.
BetMGM tonight. Join us for live sweats.
Yes.
Let's go, Kansas State.
That was a big balls 3.
3 minutes ago. Put this
Big
thing up now.
balls 3.
Instant reaction.
This is an unbelievable thing for me to see. My favorite team, my true favorite team. Less mistress, more side piece.
And maybe a few regrettable decisions.
Oh, he's got bust written all over him. Gutekunst sucks. Jordan Addison ran a 5.3 40 and he's Trista's height. I'd take him.
You know what you shouldn't have done? Bet on the Wizards.
Yep. This is Ryan Horvath from BetMGM Tonight. Check out my new show, BetQL Tailgate Kickoff, on the BetQL Network every single Saturday this college football season from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern as we get you set for kickoff each and every Saturday morning to hopefully help you become better prepared for your college football wagering. I will also chat with guests from all across the country, hit on the day's biggest storylines and angles. So join me every Saturday morning, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern for the BetQL Tailgate Kickoff here on the BetQL Network with me, Ryan Horvath.
Let's get to BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM with Joe Ostrowski,
Lion stuff is just, oh my God, I just want to vomit.
Aaron Hawksworth,
Woo! That's all I have to say to that.
and Ed Egros
We will do the work for you.
on the BetQL Network.
Happy Football Friday, everybody. Welcome to BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM. Ed Egros and Joe Ostrowski here with you from 9 to noon Eastern on the BetQL Network. Listen to the show on the Odyssey app. Watch the show on twitch.tv/BetQL and YouTube. And follow us on X at BetQL Daily. Joining us on a busy show today, Frank Schwab of Yahoo Sports shares his favorite bets for Week 4, including if the Dolphins have an encore in them against a Super Bowl contender in the Buffalo Bills. But first, let's recap Thursday Night Football. And Joe, maybe the Detroit Lions aren't so bad after all. And maybe the Green Bay Packers are a work in progress. This game was never in doubt as the Lions win at Lambeau Field against the Packers 34-20. Jared Goff didn't even have to do very much. 19 of 28, 210 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. Really, it was all about David Montgomery, though. 32 rushes, 121 yards, and 3 scores. Joe, maybe we need to rethink our priors on the Detroit Lions because that was a dominant performance.
Yawn. Game was over early. I mean, it was just, come on. Like, at one point, it was 206 yards to 1 yard. Like, I didn't.
Yep.
Did you stick with it? I did not. I'll tell you, I
Until
didn't.
about 2 minutes ago. Yeah, but I was
Did you
prepping for
really?
the show, so I was multitasking. Yeah.
Yeah, background noise at that point. Nah.
Sure.
The O's were the story. The Baltimore
Oh, yeah.
Orioles were the story. The lead
Well, I was
was
going to get to
definitely
that, but we
baseball
got
last
to
night. Don't worry about the
flip
rundown.
the frame.
Talk about what's on your mind. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just telling you. Yes, I know. But I'm just telling you, last night when I was watching the game, I was like, whatever. My son was excited. He just got Madden. I'm like, this is more exciting than what's happening on the field. I don't want to hear Al Michaels complain anymore. I'm getting sick and tired of it. Even though I was looking forward to that game. I truly was. I'm like, okay, it's
So was
Thursday.
I.
Not bad. We got a first place matchup.
Right.
Oh man, it was awful. Just awful right away. And I'm concerned they're going to run away with this division, aren't you?
They might. At this point, they might,
yeah.
because Goff didn't have to do that much. Amon-Ra St. Brown didn't have that much of a game. The aerial attack wasn't that big of a deal. It was all about David Montgomery. And the fact that a lot of fantasy players were kvetching on the socials about Jahmyr Gibbs, that never stopped. It
Shut
never
up.
ended.
Yeah.
It's like this echo chamber. Like, and this
know.
is the problem that I have with social media in general. I know it has nothing to do with the game. But it's one of those things where it's like, okay, I look at one tweet from one friend about Jahmyr Gibbs, and then somehow the socials think that I want to read 1,000 of them that are saying virtually the same thing. No, it's one thing. Get it out of my system from usually a friend of mine. It's done. We move on. But no, I can't, because I have to sift through all of these Jahmyr Gibbs upset fantasy players.
So is that what it is? Is it all Jahmyr Gibbs upset fantasy? Is it people that had the opinion on draft night that, hey, okay, this means he's going to be a big part of the offense from the start. They don't want to be wrong on their take. Like, how do you complain about that? I guess that's how you do it, because it's not like it's a legitimate argument. David Montgomery was dominant, and now we talked about this in the offseason. Is he going to take on that Jamal Williams role? He's doing that and then some, because we thought Gibbs was going to end up being the lead back, and he's not. But you're right. Like, just shut up, dude. Shut up. Like, but 24 hours ago, we were sitting here and we weren't sure if David Montgomery was going to play. And then he gets 32 carries, 3 touchdowns. Like, just for fun, when we talk about those primetime games, I always look at the odds. You know, it's just crazy long shots. All right, what is it? Somebody goes off time, once in a great while, and they score 2-3 touchdowns, no-name guy. I never considered David Montgomery. I didn't even look at the odds. I usually do just for fun. I didn't even consider that with Montgomery. He's scoring in every single game, and they're winning on the ground. This is a team that last year, like, they made their hay through the air. So I wonder if this is going to be something to combat the whole Goff outdoors, Goff on the road type of thing, where they're going to lean on their ground game a little bit more. 211-27. I know game script, Green Bay couldn't do any of that, but forget that for a moment, because they haven't been able to show that they can run the ball at all. And then you get word that Bakhtiari's now out for the year. You throw that into the wash with this NFC North race. It's been at least a couple years. Green Bay just can't get healthy. I keep hearing, and I'm sick of it every week, previewing the Packers game. Well, if they can only get healthy, we don't know about Jair. We don't know about Watson. We don't know about Bakhtiari. We don't know about Jenkins. That's been going on for 2 to 3 years. And it's the same guys every week. You don't know if they're going to play. And Jordan Love, that was his first against the spread loss in his career. It took 5 starts for it to happen, but this Lions thing is real. And I'm not saying beating the Packers means you're real in the NFC. I'm just saying that probably
it's real in the NFC North.
They might run away and hide. They've won 11 of their last 14 games. They might just run away and hide. And Dan Campbell has covered again and again in these divisional matchups.
It is just remarkable to see. And you mentioned this added element with the ground game that is far more effective this year than last. Part of it is you cannot play from behind against the Lions. I think if we've established anything about last night, it's not just the Packers offense, being a work in progress and having all those injuries. You just can't play from behind against the Lions, because to beat the Lions, you got to generate pressure against Jared Goff. Well, if they're running the ball, then who cares? David Montgomery is great in the second level, 113 rushing yards after contact, 113 after contact. That means it's Montgomery and how great of a running back he is. Not necessarily like game plan or anything like that. We're opening up holes for him. No, he was the one doing a lot of the work getting into the second level. So you cannot play from behind against Detroit. Now, if you can, or rather, if you are ahead early in the ball game, that is your chance to win. So if you're live betting Lions games, do not try and pick the underdog if Detroit's leading, because they can just do too many things. Not to mention, we really haven't seen like an Amon-Ra St. Brown getting unleashed kind of a game where we're talking about him leading one of our headline segments with it or anything like that. So that's a big deal. Other thing, too, is that the Lions did not have to blitz Jordan Love. Look at the other side of the ball. The Lions didn't have to blitz Jordan Love at all, and they were still able to get a ton of pressure and make him look really bad in the first half, a little more formidable in the second half. But Joe, intermediate throws, 10 to 19 air yards. We thought that Jordan Love, okay, yeah, maybe he's put in bad spots for third and long, things like that, but at least he can move the ball down the field and sustain drives. Not this time. Not this time at all. On intermediate throws, 5 of 11, 83 yards, 2 interceptions, a passer rating of 31.8. Not only did the Lions beat the Packers, but they showed the defensive blueprint, what types of throws to force Jordan Love into that could mean that other teams will have success against Green Bay.
I was on the under. I was wrong. I leaned Detroit. I wish I had more conviction in it. Did not bet it. But it felt like what we were seeing from Jordan Love in the first few games, that it was going to come to a head at some point. And last night was it, with 2 interceptions in that game. He had only had one pick in the first 3 games. I mean, all this is new, right? So you've got all these replacement offensive linemen. You've got Jordan Love playing on a regular basis for the first time at this level. You've got all these youngsters, wide receiver, tight ends. Look at that depth chart. It is just littered with guys that don't have any experience. And it felt like it all came to a head last night, didn't it?
Certainly did. It certainly did. And it is something where certainly many of us thought that this, Detroit offense could be really dynamic, do a lot of really special things. I think the problems are still there, and they have had close affairs. They won one against the Chiefs. They lost one against the Seahawks in overtime. So the close games are still going to be there. But goodness gracious, defensively, you love what Detroit has done. Offensively, it's not just St. Brown. I mean, Sam Laporta, we haven't even talked about him and the historic start that he is having at the tight end position. There is a lot to like with the Lions, and it's one of the reasons why they are now minus 210 to win the NFC North. Meanwhile, the Packers are plus 325. If there is value, yeah, you'd probably still back Green Bay here, but it's hard to want to pull that trigger just because of what we saw last night.
Yeah, I mean, that certainly stands out, and I think that move is certainly warranted. It's amazing that in this division, you have 2 0-3 teams, and one of them is 6-1, and one of them is 25-1 with the Vikings and the Bears. So much football left. We know they can score. You have the leading passer, the leading receiver. Are the Vikings dead as far as the division?
Yeah, I think so.
They done?
Yeah, I think they're dead. I think they're dead.
They've got Detroit twice, so I just figured that the number would be better. They probably are. I mean, Detroit is this close to being 4-0. Being 4-0, and what do they have next? They've got Carolina, Tampa Bay, and Vegas in 3 of their next 4 games. Like, they're really close to having a ridiculous. They could be like 7-1, 6-2 after 8 games.
It is amazing. Maybe they haven't impressed us as much as, say, the 49ers have, the Eagles have, maybe to even extent the Cowboys prior to that game against the Cardinals. But Detroit, after last night, really proved that maybe they should be part of that conversation for best team in the NFC. I'm still not bullish enough to believe they can get the top seed in the conference, and not just because that they have that loss against Seattle, but again, if you pressure Jared Goff, then good things can happen for the opposition. I think that's still true. And I would like to see a little bit more play action. It's just that, when you get out to that huge lead, you don't really have to show very much on film. So I can just speculate as much as I want despite a lopsided win. So that's part of it. But it's not going to take a lot, I don't think, for Detroit to be in that conversation as the top seed in the NFC. May not happen for them, but they're not that far away. It wouldn't take a whole lot.
Is so gone. Like, he's so gone. That was happening in my social media for obvious reasons. Like, come on, Bears, let's go. You know, you're going to fire Eberflus. This guy knows the division. He knows how to attack the opponents that you're going to face multiple times. This is the way to go. And you expect once they do move on from Eberflus, the whole NFL coaching cycle, we go defensive. Now we got to go to an offensive guy, even though nowadays you should always go to the offensive guy.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't really matter. The Caleb Williams-Ben Johnson relationship will be fun. Regardless of whether it's in Chicago or somewhere else, I can't wait for that to happen. It will be super, super exciting. We've got a lot of other football that we will get to throughout the festivities, but I know for a fact that we got to talk a little baseball here because Joe Ostrowski posted a little bet slip that he had where he picked the Baltimore Orioles to win the AL East, and last night they clinched. Despite the insane start that the Rays had to the baseball season, he believed in the O's, and the O's believed in Joe O.
Well, it was funny. One of our listeners and viewers pointed out on Twitter last night, like, Joe, well, a couple things. The bet was made on 420. Smoke some. And then also the bet was made during lightning bets. So we were talking about it. That's why the bet was made at that time. That was it. I mean, look, as baseball fans, we've been through this a million times. There's that team that gets out to the great start that everybody thinks is unbeatable. This season, it's over. They're going to win the division. They're going to be a World Series contender. It's only a matter of time they're going to play out the string. Well, that's not reality. When you have over 5 months of baseball to go, that is not reality. And the numbers that were being posted were silly. The Orioles on April 20th were 11-7, and they had just won 7 of 9. But with that young core that they were bringing up, they're getting a 50-1 because the Rays were 16-3, and everybody called not everybody, but people were like, "This is ridiculous. What kind of run are we talking about? Are they going to set all sorts of records?" Like, no, that's not how baseball works. And I look at the same thing in the awards market. Now, that did happen for AL MVP with Ohtani, but most times there are going to be a lot of twists and turns. And just because someone very early may be a -200, -300 favorite for something, with everything that occurs during a baseball season, rarely are they the favorite from the start all the way to the finish.
How a ball club handles the prior season can be a great indicator of when they expect to be successful. The O's were sellers at the trade deadline of 2022 so that they could prep for 2023, be prepared for such things. Meanwhile, the Rays have been sadly injury prone to where a 162-game season is such to where at some point they are going to hit a bit of a skid. And that lead was not so massive that someone couldn't come from behind. Not just the O's, but there were other ball clubs, too, that were very much in contention despite the Rays' hot start. So, absolutely, that's a great call on your part.
I guess that's why you get the number, because people were talking up the Yankees still at that point. Let's see what else you have in the division, and nobody was talking about Baltimore.
Right. Blue Jays also. Red Sox, super good offense. All of those things matter, but it is the O's winning the division, and Joe is richer for it. This is BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM. Coming up next week, we begin our breakdown of Sunday, beginning with the London game, Falcons and Jaguars, right here on the BetQL Network.
We'll be right back with BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network. This is BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM from BetQL.
Welcome back to BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM. Eddie Gross and Joe Ostrowski here with you. Let's start the games on Sunday, and we begin with the earliest one, the Falcons at the Jaguars. Kickoff time is 6:30 for your boy here out on the West Coast. Still early for everywhere else. Even though I wake up even earlier to do this show every day. Still, though, the idea of waking up for a 6:30 a.m. kickoff still seems odd to me, even though I work on a morning show. But hey, what do you know? Jaguars are -3 in this contest. And Joe, got kind of a weird question for you to get things started, because maybe I'm reading too much into this, but I think when it comes to how to bet on these things, sometimes you do have to think outside the box and not just look at pure offensive defensive data. So my question is this game's being played in London. Jaguars are used to that. Falcons are not as used to playing across the pond. The Jaguars left pretty much after their last game, the one that they lost to against Houston. But for the Falcons, they left yesterday to go to London. And I'm curious, because the Jaguars are so used to this schedule that they know how to maximize their play out in London, the Falcons may not be. Is it a mistake flying later in the week, or is it better to do it earlier in the week so that your sort of rhythm, your biological rhythm, can get used to the, say, potential jet lag?
I would just copy whatever Jacksonville's doing. Okay, whatever you're doing, it seemed to work out well for them. They've done this so many times. I'm sure they've gone over it with all sorts of training staff and the players and what works best. And the history with this, I know a lot of people have studied this, is going over earlier makes more sense. And then the late trip doesn't make as much sense, or it helps out. And then depends what stadium you're at. Some lean overs, some lean under. But I would prefer to go earlier in the week. Now, there are some coaches out there that think, oh, if you're there earlier in the week, you get all the distractions and it's not as much of a business trip, that you get caught up in the sightseeing and all that stuff. I wouldn't worry about it. It's still a great opportunity. I would leave earlier. Do you have a strong opinion on what you would do?
I would leave earlier as well.
Yeah.
Just because, and this is just more from my experience whenever I've traveled across the Atlantic, that sometimes it takes a little bit of time for me to get used to the new schedule, especially because this game is kicking off early in America. So you do have to kind of get set for that kind of routine. And if you're not going to do it that way, then it might be something where you are fully aware of what a game day is going to look like on Sunday, and then you have to adjust to those things stateside. I don't know if the Falcons have done that. I know there are certain, things that you can and can't do as far as schedules are concerned. But I also am fairly confident that the more time you give yourself to adjust to the new schedule, the better off you're going to be. And the Falcons aren't the only team to do this. There are other teams who do like to wait until later in the week. But this idea of quote unquote distractions, I don't largely buy into those. I think if you get distracted that easily by a new place, then maybe something's wrong with your football team, more so than just deciding when you can travel to such places. So in that regard, I think the Falcons probably made a bit of a snafu here. The Jaguars are -3 in this game, despite the blowout loss that they had. Third most bet on team at BetMGM. And to me, I don't know if I necessarily have a strong conviction to back the Jaguars here, but I think it's these little things that I point to that say Jacksonville should be all right in this matchup.
Yeah, I know. It took me nearly the entire week to get there, and I think you're right. Favorites have done very well in these international games, if that means anything to you. 29-9-1 straight up, 25-14 against the spread. They could not have possibly played any worse than what they did against the Texans, right? And they know this trip. Maybe there's some comfort with it. I'm not sure, but one thing that you do have to take a look at as what is the strength of the Falcons? Well, we know the weakness. The big weakness is Ritter. Oh God, was he awful last week? And he's been terrible in a number of games. We've been talking about it every single. We have yet to be impressed by Ritter. Okay. Right. And all they can do is run the ball. They did not run the ball well last week. It was 2.2 yards per carry. And Jacksonville's actually been pretty good against the run early on this season. Now, hey, has the competition been there? Sample size is always a thing this early in the year. But Ritter held on to the football last week. He took 7 sacks against Detroit. The ADOT, very small. Like, again, how's Atlanta going to be able to play from behind? That's always been a question with us when it comes to them, just because of the style of their offense. And 3, it's been sitting there all week. I do prefer that. Like, it took me all week to get over the Jaguars thing, but I think I'm there. That Jaguars -3 is the only play to me.
Yeah, I think so. And a lot of folks are betting on the under 43.5 in this contest as well. That also makes a good bit of sense, especially if you think the jet lag for the Falcons will affect them to the point where they will have a slow start. But I also think if they're going to have a slow start because of jet lag, then that's going to persist throughout the football game. I don't know how suddenly at halftime you sit down and go, oh, now I feel better. No, it's not really how that works. So in that respect, the under also makes a good bit of sense. One prop for you concerning Desmond Ritter. I get that it's kind of chalky and, sort of sports talky to say the under 189.5 passing yards at -115 is a great play here. But one of the reasons why we have not been impressed with Desmond Ritter is because the Kyle Pitts experiment has been a failure, Joe. It's been a disaster. And I don't know how much longer they can invest in this thing. Last week, 9 targets, but just 5 catches for 41 yards. We go to the next gen stats numbers. Pitts, -2.1 receptions over expected. Last year, -8.5 receptions over expected. It was positive his rookie year, but no matter the quarterback, it has not worked under Arthur Smith. And this seems like a waste of energy to try and keep making this experiment work out. And the problem is, I think they're still trying. And that's why I like the under for Ritter here, because if he's going to keep trying to force it to Kyle Pitts and it's still not working out, you have other targets who are just fine, but we're never going to know that because you invested so much draft capital in Pitts. You want this to work out, and I don't think it's going to anymore, Joe.
And we do put it all on Ritter, and we should, right? But which targets can he depend on? Which guys? Where can he go? And I'm not absolving Pitts at all. That has been a disaster for where he was selected in the draft. Like, ridiculous. Right. We thought, okay, pairing him with Arthur Smith, this is going to be wonderful. Just wait for him to explode. And we're waiting and waiting and waiting years later. But where can he go? Last week, who got the most targets? It was Pitts. And then it was Jonnu Smith. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Where are the wait? We're going to be waiting on Drake London. I know Bijan is involved in the passing game some as well, but you look at some of the other receivers they have. He doesn't really have anyone that he can trust right now.
No, he can't. But again, you also invested a lot of draft capital in Drake London as well. And he's more of a prototypical kind of a guy you can use to keep defenses honest. And that hasn't worked out too well. I mean, when we talk about rookie receivers from a year ago, Drake London really wasn't part of that conversation for the most part. It was, Chris Olave and other guys. And this year, we're also not talking about him. Instead, Pitts, I think, is getting our attention as far as just failure, but it has to be better than this. At some point, losing out on all of this draft capital adds up to where second-tier, third-tier guys, they're not up to snuff because they're not of the quality that you could get because you put in your draft capital with other skill position players where it's not working out. So ultimately, Joe, I think because they're still forcing these issues, the under Ritter play makes sense, even despite whatever you think of him as a quarterback.
One more thing on this game. This might be the last time we bring it up on this show. Calvin Ridley against his former team. Do we go back to that well one more time? The drops are infuriating right now. The misfires in the end zone with Ridley. Only 3 grabs last week when you're chasing the entire game. 3 for 40. That Kansas City game, 2 for 32 on 8 targets. It's been bad since the opener. He was so good in the opener. And then ever since, it's been a whole lot of nothing. The prop is sitting at 63.5. Touchdown, it's not a ton of ads, plus 145. Everybody's going to bet on him to score a touchdown against his former team. But do we do anything with the yardage?
I can't. Not anymore.
I mean,
I'm not there.
I know.
I can't do it. Yeah, I mean, I
don't
have much
first.
more to say except
until I see it, right? Is that where we're at? Until I see it?
Exactly. Yeah, something is going wrong. The offensive line and the pocket manipulation of Trevor Lawrence just sitting there. And so, getting the ball to him has been a bit of an issue. And I don't know, because you're changing your schedule so much for a game like this, if suddenly that the continuity can show up. I just don't believe it at this point. So until I get some semblance of hope, I can't do it anymore. I will move on from that. So
and that's fair.
And now we shall move on to other games. Let's move on now to the Bengals and the Titans. Cincinnati on the road, but they are 2.5-point favorites. The total is 40.5. And Joe, when I was analyzing what this Titans defense could do against Joe Burrow, who is still recovering from his calf injury, it's obvious that Joe Burrow wants to have quick throws, right? Don't get hurt any more than you already have been. Otherwise, then that will lead to absolute disaster for the Bengals season. So quick throws, less than 2.5 seconds. Joe Burrow will continue to try and do that. But guess what? The Titans are dead last in defensive success rate against quick passes. I have the Bengals covering in this game.
Ooh, okay. Okay, very good. I like it. I think this is the game he gets right. Right?
Mm-hmm.
He was 51 dropbacks on Monday night. He's played a few games with this injury, so they're not concerned about it at all with how much they had him passing the other evening. It's been a lot. It isn't only Joe Burrow, too. It's like some of the guys that he's been leaning on for a couple of years, like T. Higgins, just drops and what is going on, dude? And Burrow just gets all the heat, and they're dead last in yards per pass, yards per play, success rate, CPOE for quarterbacks. He's dead last. This matchup, we know what it is. You can't run on the Titans, but you can pass all day on the Titans. What did Deshaun Watson do? He had his best game in a Browns uniform against this Titans secondary last week. So, I mean, that's where I'm at. I think this is a Burrow game, and he bounces back. If you're fantasy and you're like, should I bench him? Should I really bench Joe Burrow? I think you might regret it if you do it this time around in this specific matchup. The prop for him is 256.5. And the one that stood out to me, Ed, was the passing touchdowns.
Yeah.
Even money, 1.5 now?
That's how they're going to score, is through the air.
Yeah.
They're not going to do it on the ground, not against this Titans unit. When they can stack the box, they're really, really tough. And you don't trust Mixon at this point. So how are they going to score? Which we believe they will. It'll be through the air. So, I think that's a great play. It's funny, too, when you look at most bet player props on BetMGM, fourth highest is Jamar Chase over 6.5 receptions at minus 120. I am with you that this could be a get-right game, but even if it's not, it's still something where the Bengals can cover. Maybe it's chalky, but even Jamar Chase over 81.5 receiving yards at minus 120, I think is perfectly fine here.
Man, what did he get? 15 targets last week? Monday?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah. I would think he's going to continue to lean into that a little bit. And, Higgins and not doing much there. What about the Titans side? Anything there? Yeah.
I got nothing. I don't trust that offense, and
terrible O-line. Yeah, Tannehill's has not been great. The Bengals aren't the best at stopping the run. Now, typically, I would look at it and say, okay, you got Derrick Henry. You're facing a team that can't stop the run. They're 28th. Yards per carry, 5.1 yards per carry on the ground. But Henry's been awful. And I don't want to take too much facing the best defense in the Browns last week, but I don't feel like we can depend on Henry. It may be closer to the end that some of us want us to believe.
It's also something, though, where he has gotten off to slow starts in years past. So It may be something where you need some more time to watch him go. But that's not going to happen on Sunday. Usually those upticks that he has throughout the course of a season, they're more like late October, November, and certainly in December. That's when we really see the Derrick Henry of old, the classic Derrick Henry. But it doesn't happen earlier in the year. And look, it's only week 4. So that is going to need some time to develop. And it really doesn't matter necessarily, like, the passing attack just to open things up for Henry. I don't think that matters a great deal here. But in terms of overall rushing development, this isn't just a Derrick Henry thing. The running games tend to need some time to develop, and they just haven't had it yet.
Yeah. And game script wise, it's going to be tough for him this year. It's a good point. We've seen it a lot where he really struggles out of the gates and then he gets things going. Is he going to do that again? I'm starting to wonder now with no threat of a passing game.
Sure. No, and that's a fair point. Hard to say it here. This is BetQL Daily presented by BetMGM. Coming up next, easily the game of the week, Dolphins at Bills. How close can Miami get to 70 again? That's right here on the BetQL Network.
We'll be right back with BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network. Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. by BetMGM from BetQL.
Welcome back to BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM. Eddie Gross and Joe Ostrowski here with you to talk about it's the game of the week. Who are we kidding? It is the Dolphins. It is the Bills. Miami fresh off of scoring 70. And really, they were a field goal away, if they wanted to, of setting the record for most points scored in an NFL game. But instead, they hung 70 on the Broncos, and now the strength of competition gets a wee bit tougher against the Bills, a divisional foe. It's Buffalo at home as 2.5-point favorites. The total has, quote-unquote, skyrocketed up to 53.5. Joe, as far as analyzing this game, where would you like to start?
Well, we could make that same argument that you just pointed out about the Dolphins, about the Bills, right? Because you had the Jets, yes, tough defense, but the worst quarterback in ever, apparently, was Zach Wilson. And then it was Jimmy Garoppolo, and then Sam Howell, what they ended up doing to him last week. And maybe it's because it's the Bills' defense. So this is a significant step up in class for the Bills. But, you know, what I find most interesting is, yes, we should give Miami all the credit in the world, all of the players, all of the coaches. They've earned that. But let's not forget, this Bills offense is really good. It's really, really good. I put them right there, like second, I think, after the Dolphins when we did that for our power rankings, best offenses, not named the Bills. The Dolphins. I had the Bills very, very high. And they should be. They're third in the NFL in EPA per play, third in success rate. They had a ground game going right now. They haven't had that threat forever. Like they were just shuffling through running back. We need another new running back. Oh, it's not working. We need another new running back. Even though we don't like to run the ball, we need that threat a little bit. But now they are multidimensional for the first time. It's been a long time since the Dolphins have taken out the Bills. You have to go back to 2016. Now, I think the game certainly changed, and historical stuff you don't want to take a look at pre-Mike McDaniel too much. But in McDermott's time in Buffalo, he's done very good against Tua. Very good. Obviously, last year the numbers much better for Miami, but over the course of time, he knows how to coordinate a defense, and that's what he is this year. He's back to being the coordinator. And Josh Allen, I know part of it is need, but he has not been pushing the ball down the field. Everything is much shorter. The A dot is way down. We're starting to see Vic Fangio's impact too. When everything's about the offense, we're kind of forgetting that the defense has actually played much, much better than what we saw in week number one. Don't forget what happened in that first week against the Chargers. They did give up a ton, an explosive offense. So what are you going to do on the road against an explosive offense in the Bills? Before this past weekend, when everybody's been saying 70 all week for good reason, the number was 3.5, and it cut through down to 2.5. You still have 2.5s out there. Some places have gone to 3, and it's pretty clear what a lot of the sharper bettors are doing. They see value. Buffalo at home, Buffalo inside of a field goal. That's what they're going to take, and I'm with them. I like this spot for Buffalo minus 2.5.
My model says this is a perfect number, so no play on the side for me. And despite the public loving to bet on the over 53.5 here, I think there's a good argument to be made for the under. And Joe, you alluded to one of the key things here. The Bills are in 12 personnel, meaning 2 tight ends, close to 50% of the time. This is death by 1,000 cuts with Stephon Diggs over the top, if and when necessary. The ground game with James Cook and Josh Allen, that's something that they're relying upon a good bit. So ball control matters a great deal. Dalton Kincaid, the tight end, he may have a fantastic outing in a contest like this. But to me, this Bills offense is not exactly what we've seen over the last couple of years, where it's been more about the deep ball than anything else. Like when Gabe Davis went off, it was all about the deep ball. But now it is death by 1,000 cuts. They're just fine playing that way. And this Dolphins defense may have to adjust a little bit so that they can game plan for such things. The problem, though, is are you fine, getting killed over the top with deep passes? That's going to be a big question there. But when it comes to the Dolphins, they are in 21 personnel 61% of the time. it is all about getting rid of the football quickly and having these speedsters get into open space. Not just Tyreek Hill, but the running backs as well. That is also a super important thing. By the way, did you see Adam Schefter's tweet about wanting to be called Devon A. Chan instead of A. Chain?
Dude,
Those rookies.
these rookies, I'm telling you, I had the same thought. And I think you are the only one that I've heard that says Puka's name correctly. Maybe out west that you've heard others. Like these rookies. Puka hasn't done that, right?
No.
Because everybody calls him Nakua, and it's
Right.
Nakua correctly,
It's
right?
Nakua. Yeah.
He's done enough where he should, he could
Yeah, get the darn name right. Come on.
I wouldn't say anything if he's like, hey guys, by the way, maybe he doesn't want to jinx anything. Maybe he's one of those dudes.
Right.
But so it's I still haven't been saying A-Chan this week. So it's A-Chan?
Uh-huh. A-Chan. Yeah.
Okay. I did see the tweet.
Yeah.
But I haven't heard anybody say
Right.
A-Chan either. So
You know, one of the reasons why I'm so paranoid about this stuff, aside from just wanting to get it right, because these are human beings and you want to pronounce their names correctly. But back when I covered Auburn, there was a defensive player called Corey Lemonnier. And Gene Chizik, his head coach, kept calling him Corey Lemonier. And everyone at Auburn kept calling him Corey Lemonier. But it turns out it's Lemonnier. And once he got to the pros, he made a nice, polite correction to anybody and everybody who would listen. And that just stuck with me because I would hear a lot of NFL reporters call him Lemonnier. And I'm like, guys, it's Lemonier, right? And they're like, no, he corrected us. Oh, okay. So I'm the one with egg on my face. That one incident just changed my life. And now I am just paranoid to making sure that, I get these names correctly. But, I guess it's neither here nor there.
Okay, maybe this is a little Joe Theismann for Heisman, Joe Theismann thing back when he was at Notre Dame. But I would have kind of stuck with A-Chain. Move the chains, running back. I think
right.
But that's not his name. His parents might be mad at that.
Yeah, probably. Yes. Absolutely they are. We finally get to pass along the name to a national audience, all that stuff, and then it gets mispronounced, and then, everything falls apart. So I certainly get that. I think when it comes to the Dolphins, first off, I like this underplay. I think that makes the most sense. Yeah. As far as props go, nothing is standing out to me except, if you like a James Cook over, I think that's perfectly fine here. Tyreek Hill should still be the guy, so that's fine there too. But I think one of the things that maybe we need to, think about when it comes to a paradigm shift with the Dolphins, maybe Tua will be okay as far as health is concerned because he gets rid of the ball so quickly that it alleviates, any kind of oncoming pass rush. So that will certainly help in a game like this against the Bills. But also, too, it's going to keep him healthy, right? Guys can't hit him after he gets rid of the ball, or if they do, it's a penalty. So I think it's not just offensive line protection that's helping the cause, but just getting rid of the ball quickly. Maybe that's one reason why Miami should keep this game close, and you're comfortable betting on them in future contests, knowing full well that Tua is going to be out there.
And by the way, Waddle's going to be out there this week. That's one change from last week. He's going to be back out there, cleared concussion protocol early in the week, has been practicing in full. So no questions there. Is it small sample size theater when we see that this Dolphins defense is dead last in success rate? And we were just going over how the Bills kind of, bring it down the field a little bit different. It's not just the deep bomb that we were used to.
I have to believe so much of that is context, just in terms of getting out to huge leads and then other teams having to throw the ball a lot. I don't read too much into that. In fact, probably what that means is that we don't know if they're good or bad. Could be either. But we just don't know because Tua and company, they're just going off at this rate. So I don't know if there's too much I can read into that. But what it does tell me, though, is that Buffalo is going to try and install this offense as, one more time, death by 1,000 cuts. And that's fine. If they think they can win that way, that's okay. Ball control and sort of force Tua and company to win every time they're out there and sort of limit the number of possessions they might have. I think that's how this game goes under and how it stays close, probably with a Bills victory.
Yeah, something you need to be careful of because obviously last week non-competitive, But those first two games were competitive. That was a shootout, very close in the end against the Chargers. And then we had the Sunday Night Football game against the Patriots. That was pretty close throughout. Ended up being a one-score game in the end. New England had a chance. So when you're talking about 1/3 of it, then it could throw everything off.
Let's move on now to a team that you might be slightly familiar with, and that's the Chicago Bears taking on the Denver Broncos. And Denver, 3.5-point favorites on the road. The total is 46. Joe, this is going to be a disgusting argument that I'm about to make, but I kind of like Bears 3.5 here. I think there's a play. I can't take them on the money line. I'm not going to be crazy here. But I do think, though, when you look at this Denver secondary, it is atrocious. I know I've mentioned this before, like Damari Mathis and company being guys who opposing quarterbacks have picked on, but the problem has also involved Patrick Surtain. You look at receptions over expected, every defensive back is struggling. And it's not just the Miami game. Even prior to that, none of these defensive backs have been playing very well. This secondary is absolutely atrocious. And while I don't think Chicago can win this game, I do think that Justin Fields can do just enough to keep it close. When a secondary is that bad, then things can fall apart for the favored team. I think Bears plus 3.5 is live.
I'm glad you said that you don't think the Bears can win this game, because I am very close, sir, to taking Broncos in Survivor. I'm kind of like, I don't care. After what the Jaguars hurt me so much, I'm like, why not live on the edge? Why not take these Denver Broncos as a 3.5-point road favorite? Just need you to win against the worst team, the team that is on now a 13-game losing streak. And you mentioned the Broncos secondary. I present to you the Bears secondary. Just about everyone is hurt. Eddie Jackson not practicing. Jalen Johnson has not been practicing. Josh Blackwell not been practicing this week. It looks like it's going to be all backups, and the Broncos have been moving the football. I like the over. I feel like nobody's talking about the over. These are clearly the two worst defenses in football. Justin Fields has to be able to do something.
46 is not that large of a number. I am with you 100%. The over is a fantastic play, and the Bears can do their part here. So that one's good, and I'm going to hold my nose, but Bears plus 3.5. This is BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM. Coming up next, some divisional battles we will break down right here on the BetQL Network.
We'll be right back with BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network. This is BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM from BetQL.
Welcome back to BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM. Eddie Gross and Joe Ostrowski here with you. Back to the games, and we will start with the Buccaneers and the Saints. New Orleans at home in the Superdome as 3.5-point favorites. The total is laughable 39.5. And there's probably a good case to be made for the under, in large part because the Saints defense continues to be elite. Baker Mayfield was not very good, and now he is operating off of a short week. And Joe, one breakdown that I would have on this game that I think matters a great deal is just how effective the zone defense was for Philadelphia in their last game against the Buccaneers. And guess what? The Saints are really good in zone coverage as well, a 60+% success rate when in zone. And I think what this can do is force Baker Mayfield into some bad decisions where he cannot sustain drives. And also given the history and how well the Saints defense has performed specifically against this Buccaneers offense, no matter the quarterback, I think there is an argument to be made for an alternate spread for New Orleans up to, say, -5.5 at +115.
In a Jameis Winston revenge game. Okay.
Heck yeah.
Let's
go.
You know what we're starting to see that I feel is a little bit underreported? We're starting to see the Bucs break down. And I don't want to go too far because I understand it's one game. And what I'm talking about is the health of this defense. We said that they have talented players. They're a team that you want to play later in the year rather than earlier. And what do? They start off winning their first couple of games. Why? Because they have some very talented players. But if you look at the health of the defense through Thursday, guys not practicing. Jamel Dean has not been out there. Vita Vea not practicing. Devin White limited with a foot. Cansey, the rookie, he has not been practicing, starting defensive tackle. So we're starting to see the defensive injuries pile up already on Tampa Bay. And I think you're right. It might be setting up for a big spot. And then what do we also have in this game? We get the Lattimore versus Mike Evans game. Lattimore has owned Mike Evans. Evans has had 5 or fewer catches in 10 of their 11 matchups. Lattimore's, oh man, he eats this week up. Like, he loves it. They have some great battles on the field. I was so concerned with the Carr factor in Jameis that as I'm talking through this, as I hear you with your points, man, and it's Baker facing a real defense, just like we just saw him do. How do you do there? Like, I think there's a lot of reasons to back the Saints, and I think the smart people are telling us, you know what? There's a reason we pushed this to 3.5 from 3.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Something that I do love about what this Saints offense has been doing is how well they've been throwing to the sticks. They're averaging 0.7 yards past the sticks per throw. It's one of the higher rates in football. What tends to happen is on those third medium, third and long situations, quarterbacks tend to throw just short, and then it's the receiver having to do the rest of the work. Saints don't do that. They want to throw past the sticks to ensure that a drive continues to be sustained. And even if Derek Carr isn't the quarterback involved, Jameis Winston is the no risk it, no biscuit kind of quarterback, right? So Chris Olave could have a very big game just because of that. You mentioned the defensive injuries. The thing with the Bucs is they're just top heavy. You've got some great players offensively and defensively, but if any of them go down, you have no faith in the supplements whatsoever. So when it comes to this Bucs offense and Mike Evans, he is the offense. His team air yard share is number 1 in football. So if Lattimore is covering him like a blanket and they can't get the ball to him, then the Buccaneers do not have backup options because they can't run the ball. You don't trust the other receivers or tight ends. Sorry, Kate Otten. But it's just anemic at that point. It's really, really bad. So I think one prop play that I really like here is Baker Mayfield under 33.5 pass attempts at even money. Not because they're going to try and run the football a good bit more, but because they're just going to run out of options and not be able to move the ball consistently down the field. And 33.5 could be a lot in a game like this where the Saints are going to try and chew up as much clock as possible. Also, with Alvin Kamara coming back, maybe they rely on him a little bit more to where fewer drives, fewer possessions, fewer opportunities for Mayfield to try and play catch up. I think this is something where if you want to find props that shorten the game, I think you'll probably be fine.
And this is not a groupthink situation where we're just repeating the same thing all week. I don't think we have come up. I know you've leaned that way throughout the Saints, but as we put it all together late in the week with the injuries, with that matchup, Evans Lattimore, with Kamara returning, some trust in Winston as a backup, Baker with a tough matchup once again. I just think a lot of things are adding up here to back the Saints.
Yeah, I definitely think so. And again, alternate spread to -5.5. It's probably my favorite alternate spread of the week, just because even though it is a divisional battle, the Saints have had the Bucs number for a long time in the regular season.
Call.
No reason to believe that it cannot continue in a situation like this when the Bucs have downgraded at quarterback and the offense in general is just so one-dimensional. So I think definitely the Saints.
What can they do?
The play there. Yeah.
What are they going to be able to do on the Saints? I honestly, they can't run the ball against anyone, and then you have this tough matchup. I don't see it. I don't know what they're going to be able to do. They're going to look for Godwin? I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely with you there. Before we move on, got to mention our new friends in Kentucky, one of the most beautiful states in America. They are now online, BetMGM, live in Kentucky. Make sure, folks, new to the show, new to sports betting, download the app today. Wager on your favorite sports anywhere in the state. And folks, discover exclusive features that help you pick your perfect parlay. Check out the latest boosted odds specials. Take advantage of the fan-friendly daily and weekly promotions because we want to invite you with open arms to get involved in all the fun. Bet with confidence in the BetMGM app featuring easy-to-use technology that makes placing a bet fast and convenient. There are tons and tons out there, and we will make sure to do the work for you, and you will be glad you did. So, BetMGM, welcome, Kentucky. Great to have you with us. I was a resident of Kentucky for a couple of years. Guys are just fantastic. Miss you guys. Definitely staying in touch, and so grateful that you guys are on board. All right, guys, let's move on now to the Commanders and the Eagles. And Joe, even though that we have a rather significant spread where the Eagles are favored by 8.5 with a total of 43.5, my model does like the Eagles to cover. At the same time, even though my model is saying it's okay to bet the Eagles side, I'm a little nervous to do so. And it's not just because Washington handed Philadelphia its first loss a season ago, but Washington's actually really good in man coverage. And that may be really important when Washington is trying to throw an extra rusher at Jalen Hurts, try and take him to the ground and try and prevent this passing attack from ever getting started. So I'm at the point now where one of the reasons why I still feel like the Cowboys can win the NFC East and not the Eagles is even though the Eagles have A.J. Brown and some great receivers, I don't trust his passing game as much. I'm still not there with a new offensive coordinator. And especially if Washington is so good in man coverage and can throw out extra rushers on the blitz, I think that's how the Commanders stay in this football game, Joe.
Oh, man. I don't like to hear that. I think this is the easiest tease spot. Is it not? You could still, I don't know how much longer you're going to be able to do this, but you can still get the Eagles inside of a field goal. The division matchup thing has me worried a little bit. We pointed out yesterday that when the Commanders did upset them last year, that was a big fumble game for the Eagles. They lost 3 fumbles in that game. So that's, very fluky, to say the least. I'm looking at the Swift props because they've been leaning on him more and more, and boy, has he been explosive over the last couple of weeks, even though this is not quite the matchup. I don't know that you really want to run. 64.5 now. What was it Monday? 32.5. So they just doubled his prop. They doubled Swift's prop. So that's really interesting. As far as the side, I don't really have anything. I'm considering the Eagles in Survivor if I'm going with one of the higher point spreads. I just feel that Howell's really going to struggle. He's got to get rid of the ball. I mean, he's taken 19 sacks in 3 games, threw 4
ridiculous.
interceptions on Sunday. Like, if you look at the pace numbers, he would lap the all-time record for sacks taken by one quarterback. So I don't have anything on this specific matchup. Really, nothing standing out in props, but I would just tease the Eagles down and pair it with something else. That's how I'm looking at this game. And yeah, maybe everything goes right for the Commanders on the defensive side, but I think the Eagles will be just fine. But I will certainly keep a close eye on Hurts' performance.
For sure. Jalen Hurts over 42.5 rushing yards at -115 is one that I really like. I think that the ultimate, I guess, phase of the game that I think will decide the overall outcome is how the Eagles run on the early downs, first and second. If they do establish the run on those early downs, then I think they'll be just fine and they won't have a problem here. But if Washington squashes the run, forces the Eagles into passing situations on third down, I think they have a chance to win this football game. I really do. Now, the Eagles are great on early down rushes. So it's not an easy thing to just point out, all right, do this one thing and you're okay, because Eagles are really, really good at it. And it's why I think Jalen Hurts over 42.5 rushing yards is fine here. You've talked about being a Swiftie. I mean, you're the number one Swiftie here on the show, Joe. 64.5 is the number for him. And there is a good argument to be made for the over here. But I also think that sack props for Washington are very much live. Montez Sweat might be the obvious place to start, but there may be other guys who have high likelihoods of getting a sack.
Yeah, that is something that I was considering, and I didn't really look at the Eagles because everybody just saw Howell get sacked a ton of times, and then we know about the reputation that they do have. But I'll take a look. I'll take a look there, but that's a good argument. That maybe take a look on the other side. The Commander side is where you can find some value.
Let's move on now to the Rams and the Colts. And Joe, you mentioned that the Eagles would make a great teaser leg, moving it down to -2.5. I think the Rams to +7 would be a great teaser leg. That one really stands out to me because, first off, I think the Rams can win this game outright. Moneyline bet at -110 with a total of 45.5. So it's medium. But Matthew Stafford has been playing really well. And we need to give him his props because I don't know how much longer he's going to be playing football. But this year, with that wide receiving unit, we need to put some respect on his name. He has the 6th lowest turnover-worthy play rate per PFF. He had 2 picks against Cincinnati. So, that's just bad luck more than anything else. Stafford is also tied for the highest big-time throw rate with Tua per PFF. So this receiving personnel is capable of explosive plays, and Stafford is smart enough to protect the football and not put it in harm's way. And doing this against a pass defense in Indianapolis that is one of the worst in football, I think the Rams can win this game, Joe.
I do too. This is a lot of respect for the Colts to make them a favorite. And I know you home field, all that stuff, and short week for the Rams. I get it. Quentin Nelson, DeForest Buckner, not practicing this week. And Richardson's going to make his return, a guy that just inexperienced. I wonder, do the Colts win that game over the Ravens if it's Richardson and not Minshew, a guy that had very little college football experience as well? I think it's a fair question. I see advantages across the board. I see a coaching advantage for the Rams. I see a quarterback advantage of the Rams. Wide receiver, I think a big advantage for the Rams. The Rams have actually put together a bit of a good run game early on in the year. So they're building that. There are reasons to support the Rams, and I like it. I don't understand the move on this. Last week it was Rams favored, and now the Colts are favored because of the upset with the quarterback who's not going to be playing in this game. This feels like a big overreaction on Colts, right?
Is it a short week as well for LA, if that matters at all? Or do they feel like they've kind of come back down to reality? Because, look, our priors for the Rams were bad, and I'm still not saying they're going to have a winning record. Not at all. I'm just saying that you've got a quarterback who's more than competent, and that should matter in a game with weaker competition. That's all I am arguing here, not anything beyond that. But I do wonder with a not so good performance against Cincinnati, where they're still recovering from things, if maybe we're starting to buy into our priors a little bit more. And my argument is, no, Sean McVay is throwing out the kitchen sink with this offense, doing some really creative things. That's going to be consistent throughout the entire year.
Yep. Yeah. No question about it. I like the Rams. I'm trying to figure out, am I missing anything? And I don't think I am. Like, the defense for the Colts has been pretty good this year. That's been outstanding. But the offense, there are reasons to be concerned there. I don't think they're going to be able to keep up.
Hi, Anthony Richardson. This is Aaron Donald.
Yes.
This is Anthony Richardson. Shake hands. Very nice. Yes, it's glad you two could meet up. That's cool. This is BetQL Daily presented by BetMGM. Coming up next, Frank Schwab shares that the Dolphins are dangerous enough to keep this insane start going against the Bills. That's right here on the BetQL Network.
We'll be right back with BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
Hold on. Let me just... I have a message for you Swifties out there. You're in a cult. You're in a cult, and you don't know it. And the reason why you get so upset when someone says, why do you like Taylor Swift so much? Oh, you must be a hater, because you're in a cult. I am not in a cult. I am a regular human being who likes Taylor Swift, but does not worship Taylor Swift. And the only thing I get, I live with a Swiftie, okay? My girlfriends are all obsessed with Taylor Swift. I'm not. The one thing I get every weekend, and I live for this, I get a few hours of good old-fashioned American football. And I listen to the best player on the planet after crushing the terrible Chicago Bears get a question. And the first question is about Taylor Swift. That's it. That's it. That's it. Now you're in my lane. I need a break, all right? You're breaking my brain. You can't have everything. If you want music, if you want the concerts, if you want the bracelets, if you want the social medias, you can have them. Stay away from the NFL. You guys need to break up tomorrow, and I'm hoping it happens. And then we can go back to football, and you guys can go back to singing Bad Blood to each other while pretending you're in the videos. I've had enough, and it's only been one game.
Get off my lawn, you youngsters. God, you just sounded like an old man yelling at a crowd.
I am.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. This is BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM from BetQL.
Welcome back to BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM. Eddie Gross and Joe Ostrowski with you. And joining us now to continue our conversation on Week 4 of the NFL season is Frank Schwab of Yahoo Sports. Make sure to follow him on X at Yahoo Schwab. Frank, thanks so much for joining us. We got to start with the Miami Dolphins, right? And this is a hot sports take, but I don't think they're averaging 70 a game from here on out. I think they're going to come back down and regress just a little bit. But the question is, how much are they going to regress against this pass rush in the Buffalo Bills, where, look, the Bills are 2.5-point favorites here, higher total of 53.5. How do you see this playing out?
Yeah, I've been kind of saying all week, I've been pushing back against the hype, against the, oh my God, the Dolphins are the best offense I've ever seen. Okay, it's 3 games. I get it. They put up 70. That was awesome. It was fun to watch. But while everybody's talking about the Dolphins, the Bills are out here just wrecking shop on their last 2 opponents. I think they've outscored them 75-13, something like that. It's in that range anyway. People just want to forget the Bills are a really good team, right? Like the Bills last week had 9 sacks, forced 5 turnovers, took one to the house, and should have had a shutout. It just Ron Rivera wanted to kick a field goal in the final minute for some reason. I have nothing against the Dolphins. I think the Dolphins are a very, very good football team. But we're just forgetting how good the Bills are because this is what happens with NFL discussion. We get washed away with what's new, what's fun, the shiny toy. Right now, that's the Dolphins. But I still think the Bills win this game. I still think they're the better team. I mean, people got on me for having the Dolphins below the Bills in my power rankings. I'm like, yeah, because I think the Bills are better. Hey, if the Dolphins come out and they win in Buffalo this week and they put up 40, 50 points, whatever it's going to be, all right, then I got to take notice and change my mind. But right now, I just think the hype for the Dolphins is a little out of control.
Yeah, I'd have it power rated the exact same way. I mean, people are talking like the Bills are not a top 3 offense. Like they're not getting pressure without Von Miller even on the field. Like it's been impressive. Been impressive what they've been able to do. All right, speaking of the Dolphins and the team that they hung 70 on, let's get it out of the way. You're based in Denver.
Yes.
I guess we're all contractually obligated to watch this game. I'm going to bet on it. In a weird way, I'm intrigued by what Bears Broncos is going to be. What do you think it's going to be?
I'm interested to see what you have to say because I look at this and I'm like, oh my goodness, what are we doing? Can we just relegate both of these teams? Can we get them out of here, put something else on in that time slot? I'll be honest. I was shocked the Broncos are -3.5 on the road. Like, I don't know that there's been a time. There has been, I'm sure, and I've forgotten about it. But when has it ever happened that the 31st best team of football is a 3.5-point road favorite over the worst team of football? That means that if this game was in Denver, the Broncos would be 8.5-point favorites over the Bears. Like, is that how bad the Bears are? Is that how bad the Bears are behind the rest of the league? Like, I'm not going to bet this way. I wouldn't even bet it with your money, Joe. But if I had to take something, I would just take the Bears plus 3.5 out of principle because the Broncos are terrible. Bears are terrible. Just take the points at that. This is just such a bad game. And both of these fan bases should be rooting for their team to lose because you want to get closer to Caleb Williams at this point than anything else.
100%. We're just doing we talked about the total on this show. I mean, how do you not go? These defenses are just so horrendous, right, Ed?
Terrible. But can the offenses move it? You know, Russ gets a hard. Russ is the one guy who I will kind of, I don't think stick up for, but I will say like Broncos fans like want Russ gone after. Like Russ wasn't playing outside linebacker. Like Russ wasn't whiffing on tackles on Devin Achane. Like what do we? Achan, I guess it is now. Like what are we doing here? You can't just blame everything on the quarterback, guys. Russell's been okay.
Real quick, turns out from 506 Sports, several cities that were to get Broncos Bears on the TV have been switched to Dolphins Bills, including in the Detroit and Green Bay markets. That's how bad it has gotten for both teams.
Yeah, wow. Yeah. I mean, I'd rather get like Paw Patrol or The Bachelor or whatever. Like let's just not get. People do not deserve to be exposed to that game.
No, I think that's fair. I think we're now at the point of the season where I'm starting to find just the silliest of edges or things that I think are the silliest of edges. And one of them involves the London game between the Falcons and the Jaguars, where Jacksonville, every year they're used to these London trips. And so they have this down to a science. Whereas I'm not sure the Falcons do. And I say this because they left for London a little later in the week than how a lot of quote unquote visitors handle the London game. So I'm curious if that should be taken into account when handicapping this game, where Jaguars are 3-point favorites with a total of 43.5.
100%. I'm with you on this. I think that Jacksonville playing in London is more of a home field advantage than playing in Jacksonville. And let me explain that. There's not a great home field advantage in Jacksonville, right? It's a normal trip for these NFL guys. We know that home field advantage has been dwindling a little bit every year because travel is so easy and they get used to it. And you're just going to Northern Florida, big deal. The London game is different. It's different than everything else. These guys aren't used to it. Teams aren't used to it. But Jacksonville is used to it because they do this every year. This is old hat to them. They understand the routine. The players have been through it. And so I think that it's more of an edge for them because they understand the landscape better and the opponent might not. So when people talk about, there's a neutral site game, to me, it's not. To me, I even give Jacksonville a little bit more of a bump when they play in London just because the opponent is so not used to this. So I love Jacksonville in this spot. And I'll tell you something. If Jacksonville can't beat the Falcons, the most mid-average team in the NFL are the Atlanta Falcons. They're going to beat every bad team they play. They're going to lose to every good team they play. They're going to finish 16th in the NFL. That's just who the Falcons are. If Jacksonville can't beat them this week, I kind of have to just give up on Jacksonville. I was high on them coming into the year, as a lot of other people were. I thought Trevor was going to the moon. I have an MVP ticket on him. They've looked really bad the last couple of weeks. I'm giving them one more shot. I'm having a pep talk with them in my mind. I'm like, okay, Jacksonville, you got to prove it to me now. I'm on Jacksonville. I think they win this, not easily, but they cover. I mean, they cash that ticket. If they can't against this Falcons team, maybe Jacksonville's bad. I need to start looking at the Colts for the division title odds.
Lamar, John Harbaugh, terrific as underdogs, and here they are again, underdogs going to Cleveland. Deshaun Watson just had his best game as a Brown. The number's 2.5, total only 40.5. What are you doing with this game?
Yeah, it feels a little square to just be on the Browns like I am, but the one thing in this game that I do trust is their defense. That Browns defense, if we were talking about the Dolphins offense the whole week, somebody would notice that, wow, the Browns might have the best defense in a while. This is a great defense. They are just a joy to watch, really. The Titans last week had 94 yards. That shouldn't happen in the NFL. That's a quarter for the NFL. And the Titans were held to under 100. That is an impressive unit. I do hate always going against the Ravens because they're so well prepared. They're so well coached. Lamar's awesome. But the one thing in this, because the Ravens have been beat up, the one thing I really trust in this matchup is the Browns defense. I'm going to ride with that. I'll take the Browns less than a field goal at home. It always feels a little like, I'm being tricked into this, right? But I do think the Browns defense carries the day here, and they win just one of these ugly AFC North games.
Speaking of surprises from last week, the Dallas Cowboys lost to Arizona despite being double-digit favorites. Now they are back at home as 6.5-point favorites against the Patriots. Many arguments against the Cowboys here. I don't know if they're sticky from one game to the next, like run defense, things like that. But this Cowboys offensive line still seems to be banged up, and it might be something where Bill Belichick can take advantage. How do you see this game playing out?
Yeah, you mentioned it, Bill Belichick. People like dunking on Bill Belichick, and I get it. He was so good for so long, and he's really unlikable at times. But the man can coach. He can't give himself good players as a GM, but you give him X's and O's, you give him a week to look at that tape of the Cowboys-Cardinals game, he's going to figure out everything Dallas did wrong and every deficiency they have and exploit that. I think the Patriots they might even be live here as a dog. I definitely on them with the points, just because I respect Belichick so much. If you give me enough points with Belichick, I'm going to take him every single time and just figure he's going to figure out a way to keep the game close. I think he's doing a heck of a job this year. They lost their first two games, but especially the Eagles game. They all played the Eagles. They just had 2 turnovers early that put them behind it. They all played the Eagles after that. Obviously, they really shut down the Jets last week. I'll take the Patriots in the points. I think the spread is way too inflated. I think Cowboys are a good team. Don't get me wrong, and they might bounce back this week. and cover and all that kind of stuff. But again, if you give me enough points with Bill Belichick, I'm always going to take it.
Strongest opinion. What is your strongest opinion on a game this weekend that we have not discussed?
Oh, that's interesting. I'm trying to think. It's it is so my strongest opinion is the Bills probably, just because I really am fading the Dolphins. We've talked about all the games I'm really on this week. I will say this. I don't know how this is going to happen because I can't break it down for you X's and O's wise. But weird things happen in the NFL all the time. I think the Cardinals cover that 14, and we're going to be sitting there with like 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter saying, the Cardinals got the ball down 6? What's going on here? What's going on in my survival league pool? Like, what's going on? Like, I got the 49ers to survive. That's just the way the NFL is. If you give me 14 on any team. Cardinals 3-0 against the spread. Gannon, look, everybody got on Gannon, right? Like, oh, look at that pep talk. He's going to be trash. He's going to get fired his first year. Jonathan Gannon can coach, I think. He's getting everything out of that team. They look a lot better than I thought. Look, the 49ers might win that game 42-3. I look crazy for it, but I'm going to be on Arizona plus 14 just because they're scrappy, man. I don't really know how they're doing it. I can't explain it, but they're in every game and they're covering spreads.
Well, and the other thing we forget about Arizona is that I don't think the pass rush is terrible. And Jonathan Gannon, like, it was one of the big reasons why the Eagles defense was so amazing the last couple of years. Like, he's not just some random guy off the street. He's someone with a fantastic pedigree.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I'm sure you guys were with me on this, where you looked at that roster before the season, looked at the depth chart, and you're like, this might be one of the worst teams we've ever seen. And then they trade for Joshua Dobbs like a minute and a half before the season. And you're like, they're just tanking? Like, they're just giving up? And every week they should have beat the Commanders week 1. They should have obviously should have beat the Giants week 2. They just fell apart in the second half. And then they just, look, when you see these big upsets in the NFL, it's a lot of times like, oh, this team was +4 in turnovers. They double doinked in a field goal. No, Arizona just lined up and beat the Dallas Cowboys last week. It was never really a game. Like, Cowboys really got taken to them. The Cardinals look like a better team. I know they're not the better team, but they looked at it on Sunday. A lot of that's Gannon. And I have a ticket. I got it early in the offseason, under 5.5 on the Cardinals. All offseason, I felt great about it. I'm like, I'm spending the money already. I don't know that they're going to get the 6, but I'm not exactly cashing that ticket in my head anymore.
The Vikings are going to get their first win at Carolina. The number's all the way up to 4.5 now.
Yeah, it must be Andy starting then, because it stinks to say this because I like Bryce Young, but Andy gives him a better shot to compete. So the fact that I guess the other way around. So the fact that the spread is gone up a little bit must mean Bryce is going to start, because I just think if Andy was starting in this game, I would be a little shaky on it. I was on the Seahawks last week, and I got on him early in the week before I even knew about the Bryce Young injury. And then when the injury was announced, I'm like, oh, it's Andy? Uh-oh. And the Seahawks got there anyway. But I think the Carolina Panthers just aren't ready, and it stinks that they don't have their first-round pick. The Bears must be really excited to watch them play on every Sunday because they're just not ready to compete. Whereas the Vikings are 0-3, but look, 11-0 last year in close games, 0-3 this year. They weren't as good as they were, their record said last year. They're not as bad as 0-3 this year. The Vikings team's going to be okay. They're going to cover some spreads, probably not make the playoffs because nobody does that from 0-3, but I'm fine backing the Vikings most weeks if people are out on them. I think the Vikings are still a solid football team.
Sunday night, Kansas City on the road, 8.5-point favorites against the Jets. My biggest question here is, what would the spread have been if Taylor Swift weren't in the picture?
Maybe I'll pick them at that point. I don't know.
Chiefs by $1 million. Yeah, we believe in Zach Wilson.
You're gonna have to take away my accounts or just get into them so I can't bet the Jets the rest of the year, because this is what's going to happen. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen every single week the rest of the NFL season. I get up, I'm going to look at that Jets spread, I'm going to say 9.5 points with that defense. They're going to keep it close. I'm going to take the Jets, and I'm going to turn on that game on Sunday and just be sick for 3 hours watching that offense. Like, it's so hard to watch the Jets right now, especially when you're backing them. And the same thing's going to happen Sunday. I'm going to take them. This spread is obviously inflated. Obviously, you're paying not only a tax on the Chiefs, you're paying a tax against the Jets offense. So I'm feeling smart. I'm going to take the Jets as a home dog, getting 8.5, 9.5, whatever it is right now. And you're going to have to watch the Jets for 3 hours. And it's going to be an absolutely miserable experience. That offense cannot move the ball. They can't function. Like, it's hard to watch them, but I'm going to be on the Jets just as long as the spreads keep going like this, where I'm just getting points with that Jets defense every single week. I'm just going to pray they get some pick sixes or something. And it's just going to be awful. I already hate myself for how much I'm going to bet the Jets this season.
You're definitely going to bet them in Trevor Simeon's first game. We've got 30 seconds. Is this the Burrow get-right spot against the Titans secondary?
I think so. If not, you got real questions. I had the Titans really, really low in my power rankings over the offseason. I thought they were going to be one of the worst teams of football. Got kind of talked out about from that, moved them up, and now I'm like, yeah, I was right. The Titans are bad. That's a bad football team. And before I go, Joe, I just want to say I feel so bad for your Cubs. So bad to watch these Cubs collapse. So bad to watch my Brewers clinch the Central on Suzuki's drop the other day. And go Bucks, too. Oh, man. I'm living life as a Milwaukee guy over here.
I've got some trolls, man, that are up in Wisconsin, and I don't care as much as I did as a kid. But like they're really trolling about my Brewers opinion going into the year because I thought they were going to sell off, so I was looking elsewhere. Big miss there.
I appreciate you guys.
Frank Schwab of Yahoo Sports, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. This is BetQL Daily presented by BetMGM. Coming up next, we go back to the games, including an intriguing AFC North contest between the Ravens and the Browns, right here on the BetQL Network.
We'll be right back with BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network. No one brings the wow factor like the BetQL Network.
When did that happen?
Today.
And instantly,
Yes.
the crowd goes wild.
We celebrate the women of wagertainment.
Welcome back to BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM.
Ooh, I did the right strategy there. Set you up for just complimenting me.
You know what? I get that.
Never miss a minute of the action. Download the BetQL app to take us anywhere you go and watch all of the shows on Twitch TV/BetQL. Presented by the Kings of Sportsbooks. BetMGM.
I ended up writing together like all of my thoughts for every single team this year, all of the bets that I made before the season, just like put it all on a sheet of paper. What is the bet that you have placed? We'll call it like a season long bet. As week one, we'll talk about as we go through the show. Is there a bet that you placed that you're like the most confident in, right? Famous last words right before season starts. And is there a bet you placed that you're just like, now I don't know, like maybe I'm not in good on this. Maybe I am.
It might be the same bet.
Yeah.
I love all my Packers bets, and now I know it's only one game, and Romeo Doubs returned to practice today. Christian Watson didn't practice yesterday or today, and he was hurt a lot of last year, and it's making me realize like the Packers are kind of like Jenga, right?
Yeah.
And you pull Christian Watson out, and this whole thing could come falling apart.
Yeah.
And it's only one game, and he could practice tomorrow. He could play on Sunday. Just that I feel really good about these bets if the key principles are able to stay healthy. But if they don't, I feel like that bet could be a total disaster. So I both love that bet, and now I'm also I'm not so sure about this.
I totally agree. Packers would have been my vote for, oh man, now I don't know. Are we all really in the same boat here that we're all just really not looking good on these Packers futures? And then at the same time, it's just, all right, what are you most confident in? I think it's impossible Washington doesn't go over their win total number.
I know you love
I think it's
this.
actually impossible. I think they're going to win at least 7. I feel very confident about that. And the Saints under. I just make Derek Carr and Dennis Allen have to win 10 games. Make them have to win 10 games. And I think they're literally incapable of doing that. So yeah, those two so Packers. So that you said that was your answer to both was Packers?
Because
so it's your most confident and least confident?
So I'm extremely confident in it if everyone's able to stay healthy.
Okay.
But if they don't, I feel like it's DOA.
Is there another most confident?
Well, I don't know about most, because I love my Dolphins Super Bowl bet that I made because I feel like that's in the Miami's range of outcomes.
Sure.
It's not necessarily to like win the AFC East all the time, but get into the tournament. And then like with when Jalen Ramsey's back and like Armstead will be healthy, you would think at that point. And I think like the ceiling for the Dolphins is to win a championship. Like I absolutely love that bet. I love my bet on the Saints under. I'll echo you on that big time. Love the New Orleans Saints under. I tailed you on the Bears under. I think I really like that one a lot.
That might be one where I'm like,
I like the Vikings under.
Yeah, how do you not like the Vikings?
I like the Vikings under a lot.
Apparently, they're becoming much less likely to win on Sunday too. Everybody's betting Tampa in that game. We'll do that in Net Mood probably down to 5.5. Let me ask you this: I ended up writing together like all of my thoughts for every single team this year, all of the bets that I made before the season, just like put it all on a sheet of paper. What is the bet that you have placed? We'll call it like a season long bet. Is it week one?
BetMGM from BetQL.
Welcome back to BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM. Eddie Gross and Joe Ostrowski here with you. Let's get back to the games. And as we mentioned, an intriguing game between the Ravens and the Browns, where Cleveland is at home, a 2.5-point favorite, a low total of 40.5, and the public is really on the under in this one. I assume because they are seeing all of these highlights of Myles Garrett and all these other great defensive standouts for Cleveland, saying, you know what? I don't know how in the world Lamar Jackson can do anything against them, so we might as well just take the under. It's not as simple as that, obviously. But, Joe, how do you see this game playing out?
Yesterday, both of us mentioned this game during contest plays on Thursday's show, and I got to say that, at this point, I don't know that I would put it in a top 5. I want to see what happens in the game, but as far as opinion on a side, it's really tough. Now, you need the final injury report for the Ravens. I got to see where these guys stand going in. Bateman has not been practicing this week. Odell Beckham has not been practicing this week. Same thing with Marlon Humphrey, the cornerback. But it looks like there's a chance Ronnie Stanley returns. He's been limited in practice. They will get safety Marcus Williams back. They did not have him, I believe, over the last couple of weeks. Justice Hill limited, Kyle Hamilton limited. They are just so beat up. But I think we're slowly going to get there, maybe in a couple of weeks. They're much healthier than they have been over the last few. So that's going to clearly be something to watch. I mean, look, defensive-wise, I see why there's money in the under. You have the Browns at number 1 in just about every metric. We talk about the Dolphins being number 1 in every offensive metric. Well, it's the same thing for the Browns on the defensive side. That's how dominant their defense has been. And it's not like the Ravens have a bad defense at all. They're still really good. You can make an argument that they're still top 5, definitely top 10. So I understand why that is that's getting money on the look ahead. When they first opened the total, it was 44. Went down 3.5 points. I mean, that's a pretty big move in the totals world. So, trends-wise, a lot of people pointing to John Harbaugh, Lamar as underdogs. And, okay, I get it. But it is inside of a field goal. So I don't know about going too far on that. We'll say that's a great teaser leg. Baltimore plus 8.5. That looks pretty good to me coming off that loss last week. What do you think, Ed?
Yeah, this has teaser written all over it just because you expect a divisional rivalry like this to be relatively close. And I think it also matters when evaluating what the Browns did last week. I mean, I think one of the big themes that we have for this show in general today is just how bad the Titans' pass defense is. It is so bad, Joe, that Sunday was just the second time Deshaun Watson was in a Browns uniform and finished with positive EPA. Just the second time in a Browns uniform, he kept the offense on schedule. That is how easy the challenge was for him. And even though the Ravens are banged up, yes, they're not the Titans. The pass defense is more than capable, and they're more than capably coached as well, to where they can at least put Deshaun Watson in worse positions. Ravens are banged up, but the Browns, look, when it comes to pass protection for Deshaun Watson, it is a little suspect. I mean, Watson's faced a pressure rate of 37%. So this is something where the pass rush can at least be interesting for the Ravens. The secondary will be much better than they were against the Titans. And look, you figure, okay, well, the ground game's going to be fantastic. Well, there's actually value in Jerome Ford to go under his rushing prop of 50.5 yards, which I think will happen here. This offense will take a step back, which makes this game close. So if there is a side, I like Ravens plus 2.5, but as a teaser leg, Ravens plus 8.5, I think that's more than okay here.
Okay, I'm just taking a look at the quarterback props. Always interesting, especially a matchup of two top defenses. The Lamar passing prop is 185.5. 185.5
out.
You might be missing a number of receivers if he's already out, and then other guys that have not been practicing. So that's a concern. Does he lean more on the run? That is set at 47.5 for Lamar. But yeah, good teaser leg. I don't think I'm going to have anything on the side. Are you going to when it's all said and done? I know you did yesterday.
Yeah, I probably will. The teaser leg may also be fun too. Like, maybe do both of them just to be on the safe side. That's probably how I'll attack this, Joe.
Okay. All right. Very good. It's one of those games I'm looking forward. Big implications with the division, what the Bengals end up doing. Do they get back to 500 or do they fall to 1-3? It's going to be really fascinating to watch this AFC North unfold all season.
And it's a fun game too, Joe, in that if we're backing the Browns to win the division or the Ravens, what have you, a loss isn't going to kill you, because the winner of this division may only have 10 victories, maybe 11, somewhere in that neighborhood. But it's not something where any one team, unlike when we were talking about the NFC North, no one team's going to run away with this division, at least I don't think. So the outcome of this maybe doesn't matter as much, but it's still going to be fun to watch. Like, put on the leather helmets and the old school black and white film. The goalposts are actually in the end zone, which sounds really dangerous when you describe it that way. That's the kind of football we'll be watching. Yeah, right.
When they show the old clips on NFL Network of anything with the goalposts at the goal line, like, it just blows my mind that they played that way.
Right? I know, it's insane. Like, and like, some guys used it as screens or what have you, or had guys run into it. Like, that's the smart thing to do. But imagine if that were to happen today. Like, I mean, we'd have a bevy of injuries like every single week because of that thing. I'm glad we're a little smarter now about it, but good grief, it's insane how far we've come from the days of yesteryear. Let's move on now to the Raiders and the Chargers, because even though my model says this is a sharp number, I still want to back the Chargers here because of how shall I put this? Coaching and front office incompetence by Las Vegas. That's how I'm putting this. Because look, Aiden O'Connell really should start if Jimmy G doesn't go here, but I don't. And it is actually dealing with the health of the franchise when knowing full well that they have no chance to win this season whatsoever. Like, evaluate your team. That's what matters this year. But they just don't want to do that. Instead, they're going to try and cover a 5.5, knowing full well. I mean, when it comes to, like, looking at this Chargers offense, for instance, like, yeah, Mike Williams is out for the rest of the year, and you hate that for them. But couldn't you imagine the Raiders being incompetent enough defensively where Justin Herbert is still able to complete several deep balls? Can't you just imagine that happening?
Yeah, I could. I want to take the Raiders. I really do. I don't think I can sit here on Friday morning without knowing the quarterback, without knowing what's going on with Eckler. So Eckler's been practicing all week. he's limited, right? And it feels like people are talking like Kelly's definitely going to be in this game. Like, that is a big difference. I'm sorry. I know running backs don't matter, but Kelly he hasn't done anything in this offense. So that's a concern. Jimmy G might play. I have not, it's been a while since I've seen that. Concussion, Sunday game, play next Sunday, right? When's the last time you saw that? He was limited in practice yesterday.
Miami last year.
Yeah, right. Well, since then though, he might clear the protocol. Yeah, it felt like the rules and the attitude towards concussions changed a little bit. Maybe we were hoping that would be the case because it's still football. And yeah, coach guys out there, desperate teams, both 1 and 2 got to play. It's tough to make a call without knowing the quarterback for the Raiders, but I would like to take the +5.5. But there are some key players. We don't know what's going to happen. Do we have to just, hey, don't worry about the side. Don't worry about that. You just go Devontae Adams props because the quality of quarterback doesn't matter for Devontae Adams with the way he's been eating.
Yeah, probably. That's probably a safe play. Although in that first game, Jacoby Myers also played well. So I wonder if, say, that's the second option. I mean, this Chargers defense has been brutal in so many different ways. And this whole J.C. Jackson situation has been uncomfortable, however you need to sort of view that. But at the same time, when you're looking at this Raiders offense, like Jacoby Myers, still a more than competent receiver. Devontae Adams, still outstanding. So you feel like he can at least get his, but in a potential shootout, you trust the Chargers way more, even without Mike Williams, because, you don't have a whole lot of great deep threats in this Chargers offense, but in terms of, pass rate over expected, this is one of the more airborne offenses in football, even in neutral situations. So to me, Herbert over props are more than okay. And there is probably some random guy we hadn't heard of who will complete maybe a couple of 20-plus air yard catches. That's where I think the difference is, because I think the Raiders will just mishandle the game plan altogether.
Palmer, or maybe we see Johnston do something finally. Like they've been talking a lot about that. It's got to happen at some point. Yeah, Jacobs hasn't done anything. EPA per rush, the Raiders are dead last in the NFL. Not what we were expecting coming off Jacobs' 2022 campaign. But yeah, the Chargers, they've been explosive on offense. The thing is, they can't stop anybody. Totals 48.5, and we don't even know the Raiders quarterback. That's something, man.
Right. And it's possible the Chargers could do that by themselves. This Raiders defense is so bad. Like, I mean, you could see the Chargers score 40-something, and then you're fine there. Like, a little backdoor over. Why not? In a 44-6 final or something like that. That's more than okay as far as I'm concerned. Real quick, let's get to the Steelers and Texans here. Not a whole lot to talk about, I don't think. But as much as we talk about TJ Watt, Alex Highsmith is also fantastic. CJ Stroud, welcome to the NFL. I think the Steelers defense could shine.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And it's interesting, like the wide range of opinions that we've had on Kenny Pickett so far this season. I don't have a play on the matchup, but we've seen it so many times. You get that feeling sometimes with rookie quarterbacks when they're getting too much love. It feels like we're bordering on that with Stroud this week. Hello, here you go with the Steelers. Good luck.
Right. Degree of competition goes way up. I'm going to lay the points. I think the Steelers take care of business. This is BetQL Daily presented by BetMGM. Coming up next, how much will Taylor Swift impact Sunday Night Football? Our football lives will never be the same right here on the BetQL Network.
We'll be right back with BetQL Daily presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network. This is BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM from BetQL.
Welcome back to BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM. Eddie Gross and Joe Ostrowski here with you. And let's start with Sunday night. It's the Chiefs and the Jets, as Kansas City is an 8.5-point favorite on the road. And you can understand why, Joe. Zach Wilson is still the starting quarterback for the Jets. And this rushing attack that we all thought maybe the Jets would lean into just a little bit more to try and alleviate some of the offensive pressure, that hasn't worked out very well. They're bottom 10 in EPA per rush, even with a healthy Breece Hall. So that is a problem. Offensive line has been a problem. But there is one argument that I would make for why I would rather make this a teaser leg to Chiefs minus 2.5 than to bet on the Chiefs to cover the number altogether. And that is that, A, maybe the Chiefs lean into the run game a little bit more because they know they're going to win, and so they just want to get this over with, so that's possible. Other reason is, and we saw this in the season opener, maybe Andy Reid gets a little conservative in the red zone and settles for field goals a little more readily than he does, say, putting Pat Mahomes in harm's way or asks a lot out of his quarterback to try and score touchdowns. I think that is a big difference maker why 8.5 is a larger number.
Someone out there supporting the Jets. This was 9.5 most of the week, and now we're out down to 8.5. Why? Why are you putting this in a teaser range for us? Low total. It checks every box. Favorite, explosive favorite, low total. I mean, the Jets, what are they going to do offensively? It's right now the worst quarterback in the NFL. Yeah, it's such an is it me, or do we have a lot of teaser legs that are pretty appetizing this week?
No, it's me too. Yeah, me too.
Okay.
Rams stand out to me, but this one's good too.
Rams are good. We talked about Baltimore being pretty good. Yeah, there's some nice ones. Like if I liked Miami, like that would be a great one. It's a high total, maybe not, but yeah, I'm totally with you on that. They're going to be chanting for Trevor Siemian, are they not, during this game? Well, Zach Wilson ends up shocking the world. Did you see the tape of I forgot who the defensive player was? I think it was one of the Chiefs linebackers when they were asked about. He was asked in the locker room the other day about what he's seen on tape from the Jets offense and Zach Wilson, and he was trying to hold back his laughter. Like, this is how bad it is right now. Right. They're like laughing. They're laughing at them. That's how bad it is. It sounds like makes sense. Simeon is going to be inactive, but I mean, after Sunday, that's going to be the conversation. Is it time to start Trevor Siemian? I don't know that that's going to make much of a difference. Just a different name, probably a similar performance, but agree. That's the play. Teasing Kansas City before it gets to 9.5. It wouldn't surprise me once we get to kickoff if we're back at 9.5. So then you may have missed that number. You don't really want to tease it down to 3.5, but that makes perfect sense to me.
Absolutely. Definitely pounce on it when you can. The problem, though, is, Joe, the biggest problem that Jets fans are going to have is Trevor Siemian has too many syllables. So it's a really hard thing to chant. Like, I guess you could say Simeon.
Trevor.
But,
Trevor.
Yeah, Trevor, perhaps. But, I mean, Trevor, it doesn't mean, like, there are tons of Trevors out there. Like, you don't think of Trevor Simeon immediately when you hear Trevor. I guess you might in context, but.
Bench Zach.
Yeah, right. Bench Zach, that's better. That's fine. You can do that. But I think you're going to have to get creative with a chance just because Simeon isn't going to really do it. Or if they're like Kirk Cousins, Tannehill. Too bad Aaron's not here to bring up the Tannehill thing again. But that's very the idea, annoying. Though. Like, yeah, Add pushed a button. But still, though, I think that's probably a problem that the Jets fans will have to work on between now and Sunday night. And they've got to workshop this. Don't delay it because you're going to be chanting it at some point over the course of the game. As far as props goes, I mentioned Isaiah Pacheco maybe being a bigger factor in this offense because the Chiefs know they're going to win, so just get this thing over with. Numbers at 55.5 rushing yards. Love the over there. Any other props that stand out to you?
Yeah, not really. I mean, I took a look at some of the Kelsey props. That's going to be bet a ton. It's 70.5. You got to lay a price for him to score an anytime touchdown, which is minus 135. That's the best price that I saw there. So it's always difficult. All right. Mahomes, primetime spots. I feel like we always bet over 2.5 passing touchdowns. Tough matchup this time around. But it's Mahomes in prime time, and I see plus 165. Do we have to consider that?
Oh, yeah. 100% we do.
Okay.
That and Pacheco to go over 55.5. Like, he might break free for just a couple or 2 or 3 runs, and then he hits that number. I get this Jets defense is still formidable, but I think there are opportunities for him to get to the second level. So that's fine. I probably will look into that. Maybe not an outright wager, but there's probably some way to incorporate that and say like a DFS lineup or something like that.
Look, I'm reacting to David Montgomery's 3-touchdown performance last night, but we have a high total game. We expect the Chiefs to be in control. Do we need to look at Pacheco's, say, 2+ touchdowns, which you can get at 12-1?
Ooh. If it weren't the whole Pat Mahomes 2+ touchdown passes,
right?
Yeah, I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
Just because they still like to pass in the red zone, so I'm gonna say no to that. But it is intriguing. At least it makes me think a little bit.
They could pass to him.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
Right. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Yeah, I wouldn't hate that at all. I think that's probably fine.
Yep.
Okay, let's move on now to the Patriots and the Cowboys. An intriguing matchup, to say the least. Dallas, a 6.5-point favorite at home. Total 43.5, Joe. Fun tweet from Ed Werder, who still covers the Cowboys on a regular basis. Dallas is the only team in the NFL whose wide receivers have yet to score. All of the touchdowns have been going elsewhere. In fact, the defensive guys have more touchdowns than the wide receivers. That's just how wonky things are in North Texas right now. But not a single wide receiver. And there are some good ones there. CeeDee Lamb leading the way, but there are other good ones. None of them have a touchdown yet.
That is amazing. I did not know that. How is that possible with the amount of points that they put up?
I
don't know. That's just wild. I don't know what else to say. That's crazy stuff. All right. Let's just knock the big narrative out of the way. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll get to why this number is inside of a touchdown now, but it's going to be there. Zeke. Are they revving him up? 16 carries for 80 yards last week, heading into the big Dallas game. I had no idea what the prop would be, and I was a little surprised that it was so short because you know it's going to be bet over basically whatever the number you post. 27.5 rushing yards.
Overs.
Right.
Yeah.
27.5 on the rushing yards.
That's it?
27.5 for Zeke.
Is Ramondre Stevenson losing favor in that locker room? I feel like he is.
It feels that way. I mean, the performance tells it all. Zeke plus 245 to score an anytime touchdown. I have to, right?
You have to. Yeah, absolutely you do. Plus, I mean, at the start of the season, I liked his over season total touchdowns. So, I mean, at some point he has to start to accrue them, and we're in week 4. Like, not that he's running out of time, but if he's going to get to, say, 5 touchdowns for the season, that's got to start, like, right around now. So why not against his former team? And, hey, hashtag narrative. Let's embrace it wholeheartedly. That one makes a whole lot of sense. I'm fine with that one. I do think that the Patriots can cover this number, though I think the Cowboys win this outright. One prop that stands out to me, Dak Prescott over 13.5 rushing yards at -110. This does feel like a situation where the Patriots defense might play back a little bit and sort of force a more monotonous approach by the Cowboys. And if that's the case, Prescott's mobility is still a tool in the tool chest, and 13.5 is something that he can get without doing a whole lot of work.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. Let's knock the props out as long as we're talking about them right now.
Of course.
The player that leads the NFL in red zone targets is playing in this game. Do you know who it is?
Red zone targets. It's not Jake Ferguson, is it?
It is Jake Ferguson.
Boom!
He's 3-1 for an anytime touchdown. 3-1. So
that's
another
why
possibility.
The wide receivers don't have scores.
Exactly. They keep going through Ferguson. There you go. Ferguson. I mean, Those are some good numbers there for anytime touchdowns there. I mean, Zeke on the Patriots side for 245, Ferguson on the Dallas side for plus 300. Those are pretty interesting looks. Like, look, we talked in the offseason about how the schedule makers made things tough for New England to start the year. I mean, look at these defenses. It was the Jets last week. It was the Eagles in week 1, which, they hung in. They lost by 5. The Dolphins are still trying to figure out exactly what they are defensively. But now you get the count. Now you got to go to Dallas. It's brutal. 3 of 4 games, very brutal spots for this New England offense, and I'm sure they're going to make a big deal, in this broadcast about Mac Jones's struggles, how just the explosive plays are not there for the Patriots. Bottom line,
right?
And that's why they have a
Exactly.
losing record right now.
And you can't look at these games in a vacuum. Like what happened the prior week can certainly impact what happens in future weeks, things like that, as far as, okay, we're adjusting too much, not adjusting enough, whatever the case may be. These things can't be seen just as one snapshot in time. You have to incorporate everything else that's happened prior to that point. And it's why, with Stevenson potentially falling out of favor, why this could be a Zeke game and why they may be able to keep this thing close and why it might be a slightly lower scoring game despite Dak Prescott in a potential get-right spot. So that's kind of how I see this thing playing out. Vikings and Panthers. Minnesota, 4.5-point favorites. This was at 4 earlier in the week, but it has since moved to 4.5. And certainly the quarterback situation in Carolina, Bryce Young expected to start. Bigger story, though, is how this defense will try and contain Justin Jefferson. How do you see this thing playing out?
Yeah, it's interesting that the number keeps climbing. It keeps climbing because Andy Dalton is not playing. That's clearly what the bookmakers are saying, that they have Dalton rated higher than Bryce Young, and I would agree with that. That makes sense to me. Minnesota, when you're asking them to cover a number north of a field goal, I can't do it. I can't do it. Just based on what we've seen from them over the last couple of years. They play a one-score game after one-score game after one-score game. So, yes, we know that they have an explosive offense through the air. They say they're going to activate Akers. Probably doesn't matter because O'Connell doesn't want to run the ball. They're just going to keep on passing it. And Jefferson should be able to take advantage like he's been doing all season. This is a Panthers defense, don't forget, without J.C. Horn for quite some time. So, and they have not been great. Offensively, is Bryce Young going to be able to do anything off the sitting for a week? What is he going to be able to do against a very soft defense? The Vikings blitz, and blitz some more. The problem is they don't get to the quarterback. So will they get to Bryce Young? Right. Will they force him into some unfortunate decisions for him? That's a big question going into this. Oh, and don't forget the Adam Thielen revenge game.
That's most important of anything. Anything that we talked about all day, it's the Adam Thielen revenge game. Bryce Young's sack rate is on the high end, so this is something where I do think Danielle Hunter and company can get home. But I think Brian Burns can get home for the Panthers as well. That's also a big deal. Great in run stop, pass rush, also fantastic. So I think Burns could make this game interesting. I had Panthers +4 earlier in the week. I still feel comfortable about that regardless of the quarterback situation. I think they can at least keep this close. I don't know if Carolina can win this thing outright, but the Vikings are going to be playing one-possession games for maybe the rest of the season. I don't know, Joe.
Yeah. So if you're not going with a heavy favorite, this is the debate in my head right now going on. It's, do I go with the Broncos or do I go with the Vikings for Survivor? They got to... This is the first win for them, right? Bryce Young, he's not going to upset them. At home, week off. I don't know what he's going to look like. I'm not sure. It's an ankle he's dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
So,
or you can just go with the 49ers and not think about it.
Yeah, that's that too. But that wouldn't be any fun. That wouldn't bring me a Sunday sweat. Come on now.
No, yeah, right. You gotta shake a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I think the Vikings are the right side, but with that said, I'm not going to be laying 4.5 with this defense. I can't.
Right. That's where I am too. I'm more than okay with Carolina +4.5. I think that's kind of the play there. Real fast when we get to the Cardinals and Niners before the break. Like I mentioned before earlier in the week, it's at 14, and my model says this is a sharp number. And the more I break this down, the more it makes sense that it's a sharp number, because even though you can run on the Cowboys once you get to the second level, every level for the 49ers is outstanding when it comes to run defense. The linebackers are great in run defense and in pass coverage. Secondary also good when it comes to open field tackles. This is something where the Cardinals' rushing game, I think, comes back down to reality.
What are we going to say if they battle again? What are we going to do? I mean, off that the upset of the Cowboys, nobody gave them a chance. Nobody gave them a chance in week 1 against the Commanders. That was a very popular survivor play. It was like a guaranteed thing. Same thing with the Giants in week 2. They lost both of those games, but they were tight games. They hung in there. Even if they just make this competitive, that would be very impressive from Gannon.
No doubt about it. This is BetQL Daily presented by BetMGM. Coming up next, the 2-minute drill right here on the BetQL Network.
We'll be right back with BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
Constable here with your BetQL Best Bet for today. We've got some Friday Night Lights action in the Pac-12 tonight. Utah and Oregon State. I like the under at 44.5. Utah's defense is just so good. It's been winning games this year because of its defense. Utah has the third best run defense in the nation, holding opponents to just 47 yards on the ground per game. The Utes also rank 6th in opponents' points per game, giving up just over 10 a game, which is extremely good. Utah also leads the nation in opponents' third down completion percentage. The list could continue to go on and on. And while Utah's defense is great, Utah's offense isn't exactly explosive. So I don't expect the Utes to put up too many points on the board tonight. Oregon State's offense, however, is legit. They have one of the best run games in the country, but Oregon State hasn't faced a defense anywhere near Utah's caliber. So I think this is going to be a little bit lower scoring of a game tonight, which is why I will play the under at 44.5. For more picks, head over to BetQL and check out all our college football plays for the weekend.
This is BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM from BetQL.
Welcome back to BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM. Eddie Gross and Joe Ostrowski with you. We've gone over all of the Sunday games. There is one Monday game we want to take a brief look at before we get to the 2-minute drill, and that is the Seahawks at the Giants. Joe, there's been some line movement, but as of right now in BetMGM, it's the Seahawks as 1.5-point favorites with a total of 47.5. What's your first take on this?
Well, first off, what was going on with the line to start the week? So in the look ahead, Seattle was a slight favorite. Okay, that makes sense. And then the Giants earlier this week were installed as a favorite. Then we get to a pick 'em, and now we're at Seattle minus 1.5. In the grand scheme of things, is that going to make a big difference at this point, like going through the zero? No, but something's going on, something you want to take a look at, that these adjustments have been made. And something else you're going to need to take a look at is the injury report. You don't want to overreact to Thursday. Remember, it's the first day of the injury report, like a Wednesday in most weeks. Saquon was limited on Thursday. Andrew Thomas, their left tackle for the Giants, limited. They both might be returning to the field. The Seahawks have a ton of injuries. That's why I'm a little surprised that it's been going in that direction. Now, I actually agree with the movement. I do side with Seattle, but just everything we've seen. Okay, DK Metcalf still not practicing. Charles Cross, the left tackle for the Seahawks, not practicing. Bunch of guys down in the secondary. So how is that going to shake out by the time we get to Monday night? I find all of that really interesting. But you know what? We had a similar conversation a week ago, and the Seahawks beat Carolina by 10. The Giants are bad. They are. They have extra prep time, week and a half to get ready. They're a well-coached team, but so is Seattle. So I think it's going to be a really interesting game here. Seahawks as road chalk. Okay, that's interesting. The Giants' offense has done nothing to start the season. Nothing. Actually, they're awful in all facets, like offensively and defensively, at least with the Seattle side. You see some strength. Like their defense has struggled. Part of it is injury, but if you look at some of the important metrics that we like to take a look at, like they've been really good. Their run game has been strong. EPA per rush, they're number 1. Success rate, they're number 2. They're top 5 in EPA per play on offense. So there's reason to support Seattle. I do agree with the market, but pay close attention to all those injuries.
Giants are bad. Giants defense is absolutely atrocious. And that's one of the reasons why, even though the spread of 1.5, it's almost inviting you and tempting you to turn this into a teaser leg to Giants plus 7.5. As I sit right now on Friday, I can't do it. There are too many paths where Seattle goes nuts, especially with the play action game that Geno Smith is able to employ, which could sort of overcompensate for any kind of injuries that they may have offensively. This is a situation where you could see the Giants getting blown out at home. I mean, it could be something where the Jets are blown out on Sunday night and the Giants are blown out on Monday night. What a horrible situation at MetLife Stadium. You could see that happen in back-to-back primetime performances.
You took the words right out of my mouth, because I was just going to ask you, is week 4 going to be 3 primetime blowouts? It started last night with the Lions and the Packers and the Chiefs and the Seahawks both on the road. So that would be 3 road blowouts too in prime time.
Yep.
Could happen.
I think there's a path for this. I think it's possible. I don't. Yeah, I wouldn't bet on it. Like if the parlay were out there, I wouldn't do it. But it is this weird deal where I could make a case to take Chiefs -2.5 and bet that, but Giants +7.5. I can't do it right now. Not because I think the Jets are any better than the Giants or Chiefs are worse or whatever, but I trust the Seahawks offense too much. I think whatever sputtering they may have done in week 1, that's gone now. One of the better offenses in football. We power ranked our offenses earlier in the week. The Seahawks were on my list, and I am more than comfortable writing that in Sharpie.
Get prepared for Daniel Jones home road splits and Daniel Jones in primetime stuff on Monday night. Can't wait.
Yeah, I can't either. I can't either. Yeah. All right. On that note, what a fun time to segue to the 2-minute drill.
It's time to go no huddle with the BetQL Daily 2-minute drill.
Paul Aspen is out gallivanting across the globe. Is he in Djibouti now, or still in Europe? Where is Paul?
Was he going Portugal? I've tried to leave him alone.
That sounds right. I think Portugal's
I think
fair.
so.
Yeah.
According to Instagram,
track.
it's Portugal.
It is Portugal.
Okay.
I don't
Yes,
feel
it is.
bad.
I'm
I mean,
kidding.
that man,
Yeah.
just since I've started working on the show, the amount of trips, the level that he's gone to with his trips, I am quite jealous. That's his thing. That's what he's known for.
The passport is more than taken care of. It is always warm because of the stamps that keep getting hit over and over again. No worried about the Paul Aspen passport, that's for sure. But our bullpen is deep, and guiding us on our journey on this 2-minute drill is none other than the man who will never have to pay for an Uber again in his life. It's Jake Hassan.
What's up?
What's up?
What up, Jake? How you doing? How you feeling? You good? You good? You ready?
Hey, big
You ready
guy.
for the end of the baseball season? Closes this weekend?
No, it's disgusting and sad.
What? No, look ahead. Playoffs next week. We're going to be breaking down playoffs.
Playoffs. Yeah, am I excited for
Yeah.
playoffs? Absolutely. It's going to be awesome. Like, this legitimately might be one of the better, like, end-to-end fields that we've had in the playoffs in a couple of years. Like, it feels like every wild card team is good. Like, every division, like, outside of the Twins, like, you don't feel terrible about any of the divisional winners.
Yeah, but, like, maybe we should bet against this because it's been the consent. Yeah, that's what I was going to go for.
But the Brewers have been
consensus-
proving us wrong all season. We've discovered that. I don't like them
Everybody
either,
assumes that collision course Braves Dodgers, which means something's going to happen, right?
100%.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Meanwhile, we're not expecting that in the American League, and it could be the O's Rangers.
Right.
American League's going to be awesome.
Yeah, that
those
I'm
props-
super stoked for. Yeah, anybody.
Those
can do
props
well
are going to be fun. Those props are going to be
Oh,
fun. to
yeah.
go over. Yeah, once we get to next week.
No kidding.
Oh. World Series MVP, placing it in, like, the end of the NLDS again, a division series. Let's do it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to see some
We're getting ahead of it.
50s, 100s that are, ridiculous. That Soler hit a couple years ago. That was we did that at the beginning of the World Series, and that was a great number.
I thought we were there with Bregman last year when we had the 50, too.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yep.
And then Jeremy
Gonna be
Pena
good.
just decided to be really awesome forever.
Aaron's going to be so mad during those segments.
Well, if she's winning money, then she
Tannehill.
can't be too mad. Tanny.
Take us
Wait,
off.
Aaron Judge isn't in the playoffs? What?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
How many times?
All right.
All right. So how are we going to do this? Because here's the thing.
Yeah.
The
So
whole
slight
idea of
snag, slight
Friday
issue,
morning sweat.
slight problem. But the nice thing is, it isn't our fault for once. It's not something that we
no.
did. It's for once, it's not our fault. So maybe these markets aren't exactly up yet, so to speak. But
Can't
anywhere.
bet on them.
Yeah.
You can't place wagers, but
How is it not up? How's it not up? Why are they changing the schedule come week number 4? What is going on? Passing, rushing, weekly receiving leader, not posted at anywhere on Friday morning here. So we're going to throw out some ideas, but the problem is we don't know the numbers. So just, keep that in mind.
Could venture a guess of what it might be.
Of course.
I don't.
And then we'll have no way to cross-check it because we're done in 30 minutes.
We'll just throw out some names that come to mind. And, I think each of us probably have some names that'll be down the board, too, if you're looking for a good number.
Oh, yeah. Methodology. I think that's the way to go.
All right. That being said, let's start with the passing leader. Who do you guys have an idea for? Because, again, we don't have a list of names. Where are you guys looking to go for the passing leader for the week?
Go ahead, Ed.
Well, I think the conversation has to start with Justin Herbert, in large part because you have a somewhat higher total here going up against a Raiders defense that's atrocious, which is still surprising to me because Max Crosby is still a guy who does great things. Like, I still think he's a phenomenal pass rusher, but this Raiders defense is awful. And even though they don't have Mike Williams, it's like, all right, well, they don't have him, so then we can just do one high safety and then make sure that, we limit the run game and minimize short passing, things like that, because it's all they've done so far. No, Justin Herbert still has an arm. Somebody will go deep, like a Quentin Johnson, someone like that. And I think that Herbert can go nuts in a game like this. And so I expect he'll have a ton of yards. And also, too, if this did include Monday, I think Geno Smith would be very much in play because I think the play-action game is fantastic. But, if you're looking for somebody else, what if Dak Prescott just goes nuts? What if this is a game where, now the wide receivers kind of step things up? So he's someone I would look at, too, for value.
Also have Herbert down. Come on, that's the obvious one this week. You've got to consider Herbert. I'm sure he's going to be one of the top 3 favorites when it comes to this. But let's not ignore, I know the number probably won't be great, but I don't want to ignore the highest total on the board, the game that everybody's going to be paying attention to. Even though Ed really likes the under, I would lean under in this game. It's Dolphins-Bills, right? And I would take a look at the Josh Allen side. Even though he hasn't been pushing it down the field as much, maybe you get a crazy shootout game with the high total. So I'm curious what that number is. And then some that should be further down the board. This might be the Burrow game. This might be the game where he looks like last year's version. So I want to see what that number is. And my long shot bet, okay, let's pick a quarterback in Bears Broncos.
I knew you were going to say that.
I got to throw Russ. The Bears secondary is bad to begin with, and now everybody's out. So why not? They have at least been racking up yardage, so I could see it with Russ.
Let Russ cook.
Oh, God. I was thinking the same thing, though, as far as Wilson, because everybody's out there calling me.
What was your prediction? Did you predict the game?
What did I said? Hold on, I have it right in front of me. We did predict the game. No, I said Broncos win 38-17.
Oh my God!
Wow,
that's over.
Yeah, it is.
Whoa!
I have
Bears get
no
17
faith
against this defense.
Listen,
oh boy,
Fields is benched then.
Oh, 100%.
He won't finish the game. It's not just getting benched; he's not gonna finish the game.
You want to know? You want to know what Lapka's was?
Bears 27-13.
34-31 Bears was his prediction. 65.
I said over. So
I'm sorry, but I think that prediction is a little more accurate.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could see it.
Anyway, I just want them to get blown out. I just want. I don't even want to talk about this anymore. All right, rushing leader. What are you guys thinking for rushing leader for this week?
Well, when it comes to defenses that play the most split safety coverages, at number 1 is the Washington Commanders. And they're going up against a run-heavy offense that will take advantage of such things. Whether they try and play heavy boxes or not, I don't know if it matters. So as far as a rushing leader, I think DeAndre Swift is very much in play. Very favorable matchup there. Again, with the Dolphins, they do want to run the ball. it's not just about Tyreek Hill. So Devon Achane, I think, is also very much a formidable player in this market. And then Christian McCaffrey, just because if the 49ers really are 14-point favorites and they're going to run the ball a lot. And so he may break free for a lot. I mean, he's number 1 in rushing yards after contact. So you're not going to get good value. That I can guarantee. But definitely I would consider taking a flyer on him, Joe.
Man, that would be something if Achane is the weekly rushing leader in back-to-back weeks. All right, we are on the same page once again. 2 for 2 now. I have Swift. I only wrote down 2 names, and Swift is one of them. So I'm really curious what that number is, my guy Swift. Maybe he can come through. He was not able to participate last week because he played on Thursday. But, hey, I like the Eagles to take care of business there, so they're going to be playing in front. I expect Swift to get plenty of looks. And this one should be down the board a little bit. And it's in a what we expect to be a high-scoring game. Higher, at least the numbers are saying that. What about James Cook? What if the Bills are playing from out in front and they go a little more heavy rushing in this matchup? Cook should be a pretty good number. He had 123 2 weeks ago. Last week, 15 for 98. I could see that continuing. I think he's
All right, couple quick thoughts. We got about 30 seconds on receiving leader.
This is one I think it's a little bit more open. Justin Jefferson, an obvious place to go. But if this is a get-right spot for Joe Burrow, why not T. Higgins, who's 4th in team air yard share? Also, maybe this is the Nico Collins game. I don't know.
I'm sure Chase is going to have a very short number with last week's 15 targets. So Higgins makes sense. Hey, we were just talking about Bears-Broncos being a shootout. Worst defense ever, according to many. I want to see what that DJ Moore number is. Same thing for Sutton on the other side.
That'd be fun. This is BetQL Daily presented by BetMGM. Coming up next, our lightning bets, our favorite plays for the weekend right here on the BetQL Network.
We'll be right back with BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
I'm Kate Constable here with your BetQL Best Bet for today. We've got some Friday Night Lights action in the Pac-12 tonight. Utah and Oregon State. I like the under at 44.5. Utah's defense is just so good. It's been winning games this year because of its defense. Utah has the 3rd best run defense in the nation, holding opponents to just 47 yards on the ground per game. The Utes also rank 6th in opponents' points per game, giving up just over 10 a game, which is extremely good. Utah also leads the nation in opponents' third down completion percentage. The list could continue to go on and on. And while Utah's defense is great, Utah's offense isn't exactly explosive. So I don't expect the Utes to put up too many points on the board tonight. Oregon State's offense, however, is legit. They have one of the best run games in the country, but Oregon State hasn't faced a defense anywhere near Utah's caliber. So I think this is going to be a little bit lower scoring of a game tonight, which is why I will play the under at 44.5. For more picks, head over to BetQL and check out all our college football plays for the weekend.
BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM from BetQL.
Welcome back to BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM. Eddie Gross and Joe Ostrowski with you. Time now for our lightning bets for this week 4 of the NFL slate. So, Joe, I assume that Paul or someone is keeping score. So when one of us happens to be out on a Friday, like with Aaron, do we just give her an 0-5? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, I don't know how that works. I feel like we're having that conversation too often. And Paul's out this week, and I feel like, last year we definitely took track. And it's kind of fallen by the wayside. But the good thing is that with the power of the podcast, the power of the BetQL Daily Twitter machine, that we can go back and figure it out fairly quickly. It's just a matter of making Paul do that on his first day back on next Tuesday.
Yeah, exactly. Like, instead of working on, the show or a rundown or something, just have him keep track of these things whenever he's missed. And I think I'm more concerned about, like, you, me, and Aaron, anyone missing a Friday or something. Like, where do those go? Like, do we get mulligans or do we get, like, some free spaces just because of it?
Or we can look back this week. Hey, what did she mention throughout the week? Oh, yeah, you did mention this game.
We'll just hand pick 5 bets.
Just text her. Just like, hey, Aaron, come on. What are you doing here?
Right.
I'm sure.
Okay.
I'm sure she's got a list.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Well, she's placing bets. Like, she's still pro. So, yeah, she'll have something. Okay. For my 5 for this weekend, I'll start with a teaser. Even though I think the Rams can win this thing outright, the safer thing to do would be to take the Rams to +7 and the Ravens to +8.5. Both make sense to me. Colts pass defense is absolutely atrocious. Medium total there. And then when it comes to the Ravens and the Browns, it certainly checks all of the boxes. A total of 40.5. Divisional game that are always close. So Ravens +8.5 there. Rams +7. That's the teaser that I like. Also on Sunday night, Isaiah Pacheco over 55.5 rushing yards. Chiefs don't want to play around this. Let's just get this thing over with. Make sure you get the cutaways to Taylor Swift. Make sure Travis Kelce gets enough yards where everybody's happy. That's fine. But Isaiah Pacheco over 55.5 rushing yards just so that they can get this thing over with. They're going to beat the Jets, and then we can all move on with our lives. DeAndre Swift over 64.5 rushing yards. It's something I mentioned in the previous segment. The Commanders play a lot of too high safety coverages. And so if that's the case, if they continue that because they're more comfortable, that means it might invite the Eagles to run just a little bit more. And yeah, Washington knows that the Eagles have a phenomenal run game, but maybe that's just how this defense is designed. And so they feel like maybe they don't need to stack the box, but at some point I do trust Swift to get his. So I like him to go over 64.5. Dolphins, Bills, I am going against the public. I am going against the free world here, and I'm going under 53.5. And look, there are a lot of ways that this can happen. Maybe you love the Miami offense. Maybe they keep things going, and then maybe Josh Allen just has a clunker. That is a possibility. Maybe the Dolphins have the clunker and then the Bills go nuts. That's also a possibility where this is just a close game and it is a divisional rivalry, in which case those games tend to be lower scoring to begin with. So Bills pass rush can make a statement. A lot of ways this can go under 53.5, so that's a good play to me. And then finally, I guess it's my alternate spread of the week. I have the Saints buying it to -5.5 for +115. The Buccaneers offense will not be able to do anything consistently against this Saints defense. Doesn't matter who the Saints quarterback is, they'll be able to cover the number, Joe.
All right, I agree with a lot of those, and the fun thing is no crossover because we have completely different games here. A lot of teasers that I like as well, but you know what? I have 2 different teams in my teaser. My teaser is going to be Kansas City -2.5. They put it in that teaser range for us, and I'm going to take Baltimore +8.5 in that divisional matchup. Can't wait to see what happens there. So KC to Baltimore in my teaser. I was going to put in the Seahawks, but come on. We have time on Monday to go through that. There's too much that I like. And one side that I like in the NFL is the game of the week. Give me the Bills laying 2.5 points. Make sure you get that before it goes to 3. There is that possibility that it's going to happen, that it does go to 3 before we get to the game. I know it's been juiced at some spots. So take the Bills -2.5, and everybody jumping on that Dolphins train is going to be upset for one day. Instead of the Seahawks, you mentioned them in a teaser, but I'm going to take them ATS. Give me the Rams. Rams are going to win against the Colts this weekend. They have a lot of key advantages in this matchup. Richardson, first game back, going up against Aaron Donald. I don't like his chances there, so give me the Rams against the Colts. I think it's +1 right now. One more NFL before we get to college, and the NFL play I'm going to be in, and I haven't heard much support for, and I think it's kind of obvious. I know people are scared because Fields has been so horrendous. I got to take the Bears-Broncos over. I'm surprised it hasn't gotten to 47. It's been pushed up to 46. Bears-Broncos over, 2 worst defenses in football. These offenses can do something. I know they haven't done a lot early, but they still have that ability with such a soft matchup. So I'm taking the over at Soldier Field, even though the point spread is getting all the talking points this week. And my college play, considered Notre Dame. We went over that yesterday. But here's the angle I'm going. Got to have a play on USC Colorado. And what I'm going to do is, you can find this, second half over 35.5, which is a little bit of plus money. If you want to do under, that's cool too. That's under 37.5 for the first half, but second half over 35.5.
Been wanting that one for a long time. I know you've been salivating for that second half.
I know.
Yeah. Halftime adjustments, baby. Let's go.
Yep.
Mario,
they're awake now.
Yeah, right? Sleep out of the eyes.
Alrighty. Yeah, if you're asleep, wake up, baby. It's Friday. Get ready for the weekend. Get your bets in. Starting with me on this one, going Keenan Allen. Over 7.5 receptions, +115. Third down and Keenan for the Chargers. And there's no Mike Williams. Quentin Johnson's light years away from being effective. Joshua Palmer's fine. He'll probably have a couple of receptions, but it's Keenan Allen, third down and Keenan, 7.5 receptions, +115. His number's not up yet, but Devontae Adams is going to own the Chargers. Just dominate them in every single way on Sunday. Take everything over on him. Take him to score a touchdown, over receptions, over receiving yards. I mean, it's just over for that guy. Justin Jefferson, over 99.5 yards, -110. He has not gone under 149 yet this year. That's pretty crazy. And something tells me the Panthers defense is not going to be able to stop him. So something tells me. And then I'm joining Ed and Joe. Give me the tease. Give me a little bet, little side of tease. But this one, Rams teasing it to +7.5, Eagles to -2.5, and then Dolphins +9. So, hey, that's it.
Three. A 3?
Yeah,
Oh,
3-team teaser.
Triple threat.
There you go.
I like it.
Triple threat, baby.
All right.
Mario,
Never know
a
what you're gonna do with
Chargers
that.
expert. Mario is a Chargers podcast, so a couple of his bets on that game. So pay attention.
Oh, yeah. Bold City, baby. Like, share, and subscribe.
Side of tease. What a line.
Jake, there was so much there.
There was a lot.
Like to
There was
break
a lot
down
going
the
on there.
entire 2 minutes.
Yeah. That was a lot. All right. All right. Baseball regular season winding down, which means I have no idea what to do with most of these games because I have no idea who's going to be trying, who's going to be playing, who's in bubble wrap, so on and so forth. But I am going to go a couple props today. John Means, under 1.5 earned runs. Don't trust the Orioles as a team after they clinched the AL East and the first seed yesterday. Whole team's probably hungover, but Means still working his way back from injury. I think he's going to be on a regular workload. So I trust him. He's been awesome in his first 3 starts back. Hasn't allowed more than an earned run in a start yet. And most of this Red Sox lineup has never seen him before. Those who have do not have good history, including Rafi Devers, who's only like 3 for 23 against John Means. So Means, under 1.5 earned runs. Harold Ramirez, 2+ total bases. 5 for 13 in his career versus Kikuchi, and over the last couple weeks since he took over when Yandy Diaz went out for injury. 407, 433, 519 for Ramirez. So I like his 2+ total bases. And me and Joe were talking about this in one of the breaks. Don't know what to do with the Brewers and Cubs because on one hand, Brewers locked up the NL Central. They really don't have anything to play for. Cubs are playing for their lives. I think the Brewers want to keep the Cubs out of the playoffs. I think that would be great. And a guy who famously is hard to get along with is now on the Brewers. Josh Donaldson, 2+ total bases. I think he would love to keep the Cubs out of the playoffs. I think it would be hilarious to him. So I'm going to go with Donaldson. He only has 9 hits in 13 games since becoming a Brewer. He's not played well, but 6 of those 9 hits, nice, have been for extra bases. He's 5 for 13 in his career versus Kyle Hendricks. I like Donaldson 2+ total bases for narrative and because a little bit of good history there. And I'm going to go back to it. Burned me yesterday, so I'm going to adjust. I went Rangers on the full game money line, and then I got burned by the Rangers bullpen. So I'm not going to mess around. Rangers first 5 money line at even money against the Mariners today. They win. The Astros lose. They win the AL West today. Big game Nate is on the mound. I want to back him against Seattle, who has bad history against Eovaldi as it is, just hitting 207 against him. And Seattle starting the rookie Brian Wu, who got lit up in his 2 starts against Texas this year. 5 1/3 inning pitch, 12 earned runs. So give me the Rangers, first 5 money line. And the Just for Funsies home run play of the day, Isaac Paredes, plus 540, 3 for 11 with a homer in his career versus Kikuchi, who, by the way, has given up 13 homers and 14 home starts this year.
Did anybody see Bryce Harper last night?
Yes, awesome.
Oh, my goodness. He was going to destroy Angel Hernandez.
I thought he was going to rip Angel Hernandez's spine right out of the back of his neck.
And it was fair.
It was egregious.
Fair.
I mean, the other day, too,
strike.
CB Buckner, too, made a fool of himself the other day, too.
Same names.
How are these guys
Same
still
names.
allowed to go out on the
Same
field?
names. Year
Ridiculous.
after year after year. Yeah, what a joke. Harper ended. So he did a check swing, nowhere near a strike. Hernandez is on third base, says he went around, wasn't even close. Harper just went crazy. He threw his helmet into the crowd. Yeah, the stands were going nuts. That was entertaining. Ed, this Utah number against Oregon State, 4.5, man. Are you doing anything with it tonight?
Utah can still win this game outright. The defense is still fantastic. I think they can knock it out. By the way, one bet I will not be sweating, Joe. Team Europe to lead after 2 days at the Ryder Cup. They swept the morning session, and right now, it is 5.5 to 1/2. Team Europe.
How long were we saying this? You take Team Europe. This is a no-brainer. Why was USA ever favored? It was nuts.
Exactly. Awful. Thanks for watching and listening to BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM. For those listening, next up is Jim Rome. For those watching on Twitch and YouTube, stay tuned for the Daily Tip. Have a great weekend, everybody.
You've been listening to BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
I'm Kate Constable here with your BetQL Best Bet for today. We've got some Friday Night Lights action in the Pac-12 tonight. Utah and Oregon State. I like the under at 44.5. Utah's defense is just so good. It's been winning games this year because of its defense. Utah has the 3rd best run defense in the nation, holding opponents to just 47 yards on the ground per game. The Utes also rank 6th in opponents' points per game, giving up just over 10 a game, which is extremely good. Utah also leads the nation in opponents' third down completion percentage. The list could continue to go on and on. And while Utah's defense is great, Utah's offense isn't exactly explosive. So I don't expect the Utes to put up too many points on the board tonight. Oregon State's offense, however, is legit. They have one of the best run games in the country, but Oregon State hasn't faced a defense anywhere near Utah's caliber. So I think this is going to be a little bit lower scoring of a game tonight, which is why I will play the under at 44.5. For more picks, head over to BetQL and check out all our college football plays for the weekend.